Chapter 301 Red Zone. VS didn't dare be too greedy in his demands. He started with the most critical and important request. I'd like to be a part of the mining expedition that seeks to extract the resources buried close to the core of the planet. As soon as he mentioned the core, Colonel Ilos turned sharp. She completely shed her friendly expression. Where did you hear about our deep mining operations? I've been assigned to retrieve something valuable from the core. VS quickly responded. As you know, I'm apprenticed to Master Carmen Olsen, who is currently a guest professor of the Limar Institute of Technology. As her subordinate, I'm sometimes called to take care of business on her organization's behalf. What he said was all true, but VS deliberately mixed his actual meaning. His first sentence about being assigned to retrieve an ore from the core of the planet had been true, but he didn't explicitly state that he received this mission from the system. What he said after that had no relations with what he said earlier, but by stringing these two sentences together, he weaved the illusion that Master Olsen had actually given him this assignment. VS had become increasingly more adept to cover for the system and lie in a way that wouldn't trip any lie detectors hidden in the colonel's office. If it's behalf of an eminent master mech designer, then I'm sure we can accommodate our request. The woman nodded with some reluctance. As you know, the glowing planet is an exceedingly rare product of the galaxy. According to past records that none but the most highly placed individuals have access to, the core of such planets often hide great wonders. I'm aware of the value buried deep underneath. VS nodded sagely, though he actually didn't have a clue. He just ran with his speculations in order to appear more authoritative on the subject and deflect any suspicions. My master has only requested for me to retrieve a hand-sized sample of the only ore that matters. I hope that isn't too much to ask. The colonel looked fairly troubled. It might take some time, as we'll probably encounter grains at first. It's a shame we don't have the time to excavate the entire treasure before the coalition and the hegemony descends on this planet. We might have to accelerate our digging operations to fulfill your master's demand. It sounded like VS demanded something really big. Some exotics held a lot of value if they came in a larger chunk. It seemed this mineral from the core of the planet must hold an exceptional amount of value as a result. VS relayed some other favors, though he certainly restrained his greed this time. He mainly requested free passage through the non-restricted areas of the base, and gained permission for Lucky to roam around independently in these same regions as well. There's no reason for your mechanical pet to depart from your side. Ilos responded to the last point. Your pet is already a security risk when you brought it here. I can tell it's an advanced machine, so I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt and allow it to stay by your side. I will not grant it permission to roam the base without your supervision. That's fair. Thank you for allowing my pet to stay with me. He's something of my bodyguard as well. He couldn't hide Lucky's deadly armament from the mech core. Not only did Lucky possess a record of killing pirates, his cat didn't appear too different from the deadly bodyguard pets assigned to little boys and girls. Though these pets always risked being hacked, it wasn't a big concern in a hugely advanced first-rate superstate. Ilos even showed signs of envy that VS owned a pet that looked like it had been shipped straight from the new Rebirth Empire. VS didn't retain enough leverage to demand more concessions from the base. Colonel Ilos had already indulged him enough, and he didn't wish to waste his remaining goodwill. He only asked for a slightly higher security clearance, and to be kept informed about the development of better energy cells. I think that's enough for today. The colonel wrapped up the meeting. My men will show you to your bunk where you can stow your luggage. You're free to roam the non-restricted areas of the base such as the mess hall, but you're not allowed to enter the workshops or mech stables and disturb the technicians at work. I understand. VS hadn't been drafted yet. As a civilian, VS had no right to butt in and tell the mech technicians how to do their work. He wasn't even allowed to study the predominant designs the 4th Bentheim Division currently employed. Do I have permission to enter the labs where the new energy cells are being developed? Only if you receive permission from the lab. In other words, not likely. VS had upstaged all of those research departments, after all. They must be cursing his name under their breaths right now. VS left the base commander's office after that. After retrieving Lucky, another officer led him upwards to a less restricted part of the underground complex. We've sent a partial map of this base to your comm. You should be able to find your bunk on your own. Do you have any more questions? Yeah. Am I allowed to step outside? No. For security reasons, you are only permitted to remain underground. The only personnel allowed above ground are Mechs. VS nodded and left for his bunk. After reaching it, he dropped off his luggage before dropping to his bed. All the while, he continued to hold on to Lucky, though his cat appeared rather grumpy at this moment. Hey, don't blame me. The Mech Corps can be rather high-strung about security risks. Tell you what. When I visit the deep mining expedition tomorrow, I'll see if I can get you something yummy. The mining operation must be yielding a lot of ores if it's aiming to reach the core of the planet. Meow. Lucky brushed his head against his chin. Even with the technology the Mech Corps had at their disposal, it wasn't easy to bore down towards the center of a planet. That didn't even take into account the complications of burrowing through layers and layers of exotics, each of which could set off a deadly accident. The base still needed to process his permissions, so he couldn't visit the mining operations right now. VS left his bunk and roamed around the corridors, trying to get a first-hand impression of the famed and renowned Mech Corps. As the premier mech force of the Bright Republic, the Mech Corps had been held up as the standard-bearer of their state. Billions of citizens worshipped the Mech Corps and millions more pilots wished to join their ranks. Looking at the people and Mechs walking back and forth, VS found that each of them held a distinctive pride. They felt proud to be a part of the Mech Corps. They also moved with much more enthusiasm than usual. VS eavesdropped on some of the conversation and knew that his invention had made a splash. Hey, did you hear? Someone came up with a fix for the overcharge problem. Every workshop has been tasked with producing as much of these cells as possible. What? Really? We finally don't have to tempt fate every time we enter our mechs? That's amazing! You know what's even more weird is that some outsider came up with the new designs. From what the geeks have told me, the designs came from a mech designer who worked for a gang. No way, a frickin' scumbag came up with the new designs? What are our eggheads doing? How can they be so slow that some random criminal can figure out a solution first? Hey, don't raise your tone so much. I heard the inventor isn't some random thug. He's actually a mech designer, and he's a Larkin son as well. That particular revelation landed like a bomb to the group of gossipers. Didn't that guy came up in the news recently? Have you already forgotten about the duel where Captain Vicker got his butt kicked by a girl from the Planetary Guard? Oh yeah, that duel! So the Larkin son who came up with the new energy cells designed that black mech as well? Yup, and he'll be sticking around the base, though I don't know why. It's going to get really dangerous here soon. Talk like that had spread throughout the base. Even though no one recognized VS, most people had been able to figure out his identity because he wore civilian clothes. Most of the other consultants consisted of scientists and experts who specialized in discovering the properties of unknown exotics. Only VS looked young enough to be a mech designer at the start of his career. This didn't affect the base personnel very much. The soldiers had a lot of other things on their plate to divert some time to fawn over VS. After reading everyone's mood, he decided he should visit a doctor. VS followed the map to the nearest medical center. Upon entering it, he reported his issues and had to wait half an hour before a doctor came up to receive him. The jolly-looking man invited him to his office. I've consulted your records and I must say it's an unusual case, the doctor said. We are not very versed with the functioning of your extra organs. I'm aware how hard it is to figure out my body. I'm not asking for an explanation. I just want something that can mitigate the negative side effects of all of the energy fields in the red zone. The doctor's expression turned pensive. That will be difficult. Any medicine we give you can have the opposite effect. The side effects may be worse than the affliction. Just do the best you can. VS had to undergo a series of elaborate scans. Much of it didn't reveal anything new, though VS found his strength had decreased. Ever since the ghost that wore his mother's face drained him of his excess energy, VS had started to feel less energetic. The difference didn't amount to much, but it pointed out that any further energy drains could lead to more severe effects. The doctor in charge of his case found the changes to be puzzling. You are still in fine health, Mr. Larkin's son. I will prescribe you with some medicine that will ease your internal discomfort, but without a deeper understanding of your alien genes, it's unwise to add anything else. That meant that VS would have to deal with whatever happened on his own. This was the burden all human-alien hybrids had to go through. He'd also have to endure anything the glowing planet decided to throw at him. From his limited understanding, VS believed that he'd face much more active exotics the deeper he went underground. Even so, VS refused to stay near the surface and twiddle his thumb. The system gave him a mission, and he had to accomplish it at all costs. Even if he had to suffer through torture, VS was determined to be among the first to breach the core of the planet and secure a valuable ore from within. There's no telling if the miners will withhold such a valuable chunk of ore. It'll be harder for the Mech Corps to refuse to hand any of it over when I'll be there on the spot. VS thanked the doctor and left the medical center. He thought about visiting the workshops before he reminded himself that he'd been prohibited to enter them. He felt a little regretful for not being able to place his hands on the mechs used by the Mech Corps. VS had been drooling at their designs for many years now. Well, it's only a matter of time before I get drafted. I'll have plenty of opportunity to play with these mechs once the war finally starts. Chapter 302 Gregarious Wrath. The Mech Corps brought out the big guns from the start when it came to mining. Besides bringing enough hardware to empty out the surface layers of Red Zone in a matter of months, they also brought an enormous cruiser-sized tunneler to breach the hardy soil of the glowing planet and reach the core of the planet. A vertical shuttle descended quickly down the depths of the tunnel that had been excavated rather recently. VS looked out of the porthole with wonder. Aye, that's the Gregarious Wrath at work, a cadet bragged to VS. She's 2 kilometers long, of which 2/3 are solely devoted to making her the best tunneler in the Republic. Such a name would have been more fitting on a battleship than an enormous tunneling machine, VS thought. How far has she reached? Around 500 kilometers. We've encountered a lot of obstacles on our way to the core. Some of the bedrock the Wrath has bumped into is too hard to burrow through, so she's forced to take a detour. That takes up most of the time. Besides that, sometimes weird stuff happens, forcing some important systems to become a little wonky. We have to shut off the entire machine if that happens. I understand. It's too risky to keep working under those conditions. Who knows what kind of risks we'll face if we brave the energy fields without understanding their effects. As if to emphasize those words, his stomach suddenly turned. The nauseous feeling almost prompted VS to cough up his breakfast. What is that? Beats me. The cadet shrugged. The scientists have a fancy name for it, but we just call it the stomach-turning field. Over the next half hour, the entire shuttle passed through multiple short-ranged energy fields which each caused some form of debilitating effect to the shuttle or its occupants. How is the Gregarious Wrath able to function with all of these energy fields? It helps that we put 3-dimensional smoothers at different points of her hull. They counteract or dampen most of these weird fields somehow. Even then, some of proximity effects couldn't be fought against at all. Humanity still had a long way to go in understanding the effects of each different exotic material the galaxy had spawned. Of course, VS had no doubt that the big transgalactic organizations like the MTA and CFA possessed the most complete database of exotics. In their eyes, the glowing planet likely held no secrets. The same went for the first-rate superstates like the Terrans and the Rabarthans. On the other hand, the petty states that eked out a poor existence in the galactic rim had no chance to develop such a complete record. Knowledge was valuable, and a detailed understanding of rare exotics even more so. The Republic couldn't find a single party in the galactic net that would be willing to sell such valuable information, at least not without paying a ruinous price. Thus, the scientists and researchers aboard the gregarious Wrath had to stumble about in the dark and forge their own paths. Perhaps no one on the shuttle had been more sensitive about the abundant amount of exotics buried in all directions than Lucky. The mechanical cat had become annoyed that he wasn't allowed to claw his way out of the shuttle and start munching on the visibly glowing deposits of high-value exotics. "It's okay, Lucky. You'll get your chance soon enough. The deeper we go, the yummier the exotics." Meow! The glowing planet truly held no threat to Lucky. Ever since they touched down, his cat acted like this entire planet was his playground and a paradise filled with endless food. VS tried not to think how much energy Lucky had accumulated so far. It must be enough to surpass a tactical nuclear strike at the very least. The shuttle took a few turns when it encountered the detours made by the Wrath. Despite her shape as a cylinder, the Wrath incorporated accordion-like structures along her hull that allowed her to turn like a worm. Obviously, the Wrath had to use that particular function more and more the deeper she burrowed into the solid interior of the planet. "Will the Wrath be in trouble if we encounter magma or some other liquids?" "Are you kidding? The gregarious Wrath is clad in heat and pressure-resistant compressed armor. She's as expensive as 10 fleet carriers. No other tunneler is so extravagantly tough and durable. If not for the potential riches we can find in the core, the brass would have never risked sending it down the glowing planet." This certainly added to the proof that the Mech core knew what to expect down at the core. VS might have to fight to obtain his deserved share of the mysterious ore demanded by the system. We've almost reached the Wrath. You better return to your seat and strap in. It's going to get violent soon." VS listened to the advice and strapped down on the crash shield while holding on to Lucky. Even his cat felt something amiss and tried to find some shelter in his owner's embrace. The shuttle shook harder and harder, as if it had a lot of trouble keeping up a stable flight. Even in an airless environment, some sort of pressure wave still penetrated the vehicle deeply to the point of straying from its straight and narrow path. "What's going on?" "That's the might of the Wrath. Behold the Republic's ingenuity." The shuttle took another turn and came into view of the rear of the tunneling machine. VS had to rub his eyes a few times while suppressing the shudders that ran through his heart. The gregarious Wrath looked like a massive worm more than a machine. Her dirt-crusted hull gave the tunneling machine a sense that she was a living, breathing mythical monster. Even as the shuttle neared the rear portion of the Wrath, the tunneling machine continuously bore through the soil, pressing excess crunched rocks to the side. "How is the tunnel so stable? Aren't we risking a collapse?" "The Wrath is not that simple. We mix a little extra fluids that stabilizes the tunnel walls. It's not that expensive, but it takes up so much space that the Wrath needs to be supplied every 4 hours. "Why bother keeping open this tunnel in the first place then?" VS asked. "As mighty as the Wrath looks like, she's a tunneling machine, not a mining machine. When she reaches the core, she won't be able to filter the truly valuable bits from the somewhat valuable stuff. It will all get pressed to the sides to form new tunnel walls. We've got to bring other machines if we want to extract the hard-to-find bits. As the cadet explained the workings of the different machines, the shuttle neared a small opening that led the vehicle to a hangar. As soon as the shuttle entered inside the Wrath, the entire vehicle suddenly became subjected to a different direction of gravity. Whoa! Haha, I forgot to warn you that the artificial gravity inside the Wrath is set alongside her length. It's the best configuration for us to be able to shift stuff from the bow to the stern. Despite being a quintessential land behemoth, the crew treated the Wrath as a ship. From the terminology to the command structure, everyone treated the tunneling device as if she swam through land. Let's bring you to the chief engineer. He's been dying to meet you. After being subjected to a strict security check, they entered the tightly compartmentalized interior of the huge machine. Besides the constant low thrumming, VS hardly noticed that the Wrath was burrowing through tons of soil. It must have taken an immense amount of effort for her designers to isolate and neutralize all the various sounds, pressure waves, and the shifting gravity. Since they arrived at the rear of the Wrath, they didn't need to traverse the entire length of the tunneling machine. The Wrath actually held 2 engineering bays, but the chief engineer currently resided in the rear engineering bay, which was responsible for powering the enormous beast. A storm of activity greeted VS as soon as he stepped inside the engineering bay. Huge rows of power reactors hummed out of sight, while bots constantly hauled supplies and tools back and forth. The engineers that kept the Wrath running constantly entered and exited the bay as they had to perform maintenance along the entire hull of the machine. VS sensed the passion and drive in each of the engineers. The Republic must have recruited some of the best graduates to staff the gregarious Wrath. Like what you see? An older man asked from the side. It's like heaven here. As a mech designer, VS truly enjoyed the sights of people pouring their passion into machines. Even if they worked on entirely different mechanical contraptions, they still shared much in common. VS Larkin's son. Harmon Petrisk. I'm in charge around here. The chief engineer shook hands with VS with a meaty grip. That's a nice grip you have. Your hands are still too soft. Ha, we let our machines do the heavy lifting, VS admitted without shame. I'd love to forge a mech without resorting to a 3D printer sometime, but that's still a long way to becoming feasible. Besides, don't tell me you're not using printers yourself to fabricate new replacement parts. You got me there. To certain hardcore mech designers, they only truly appreciated mechs that had been built without any form of automation. Even though a 3D printer required a lot of skill to utilize, a mech designer didn't have to expend too much effort to perform a complicated function. The chief briefly showed him around. Everything appeared to work the same as any capital ship, though the designers of the Wrath had added a lot of necessary features to allow the tunneling machine to stay powered under tough conditions. Thankfully, we don't rely on energy cells to run the Wrath, though we still use energy cells to provide backup power and run auxiliary functions throughout her hull. We've been working hard to replace them with your new design as fast as possible. It saves us a lot of stress, you know. I can imagine. The Wrath must be carrying hundreds of energy cells at the very least. VS nodded in understanding. It must be giving you a lot of nightmares to think they could detonate all at once if the Wrath entered the wrong energy field. Both of them turned grim at that possibility. Neither could rule out the chance that they could enter some weird energy field that had a devastating effect on the already dangerous energy cells. That was why the Chief Petrisk showed a lot of appreciation to VS. Hardly anyone else, including the captain and the executive officer of the Wrath, knew how much they tempted fate by keeping those overcharged energy cells in place. Once they finished their little tour, Petrisk guided VS to his little office. From what I understand, you're only here so you can nab your share of the most valuable exotic mineral we're expecting to find in the core. That's right. I hope I'm not imposing on you. Oh, don't worry. We're so overworked that we could use a hand. What do you say about lending some of your expertise? VS frowned at that suggestion. That doesn't sound very appropriate. The Mech Corps doesn't want me to touch their valuable hardware. I'm still a civilian after all. Ah, who cares about the rules? Chief Petrus casually dismissed the concerns. To be honest, we're so overworked that we could use anyone with a brain to help us out. The gregarious wrath has always been meant to tunnel through regular terrestrial planets. The glowing planet is a whole different level of complexity. Every new exotic we find results in another inexplicable malfunction. I see. VS considered the suggestion deeply. If he refused the offer, he'd be doing nothing while the wrath would slowly trudge along. Well, I'm anxious to complete my assignment as fast as possible, so if you think I can help out, then count me in. That's great news! I've already prepared the permissions for you. Since you've come up with something as ingenious as those new energy cells, I'll put you to work in power management. It's not the easiest job on board the Wrath, but our power systems are the most susceptible to outside interference. Hopefully your perspective will help us resolve these problems faster. Thus began his work as a temp worker. VS had never imagined that the chief engineer would accept him so easily, but he took it as another opportunity to broaden his vision. Chapter 303 Expert. The situation on and above the glowing planet had deteriorated enormously in the past week. Gansel Larkin's son spent more time in space than in the fleet carrier. Everyone only caught 4 to 5 standard hours of sleep, and some didn't even bother going to bed. Right now, the Volari Starhawks battled a large fleet of unknowns who didn't consider the Mech Corps to be an obstacle. Unlike the other pirate fleets who constantly tried to maneuver around their forces, this strange group of carriers and space-borne mechs boldly tried to bulldoze through the Starhawks. Who are these guys? I don't recognize any of their models. They're exiles from another star sector. Old Man Alex replied as he endured another barrage of lasers in front of Ganso's Vedres. All kinds of scum are attracted to the frontier. These fellows must have come to our star sector to excavate some treasures before they decided to go for the glowing planet instead. In truth, the Volari Starhawks outnumbered the unknowns, but the invaders obviously consisted of some elite force. Much of their mechs turned out to be second class and possessed a distinctive edge against the cheaper mechs used by the Mech Corps. If not for their excellent training and coordination, they would have been smashed to pieces by the foreign mechs. Watch out for those orange-striped mechs, Lieutenant Fairfax warned. They've shaken off our elites and are heading in our way. Ganso quietly cursed the foreigners. Why did everyone want to stick their fingers into the pie that represented the glowing planet? Was a planet's worth of junk exotics that much worth the effort? The Volari Starhawks learned quickly not to underestimate the orange-striped mechs among the foreigners. Besides being better quality mechs that boasted significantly higher specs, their pilots all appeared to be advanced pilots that had reached their upper limits. Even though they lacked the deterrence of an expert pilot, so many elites gathered into a single squad could affect the course of the entire battle. Ganso! Focus on their rifleman mechs! Suppress them as best as you can. On it! The battle had turned into a wild battle for speed and maneuverability, which made it hard to secure a kill. The incoming enemies approached Ganso's squad with so much acceleration that his Vedres only scored some glancing blows with its laser rifle. They're circling around us! Instead of clashing head-on against Fairfax's squad, the orange-striped elites took up a wide orbit around them. Ganso kept firing calmly despite his disadvantageous position. The frequent skirmishes he'd been through beforehand had polished his instincts to the point where he scrubbed any clues that he'd once been a rookie. They've got more riflemen mechs than us. I can hardly hold my ground here, Alex yelled over the comm as his space knight took an increasingly more severe beating. We should bring the fight to them. Ganso agreed with his squad mate. Alex is right, Lieutenant. Please give us the order to engage. His Vedras rapidly accumulated heat as its rifle spat out beam after beam. Most of them ended up splashing ineffectually against his opponent's superior armor. It took sustained hits on the same location to do lasting damage. In a battle with such speeds, Ganso found it impossible to accomplish such a tall order. His beam often splashed all over the place. Any pilot whose mech got hit would instantly juke in a spin or in a different direction. The more surface the laser beam affected, the shallower the mark it left on the armor. Captain Rinsel and her men are on the way. Just hold out for 10 more minutes. As he fired another ineffectual laser beam, Ganso glanced at the proximity map and noted 10 incoming friendlies approaching from below. Everyone on the squad cheered at the thought of being reinforced. These elites had been hammering their rifles at their mechs. They wouldn't last more than a minute at this rate. Alert! High energy emission detected. Incoming comet! That's not a comet, that's a mech. A bright blue-white flare approached the section of space where Ganso and his comrades fought against the foreigners. Their collective sensor readings quickly resolved the incoming contact as an unknown mech of a unique design. One thing stood out the rest. It outputted as much energy as 5 heavy mechs. Oh mother! We've kicked the hornet's nest! Alex exclaimed. He's coming straight for us. The comet-like mech crashed straight towards Alex's mech. Its extreme relative speed hardly allowed anyone else to respond to its appearance in time. Ganso narrowly engaged his mech's flight systems to back up, just in time to evade a narrow glowing stripe that passed just in front. While the comet mech darted away, the space knight that had always stood by Ganso's side suddenly parted in half from the waist before exploding in a violent conflagration. No! Ganso yelled as he couldn't believe how fast his partner's space knight had been killed. Alex! Old man Alex didn't have the time eject. His odds of survival was nil. Captain Rinsel's squad suddenly stopped and turned around. Fairfax! Disengage right now! You just got hit by an expert pilot! He's turning around for another pass! Everyone panicked when they heard they faced an expert mech. Lieutenant Fairfax swiftly ordered everyone to split up and flee in separate directions. Even with Alex's mech, the entire squad stood no chance of surviving against a single expert pilot. Arg! I'm ejecting! One of their squadmates had to eject because the foreigners that had continued to circle around them took advantage of their loss of cohesion. The orange-striped elites had shifted their aim so smoothly that Ganso suspected that they must have practiced this tactic. He's here! This time, the expert mechs slashed 2 of their mechs in quick succession. Only one of their squad mates ejected in time. The other perished when his mech blew up. Ganso felt immense pressure to eject, but he held back due to the obligation to bring back his machine intact. The mech corps took a dim view on those who wasted their expensive war material. He continued to pray that the expert pilot wouldn't target him next. In the next couple of minutes, the expert pilot targeted their reinforcements. Captain Rinsel feebly tried to resist, but eventually had to eject. Just when Ganso thought he made it away, the expert pilot curved his high-speed trajectory in a straight path towards his Vedras. He's on to you, Ganso! Eject already! You don't stand a chance against this expert! Ganso didn't want to abandon his mech so soon. Even if his fellow Starhawks wouldn't blame him for the early ejection, it still would have left a stain in his heart. As a mech pilot born to the cause, the last thing he could tolerate was to carry a brand of shame. Such a shame had a high chance of affecting his potential advancement to expert pilot. The Vedras threw all caution to the wind and fired beam after beam at the swift and relentless expert mech. No matter what tricks Ganso pulled off, the expert pilot dodged his aim again and again. It was as if the expert read his mind. Even then, Ganso never gave up his attempt to land a single hit. He even increased his rifle's rate of fire to a ruinous level. Even if he stopped firing right now, both his mech and his rifle had been ruined irrevocably. Ganso didn't care. His mind sublimated during the brief interval as the expert mech came closer and closer. He vented his grief for losing Alex and his fellow squad members through his weapon. Each laser that struck out into the vacuum of space was another defiant scream to the unfairness of facing an expert pilot without support. Come on! I need a hit! Just one hit! In the final 3 seconds, Ganso had become so fired up that his mind momentarily breached an invisible barrier. At that moment, a spark of flame exploded within him that guided his aim towards another direction. His laser only scorched the expert mech for 0.15 seconds. The incredibly skilled expert swiftly adjusted his course before the laser could even begin to burn away the outer coating. Pull out! This time, Ganso listened to the communication channel. He sent out a mental command which instantly disconnected the cockpit from the rest of the mech. The sudden loss of connection jarred Ganso sufficiently that he didn't witness his cockpit escaping from the mech in time for the expert pilot to slash through the rest of the frame in a single slash. Instead, as soon as he recovered, he laughed. Ha ha! I scored a hit! I scored a single hit! As his cockpit flung away from the battle and followed an arcing course to the rear lines of the Starhawk fleet, Ganso laughed and cried at the same time. He laughed for surviving an encounter against a dread expert pilot, and he cried for the friends he would never be able to see again. Damn this glowing planet! It would have done this galaxy a favor if it came across a black hole and disappeared beyond its event horizon. Battles erupted across the entire orbit of the glowing planet. The Vesians had also been hard-pressed to hold back as many pirates as possible. In the meantime, hordes of pirates and mercenaries slipped through the gaps and descended to the surface of the glowing planet. Battle raged throughout the airless skies above the rogue planet. The pirates fought against the mercenaries fought against the military fought against the pirates, and the pirates fought among themselves. Infighting was rife even among allies in the same fleet. It only took a couple of stray shots to splash against a nominal allied outfit to provoke a brawl. Even the pirate lords that browbeat the small outfits together couldn't alleviate the constantly rising tempers. Broken mechs and chunks of spaceships kept descending from above in regular numbers. Back at the base erected by Walter's whalers, their turrets sporadically fired at an incoming artificial meteorite from above. Sometimes, even the riflemen and cannoneer mechs had to lend a hand in order to break apart a particularly large piece of spaceship debris. Still, that was child's play compared to the incoming pirates. Sometimes, elements of a pirate fleet got so confused that they lost their course and landed somewhere close to the red zone occupied by the mech corps. Any mech carriers that landed in the vicinity of the Blood Claws and the whalers had to be destroyed before they could get away. "You've improved!" Fada complimented Riella as she swiped the head off a pirate mech in a single blow. "It was just last week when you could barely hold on against a single pirate." "That scum was an elite!" Riella spat back as her Sliverath danced around the disarrayed pirate mechs with as much grace as the Blackbeak. The two made for an intimidating pair, and together with Dietrich's long-range support they developed a practiced routine. "I'm hungry. I hadn't been able to eat my lunch all day. Let's wipe these bastards out fast before I starve to death." The mechs aligned to the Bright Republic fought without holding anything back. Ever since VS submitted his undercharged energy cell designs, every mech received the new energy cells. While the mech pilots faced a couple of complications due to their lower capacity and unstable energy supply, they all sighed in relief because they wouldn't get blown up anymore. Naturally, such a momentous development couldn't be kept to themselves. The Mech Legion somehow got a hold of the designs and began producing their own replacement energy cells. Some of the other well-connected factions, such as the Dragons of the Void, followed suit. This had divided the forces on the planet in three. First came the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion, who had fully converted their energy cells to the safer designs. Second were the poorer pirate outfits and mercenary corps, who didn't possess enough connections to get their hands on the valuable designs for the safer energy cells. Third were the incoming pirates, mercenaries, and treasure hunters who just descended upon the planet. Since they hadn't been subjected to the surface energy fields for long, their energy cells hadn't developed an overcharge yet. This would change in the next couple of days, but until then they swaggered around their landing sites, provoking trouble wherever they went. Thus, the Blood Claws and the Whalers constantly had to fight the smaller outfits, while the Mech Corps mopped up the largest concentration of scum. After fighting multiple battles, everyone started to feel the strain. Chapter 304 Best Intentions. Countless mechs had been deployed to the surface of the glowing planet. Of all the different models, certain ones stood out from the rest. For example, take the Havalax. Dumont's debut design might not be the most valiant offensive knight, but some mercenaries didn't care about the bad reputation it had acquired as long as they received enough discounts. They brought their newly purchased mechs to the glowing planet and expected to dominate in any close-ranged engagements. What they actually experienced was nothing of the sort. "This is ridiculous. How come it's run out of energy so quickly?" One mercenary cursed as his mech switched to ultra-low power consumption mode after all of its energy cells had been drained. "These new undercharged energy cells are so stupid. How can I keep running my mech with just 30% of its previous capacity?" Some of his colleagues laughed over the communication channel. "Serves you right. I told you so that you'd regret spending the company credits on the Havalax. Even with normal energy cells, it can't even last a single duel." To be fair to the Havalax, the duel had been something of an anomaly. The Havalax should easily be able to last half a standard day at normal power consumption. However, such a meager amount of operating time wasn't as impressive as other mechs who would easily be able to last an entire day without replenishing their energy cells. "This thing is a giant trap. It's great in a battle, but it's awful everywhere else. I'm going to put it up for sale as soon we get back." While the couple of Havalax pilots grumbled about the poor performance of its design on the glowing planet, the pilots of the Black Beak enjoyed their greatest moments. As one of the few fuel-based mechs on this planet, they faced very little risks from the start. The constant skirmishes and occasional long-range raids also helped the Black Beak fit in. The handful of mercs who piloted the exclusive gold-label Black Beaks all performed above and beyond their usual standard. For example, on a desolate field of crags and low rocks, 10 pirate mechs were frantically running away. One might expect those 10 mechs to be chased by a squad or platoon of mechs, but in actuality only a single Black Beak hounded them from behind. "This monster! Why won't he give up?" a pirate moaned. "Come on, run faster!" None of the pirates seemed to suggest they turn around and gang up on the Black Beak. They already tried that, only to get demolished one by one. "Let's split up. He'll hunt us down one by one. Are you kidding? He'll only be able to kill a couple of us before he loses track. Let's do it!" The pirate mech split up in different directions. Rather than bewilder the Black Beak, it stopped holding back and put more power into its durable engine. As far as its pilot was concerned, the pirates had consigned themselves to death by ceasing to move in a cohesive formation. The Black Beak hunted down the mechs like a cat chasing after a pack of mice. "Keep running, you little rats! Even if you get away, you won't be able to supply your mechs." Besides the handful of gold-label Black Beaks on the glowing planet, the silver and bronze label versions also acquitted themselves well. During the time when the undercharged energy cells hadn't been developed yet, they took the lead in defending the bases. Their strong, stable, and exemplary performance had elevated their reputation to the point where most night mech pilots yearned to obtain their own copies. Many mech designs developed in recent years hadn't been tested in large-scale campaigns. The glowing planet served as a crucible where the best and most robust designs gained an edge over those which featured too many superfluous elements. Major factions such as the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion collected all of the data to perform analyses and add to the public record of each individual model. The highly encouraging real space performance data of the Black Beak gave the LMC an unexpected boost. Sales of the bronze label model fabricated by EMI, which had flagged in recent times, suddenly surged as the mech industry gained a new appreciation of its tough and enduring design. The LMC enjoyed brisk sales as well. Along with a concerted marketing push, the Black Beak had been pushed to the forefront of recognition. Silver label Black Beaks became a hot item to well-off customers, so much so that Marcella started selling them by batches, which the LMC's small workshops struggled to fulfill. As the CEO of the LMC, Jake Alton often visited Marcella's brokerage for business. Currently, they moved to an upscale restaurant and enjoyed a luxurious meal. Even if the glowing planet's appearance is a disaster for the Republic, it's been a boon for the LMC. The Blackbeak's appeal is at an all-time high right now, I know. Marcella replied as she finished chewing an exotic meat dish. I don't even have to convince my customers to purchase a mech or two. Instead, I have to pull them back from placing too many orders. Both our bronze and silver label versions have a waiting list that's at least a half-year long. That represented an enormous amount of revenue. While both of them had much to celebrate for accumulating so many orders, none of them adopted satisfied expressions. Jake stopped beating around the bush. We don't have enough production capacity. Everyone in the company is aware of how much revenue we're missing out. Customers who have been hoping to purchase a Black Beak are being discouraged by how much we've raised our prices and how many other customers are waiting for their own copies. Why are you bringing up this topic? She asked with suspicion. Both the EME and LMC are producing your designs as fast as they can. Neither of them are in a position to expand their production lines any further. The EME still has to pay back their debts while your company is just starting to break the ground on your new manufacturing complex. There's still another solution. You want to contract another mech manufacturer. Marcella stated. Exactly. Benjamin Larkin's son approves of the idea. The rest of the board is behind the plan. As long as you agree, we'll have unanimous approval to extend a special licensing contract to Vaughn Industrial. I recall that VS once visited their impressive factory complex and didn't come out impressed. He won't like it if anyone else than EME gets to produce the bronze label Black Beaks. Jake helplessly spread his palms. Well, he's not here to object, is he? Instead, he ran off to the glowing planet to mine some expensive rocks. At the very least, our decision here will teach him not to pursue his whims and go harrying off into danger. It all seemed dirty to Marcella. She knew VS always prioritized his reputation and hated losing control over the distribution of his products. Yet she wasn't unaccustomed to getting her hands dirty. As Jake had said, VS only had himself to blame for being unable to stop a necessary decision to maximize the profits of his company. Consider me on board to your plan. I own 5% of the LMC's shares, after all. The more the company earns, the better off I'll be. I can guess the Larkinson estate is also eyeing the benefits. This conspiracy couldn't have gotten off without the express approval of V's grandfather. Much of the higher management of the LMC consisted of retainers nurtured by the Larkin sons. Even if they worked for VS, they still owed their loyalty to the organization that nurtured them from young. Even if the LMC didn't issue any dividends as of yet, the Larkin son estate still benefited enormously in other ways if the company earned record profits. With the war about to come into full swing, the estate always had a need for more money. That was the time when the Mech Corps spent money like water, and often had to go into debt. It wasn't unheard of for well-to-do families like the Larkin sons to contribute to the war effort in exchange for better treatment for their relatives serving in the front. Even if VS objects, he shouldn't forget his roots, Jake decisively said as he began to eat his dessert. Besides, Vaughn Industrial is an excellent partner to work with. Their production facilities are top-notch, and they haven't made any excessive demands. They're willing to pay a bit more fees now that the success of the Black Beak is set in stone. Both of them discussed the matter as if they had the best intentions at heart. As for VS, he remained ignorant of the proactive decisions made behind his back. Instead, He blissfully spent his days aboard the gregarious Wrath. Chief Petrisk granted him a fair amount of liberties, as if he didn't have a care in the galaxy if VS attempted to sabotage the giant tunneler. It didn't make a difference anyway. With the amount of monitoring going on, VS would never be able to hide any suspicious activities unless he activated his privacy shield. Not that he wanted to. The gregarious Wrath's journey to the center of the glowing planet had to go well for VS to complete his mission. He did all he could to lend his expertise to the many problems facing the enormous tunneling machine. It turned out that the energy fields constantly destabilized the Wrath. Countless systems relied on each other to ensure the smooth function of the tunneler. If one system got knocked out, that didn't mean the Wrath would stop. However, the systems depending on the functions of that knocked-out systems might malfunction, which eventually led to a chain reaction of errors that eventually forced the tunneler to a stop. Thus, Chief Petrisk prioritized plugging each and every gap as soon as they formed. VS joined one of the troubleshooting teams and began to go back and forth along the Wrath's lengthy hull to fix various issues. Most problems sounded a little inane. For example, one time a cooling fluid storage tank suddenly burst because the fluid abruptly expanded. The entire mess fouled up the compartment and locked up the other storage tanks. It didn't take too much effort to clean up the mess, but the engineers puzzled over what had caused the expansion and how they could prevent the cooling fluid from going haywire again. Another problem was that certain alloys degraded as if they'd been rusting in corrosive waters for decades. This didn't matter too much if it came to a table or wall panel, but if the component happened to be part of a primary power channel, then the entire forward half of the Wrath might shut off. It was the job of the troubleshooting teams to solve these problems before they grew into something big. While VS felt like a fish out of water concerning the workings of a massive ship-sized tunneler, his excellent foundation in various fields of science allowed him to suggest workable solutions to the problems at hand. Look, why are we holding this portion up with an alloy support structure? It's overkill in my eyes. We all know that certain exotic alloys are reacting badly in the presence of all of these energy fields. I think we shouldn't shy away from replacing these alloy structures with plastic composites. If this was a mech, I wouldn't be satisfied with this slapdash fix. Everyone can tell this replacement part will break down the next day. Rather than return each day to perform the same repairs, why not overhaul this entire section? Let me sketch out my suggestion for a durable structure. Several days went by as the gregarious Wrath continued to overcome new challenges every day. With thousands of crew members on board, the tunneler had an abundant amount of talent to draw on to ensure her continued operation. Even if she encountered another obstacle, someone would eventually come up with a solution to get the tunneler back on course. After more than 2 weeks of tunneling, the Wrath finally stumbled upon the edge of the outer core of the glowing planet. Chapter 305 Bone. The Mech Corps didn't have much time left before their 70-day deadline came to pass. The gregarious Wrath took much more time to breach the outer core of the glowing planet. Thus, the military moved very quickly to confirm they reached the periphery of their goal. From the outside, the outer portion of the core glowing in bright green. It consisted of a virtually single gigantic mass of growing green junk exotics with just a tiny speck of extremely rare exotic material interspersed in between. Sadly for VS, none of the trace exotics happened to be the substance the system sought for. Even if a single gram of certain exotics could be sold for 10 billion credits in the open market, none of them possessed any traits that could truly make the impossible into reality. So this isn't the right substance either, huh? VS threw away the latest sample excavated from the core. After it bounced on the deck, it ended up in the clutches of Lucky, who eagerly began to devour it. The cat had been in bliss ever since they breached the core. Chief Petrisk oversaw the maintenance of the gregarious Wrath's drill components. After burrowing thousands of kilometers into the ground, the drill urgently required maintenance. VS had nothing to do at this time because he'd do more harm than good if he involved himself with drills. This is boring. When are we going to go deeper into the core? The Wrath will move forward as soon as we know the core won't ruin it. The deeper we go, the denser the bedrock. We need to replace the regular drills with more expensive ones if we want to make any progress. An engineer replied besides him. It's strange how most of the energy fields disappeared at this depth. It's as if the core is isolating us from the exotics up above. Unlike other planets, particularly life-bearing ones, the glowing planet didn't feature magma or any form of liquids. After the planet's formation and its exile from its original star system, the magma had slowly cooled until it became fully solid. This gave the planet enough time to sink all of its heavier materials to the core of the planet. The ore that the system demanded from VS should also be found close to these depths. It would be impossible to reach the exact center with today's technology, but hopefully they'd reach close enough to start encountering the desired material. More tunneling and mining machines will arrive very soon to lend a hand. The core is largely uniform, but if we're lucky we might come across an easier side path. This entire planet is weird, so who knows what's down there. We're also short on time, VS added. We only have less than 20 days to wrap up this expedition. While he had faith that the Mech core would be able to hang on to the red zone, he had less faith in their ability to approach the inner core and reach the truly valuable substances that rested so deep. All of this was pretty much out of his expertise, so VS had no choice but to stand aside and let the experts do their jobs. He left the labs where the ores were analyzed after a time. Lucky didn't want to go, but the cat hadn't been allowed to roam on his own. Stop being fussy. We still have plenty more days for you to chew on some ores. Even as his cat yowled in protest, he carried Lucky back to his bunk and threw him on top of the bed. VS followed suit and rested on its comfy surface while he rubbed his stomach. Due to the unknown shielding effect, all of the energy fields no longer tried to disturb his body and his delicate internal energy cycle. Over the past weeks, his body somehow accumulated what it had lost from the ghost. VS hadn't expected his internal energy cycle to bounce back so fast. He wondered where the energy came from in the first place. It would be too banal if it comes from my food. I don't take enough nutrients to account for so much energy. Perhaps his body absorbed it from the energy fields, or perhaps he drew it from some abstract dimension. Whatever the case, his body regained the same pros and cons as before. His strength increased to an unrealistic level, while his body risked getting blown up if his energy cycle ever went haywire. He even half hoped the ghost returned to siphon away the excess energy. VS deliberately found reasons to be alone, but his mother never came. What a neglectful parent! He sighed. VS looked forward to leaving this cursed planet. Humanity would never thrive upon such an active and chaotic planet. The alien species that took to such planets as easy as drinking water must be extremely formidable. Still, it hadn't prevented most species from getting bulldozed or chased away by the human race during the Age of Conquest. Well, we're in the Age of Mechs now. We don't have the numbers to fuel a further expansion into the rest of the galaxy. We're already spread thin in the star sectors we've claimed. Much of the empty and poorly explored territories inside human space hid buried treasures. Treasure hunters didn't have to leave for the frontier to score big. Even at the galactic center, many new stars came into being. All kinds of stellar activity generated an uncountable amount of exotics at the heart of the galactic center. Despite the hazards of living in such active regions, they generated an enormous amount of riches. On the other hand, the Komodo star sector was so far away removed from those lucrative regions that it had to excavate the leftovers that drifted to the galactic rim. The glowing planet was just a little more exceptional than anything else that came to the Komodo star sector. While VS slowly drifted off into sleep, a sudden thrum ran over his body. His energy cycle received a severe shock which prodded him back to wakefulness. What's that? Even Lucky jumped up from his slumber at the foot of the bed. The cat arched his back as if he faced a giant dog. Both of them sensed something amiss just then. VS hadn't imagined the jarring sensations. After a couple more minutes of waiting, he let down his guard. Something's up. Anything that can spook the both of us isn't normal. VS freshened himself up and left his bunk. He headed down to engineering, only to encounter a flurry of activity. VS found an engineer he became familiar with and asked what was going on. Didn't you hear? We've found 3 milligrams of Rorica's bone. The significance of that news hadn't set in on VS. What's Rorica's bone? It's the entire reason we dug so far. Don't you know how priceless Rorica's bone is? It can't even be expressed in credits. The Mech Trade Association has an insatiable demand for Rorica's bone. It's said that it's an essential ingredient to make cutting-edge mechs. Now VS understood all of the excitement. Any material that was valuable enough to be used in the best mechs of the galaxy should be extremely exceptional. As VS left the engineering bay and headed for the labs, he flicked open his comm and read up on Rorica's bone in the Gregarious Wrath's internal database. It only contained a brief entry on the material. Much of it had been redacted, and VS didn't possess the necessary clearance to know any more. What he did learn was enough. As a material referred to as a bone, the exotic substance formed an essential part in constructing a durable internal frame. Besides granting the skeleton of a mech an unheard amount of durability. The most amazing property of Rorica's bone was that it drew in heat and used that energy to self-repair itself. The entire concept seemed unreal to VS. So it's actually possible to make a self-repairing mech. Incorporating Rorica's bone onto other components also granted them the ability to repair itself. Obviously, there were limits to this ability, but it granted mechs an unheard amount of endurance. Even if the cutting-edge mechs became lost, its ace pilots would still be able to survive with the help of his constantly replenishing mech. Learning about these traits made VS suspect something about the system. Is it damaged? Certainly, Rorica's bone didn't offer anything unique. Many other extremely valuable exotics offered the same amount of increase in toughness. When VS reached the lab, he got a distant glimpse of the so-called bone. It was just a tiny grain suspended in a vacuum chamber as the scientists performed all kinds of tests. One of the scientists summed up their findings. According to our analysis, this is a low-grade Rorica's bone. It's lost its potency over billions of years of separation. While it's still a valuable specimen, the MTA won't get much use out of it. However, its presence proves that there should be larger samples of Rorica's bone buried deeper within the core. That satisfied the officers who had been sent to He Labs to take stock of the latest find. The Mech Corps would definitely intensify their efforts to dig deeper into the core. Rorica's bone was an amazingly dense material, so it would have sunk down deep into the center of the glowing planet at the beginning of its formation when much of its volume consisted of magma. VS approached the group of officers and made his presence known. I hope to be informed whenever you've made another major find. Don't forget that my master has already called dibs on the first major chunk of Rorica's bone. The scientists nodded, but the officers didn't seem so pleased. One of them stepped forward. The Mech Corps needs all it can get. Everything you see here and everything we've achieved so far is accomplished on our own. As far as I'm concerned, the coalition can wait in line. As much as VS sympathized for his home state, he wasn't willing to sacrifice his own interests. The system demanded for its pound of flesh, and VS could only cut it out from his own body if he couldn't present a fat pig. VS continued the pretense that he was here on behalf of the coalition. I would hope that you understand how severe your words may sound. Don't forget that the only reason we're allowed to scramble in the dirt is because the coalition has granted us 70 days to do as we wish. If they wanted to, they could have come within a month. He hit a good point. As much as the officer wanted to stand up for the Mech Corps, he didn't dare speak ill of the coalition in public. If someone recorded his words and spread them onto the galactic net, he'd be booted from the service in an instant. Come on, sir. We have business to attend. Another officer gestured the man. They all moved away. That's very brave of you, Mr. Larkin's son. A metallurgist casually spoke. Was it really necessary for you to remind them of their obligations? It was. I have my mission and they have theirs. Mine just happened to supersede theirs. The Komodo Star sector belongs to the Coalition and the Hegemony. The Bright Republic is just a tiny fish that swims in the same pond as the sharks. We should do everything we can to prevent the predators from eating us. VS didn't like these words, but he had to in order to keep up the pretense. He knew the Mech Corps would benefit enormously if they retained every piece of Rorica's bone they dug up from the core. He hated that the system forced him to divide his loyalties. This incident reminded him that the mech designer system never owed any loyalty to the Republic. This wouldn't be the last time he'd have to choose between the system and everyone else. An alarm sounded out. Detecting anomalous movement. Chapter 306 Devourers. The gregarious wrath primarily functioned as a tunneler, but that did not describe the extent of her purpose. Many battles that took place on planets actually took place underground. While controlling the surface was important to control the local population and much of the smaller industries, the real jewels could be found at least a couple of kilometers underground. While this brought a lot of inconveniences, the huge barrier of soil formed the most formidable fortification against bombardment, raids, infiltration, and a host of other nasty consequences. The main reason why the LMC spent 500 million credits on their production complex was because VS wanted to create a giant underground fort. Considering the onset of war, such an extravagant precaution might definitely pay off. In any case, with the proliferation of underground bases, a means had to be developed to strike them. After all, even pirates used underground fortifications to hide or withstand against the wrath of the lawful authorities of the galaxy. Thus, VS learned why the gregarious wrath adopted such a strange and aggressive name, and why the Mech Corps maintained such a large and expensive machine. The wrath performed the role of siege breaker. As the anomalies neared the immobile tunneler, hatches opened up, allowing aerial mechs to emerge. Most of these mechs had their energy cells replaced by the undercharged variants that VS had developed, so none of the pilots showed any hesitancy in sorting out. Meanwhile, everybody inside the Wrath went to their action stations. VS had to leave the labs as well. As a guest, he should be returning to his bunk and hole up while the Mech Corps took care of the threat, but VS wasn't in a mood to hide. I still have those permissions given by Chief Petrisk. I'll probably be able to enter the engineering bay. VS resolutely found the nearest fast platform and stepped onto its surface. The platform instantly zipped away along a special track in the corridors. Many other crewmen had boarded the same kind of platforms in order to quickly traverse the entire length of the Wrath. His platform deposited him a couple of compartments away from the rear engineering bay. After going through another security checks, he finally entered it and found Chief Petrisk. The man occasionally issued orders while he kept his eye on a projected multi-pane interface that showed almost everything that happened inside and outside the Wrath. VS, I figured you'd be here. A Larkin's son never shies away from a fight. Come here and help me make sense of the readings. Glad that he hadn't been chased out, VS approached the command console and turned his attention to the proximity map. 25 mechs made up of the first wave. Without a better understanding of the incoming threats, the captain held back the other mechs. Also, the expanded tunnel around the Wrath didn't offer a lot of space anyway. The deck beneath VS rumbled a bit, and the reactors stationed at the center of the bay powered up. The Wrath slowly powered up her systems and started digging again. Why are we tunneling again? We need to make more room for our mechs to fight. Petrisk replied as he swiped his fingers across the projection, making adjustments on the fly. The tunnel we've made doesn't give our mechs a lot of room to maneuver, and the Wrath is vulnerable as well if she remains stuck like this. The Wrath slowly started to curve upwards. The recently deployed mechs followed in her wake. After making a deliberate course change, the Wrath now pointed upwards, leaving plenty of room for the mechs to meet the approaching signals coming from the core of the glowing planet. The signals are moving right through solid matter, VS noted quickly as he studied the plot. They're moving through both mundane and exotic materials like they don't exist. I don't think any machine made by man can do such a thing. Both of them came to the only conclusion possible. They're indigenous life forms. 3 strong signals burrowed through the core like it was made out of vacuum. VS tried to guess at their properties and wondered if they descended from the native wildlife that had once roamed the glowing planet when it still orbited around a star. As the 3 signals came closer, the Wrath's sensors resolved more data. VS found them to be difficult to parse. The sensors failed to detect any mass readings or pick up any vibrations that indicated the signals burrowed through the terrain. Yet the amount of energy they held should be enough to power 10 elite mechs. What kind of life forms are these? Whatever they are, they're heading straight for the gregarious Wrath. I think that says enough about their stance towards us. The galaxy spawned countless wonders throughout its 10 billion year history. Many strange and unusual life forms emerged from these unique conditions, and humanity had encountered billions of them during the Age of Conquest. Many times, these indigenous life forms seemed omnipotent, but they all fell in the end against the might of humanity's inexorable rise. No one on the Wrath feared the approaching indigenous aliens, even though they possessed enough energy to riddle the Wrath from inside out. As VS quietly tried to make sense of the increasingly detailed but incomprehensible readings, his mind inadvertently drifted back to the moments he met the ghost that wore his mother's face. They're energy life forms. They don't possess a material form. Chief Petrisk's face turned grim. He instantly sent off a message to the captain before he even tried to confirm the wild guess. If those are energy beings, then we're in a lot of trouble. Humanity encountered a handful of energy beings, whose existence in the material dimensions could only be sensed indirectly. It wasn't accurate to call them ghosts, but most laymen treated these intangible energy beings this way. That was because they couldn't be hurt by a laser or projectile. Swords and shields flew straight through their transparent forms, though sometimes they didn't even show any hint of their existence. These near or fully invisible creatures harvested countless of lives, mechs and ships before humanity finally found the key to repel their cheat-like existences. Do we have an expert pilot on board? VS asked with sharp eyes. We do. Venerable Stanton Drake is standing by to deploy. The only problem is that the mech technicians recently overhauled his fire worm. It's a highly complex aerial striker mech that uses up a lot of power. Standard energy cells won't meet its energy consumption, so the scientists have been trying to adapt your energy cells for expert mech designs. They only managed to do so a day ago. It's been weeks since I released those designs. It's taken them this long to develop a new energy cell? VS sounded exasperated. They should have consulted me. You know how the mech core works. Those scientists holed up in their research bases are pissed at you because you upstaged all of their efforts. They don't want to admit a single mech designer can trump over their collective smarts. Whatever the case, the mech technicians in charge of the fire worm raced against time to hammer the mech back together from its semi-disassembled state. So long as the Venerable didn't have access to a mech tailored to his talents, he wouldn't be able to display his full might. VS didn't offer to assist, since he would surely be rejected. He didn't possess the right clearance to work with highly sensitive expert mechs. These mechs cost many billions of credits to make and often incorporated some of the best technologies available to the Bright Republic. In any case, a dedicated team of mech designers and mech technicians always accompanied each expert mech. VS wouldn't be able to add anything unless he became more familiar with the fireworm's design. How much time do they need until the Venerable can deploy? 10 minutes. We have to hold out for at least 10 minutes. After several tense moments, the alien energy creatures finally emerged from the core. They appeared to be semi-corporeal, with a transparent green glowing body that evoked the image of an illusionary snake the size of 3 mechs stacked on top of each other. Most notably, the limbless creatures didn't possess any sensory organs. The only thing that distinguished its front from its back was the gaping toothless maw that possessed some sort of attractive force. When the mechs that escorted the Wrath finally opened fire, the energy snakes widened their incorporeal maws. Amazingly, every laser, shell, projectile, and missile sent in their way curved their trajectories until they ended up inside their maws, where they promptly disappeared. What happened? How can all of those projectiles disappear? The worms are glowing brighter. They're feeding off the incoming fire. The mech soon received orders to cease fire. After failing to make a dent through ranged fire, a few courageous melee mechs flew forward to meet the giant snakes in close combat. It quickly turned ugly for the mech core. The mechs hardly thrusted out their swords and spears before the snakes sped up and engulfed the mechs with their transparent bodies. This time, the mechs hadn't disappeared. The snakes passed through the mechs as if they passed through a paper-thin screen. They completely dismissed the mechs that suddenly halted their flights. After a few seconds of silence, the mechs lost all of their remaining power and dropped down to the core. The lighter gravity deep underground made the falls appear gentle, but no one knew whether the Mechs could still restore its systems or if their pilots were even alive. They devoured all of the energy inside those Mechs. They're energy eaters. Not only that, they can eat smaller solid substances as well. Chief Petrisk and the handful of men standing around him quickly summed up the traits of the energy snakes. Their existence couldn't be understood through a conventional lens. The abundant variety of exotics buried in the glowing planet spawned a bizarre form of life that brushed aside a well-equipped platoon of Mechs. They're still heading for the Wrath. Chief Petrisk couldn't take it any longer. He raised his comm and hailed the bridge. An interference field automatically sprung into being that prevented VS and any bystanders from eavesdropping on the conversation. Once the chief engineer finished the call, he issued an important order. Polarize the hull! The power reactors cranked up all of their power towards an intricate set of systems that caused the entire exterior of the Wrath to glow. The snakes halted their approach and curved around the gregarious Wrath's strange new condition. It worked! VS exclaimed. Don't celebrate too soon. The Wrath can't stay in this condition for long. It takes a ludicrous amount of energy to maintain this state. I'll be forced to pull the plug in less than 2 minutes. Polarization was a rare and underdeveloped technology in the Bright Republic. They expended so much energy that only their most important ships could be equipped with this option. Even if the Wrath possessed an abundant amount of energy sources, even those would be drained in record time if the tunneler had to maintain its polarization state. Right now, both sides waited patiently. The snakes somehow sensed that it took a lot of effort for the Wrath to keep up her polarization, while the crew aboard the Wrath tried to buy enough time for restore Venerable Drake's mech. Only an expert could save them from the Devourers yearning to drain them of their energies. Amazingly enough, despite the enormous power draw, the gregarious Wrath largely held up. Much of the repairs and preventive maintenance done to the tunneler had paid off. Only a couple of auxiliary systems malfunctioned as the Wrath strained to keep up its polarization state for 2 full minutes. How much longer until the fire worm is ready? VS asked. They need at least 4 more minutes. The mech technicians are already rushing their work as it is. That was far too much time. As the final seconds approached, everyone aboard the Wrath held their breaths. Eventually, a lot of indicators on the status pane sent out alarms, and Chief Petrisk reluctantly pulled the lever that shut off the polarization systems. The gregarious Wrath had dropped her defenses. The Devourers already reared up to fly right through her meter's thick hull. Chapter 307 Power of Resonance. Close to the final moment before the Devourers tore into the gregarious Wrath, VS gained a new idea. Chief! Can the dimensional smoothers be overloaded? Huh! The dimensional smoothers that protect us from wrinkles in space-time. Can their power be cranked up any further? It's not that simple. The chief shook his head. We borrowed them from the MTA under punishing conditions. If we damage them in any way, there's hell to pay. Well, the energy snakes are about to breach inside the Wrath, so I hardly think this is the time to hold back. The chief faced a lot of pressure with this decision. The Devourers wouldn't give him enough time to discuss the option with the captain. His eyes hardened as he decisively took action. His fingers brushed across a couple of options in the projected panel. Let's see what happens if we dial the power up to a 150%. As soon as the dimensional boosters received an influx of excess power, they reacted by emitting vastly empowered restrictive fields. The 3-dimensional smoothers placed along the length of the Wrath ensured the entire tunneler became covered in this enhanced fields. As the snakes finally reared forward, they bumped headlong into the newly empowered field. While they initially kept flying forward, the snakes quickly halted as their bodies warped out of shape. It's working! Petrisk shouted with awe. How did you know that would work? The Devourers look like they have 1 foot in the material dimensions and another foot in the other dimensions. I figure they are existences that straddle both sides in order to take advantage of their best parts. This kind of semi-corporeal state can only be maintained if there aren't any barriers between the material dimensions and the upper dimensions. In truth, VS had been thinking of a way to fight back against his mother if she ever appeared before him again. All those hours of brainstorming eventually produced results, of which VS applied one of them. The success of his measure strengthened his confidence against the ghost. Perhaps his next encounter with his mother wouldn't turn out to be one-sided. The snakes exhibited signs of deep discomfort. Whatever the dimensional smoothers did to solidify the local space, the devourers deeply behaved as if they got scalded by hot water. Only after they shifted back a fair distance did their bodies stop looking like they would fall apart. "How long can the dimensional smoothers hold?" VS asked. "Not long. They have inbuilt safeties that will forcefully regulate their power intake after 45 seconds. That's not long enough. At least you bought us some time. It's all in the hands of the mech technicians that are putting back the fire worm together." VS had no more rabbits to pull out of his hat. Any other measure he could suggest wouldn't work due to a lack of means. Even his impromptu suggestion to overload the dimensional smoothers had been a fluke, as he knew almost nothing about their properties. As the seconds passed, the crew of the Wrath prepared for a ruinous outcome. Chief Petrisk ordered the emergency deactivation of all but one of the power reactors, thereby forcing the tunneler to a halt. 10 more seconds to go. Sweat poured from VS as he readied his own countermeasures. He made sure that Lucky stayed nearby. Before holding his fingers atop his comm, he would instantly activate his stealth module as soon as one of the snakes emerged in the engineering bay. Suddenly, the status projection sent out an audible ping. "The fire worm is ready! Venerable Drake has lifted off!" Through a hidden hatch at the rear of the Wrath, a colorful orange mech emerged into the tunnel. VS scoured his eyes over the frame of the mech and noted that it could only be the fire worm. The mech appeared to be an aerial striker, though it actually wielded a combination of laser rifles and flamethrowers embedded in its arms. Forces primarily utilized such mechs to harass the rear lines of their enemies and disrupt their supply lines. Only rarely would any force employ aerial strikers in a frontal clash. Aerial strikers don't have the room to accommodate both their lasers, flamethrowers, and flight systems. It takes too much energy and fuel to feed all of these systems, VS mused. However, the rules didn't apply to expert mechs. As long as a designer applied sufficiently advanced technology, all of those limits could be overcome. Naturally, these benefits always came at a ruinous cost. The Mech Corps could only afford to provide these treatment to their rare and valuable expert mech pilots. VS always dreamed of designing a tailored expert mech for one of the venerables of the Republic. Now, he'd be able to witness one of those mechs in action. Despite weighing as much as a medium mech, the fire worm accelerated at a rate on par with a light mech. The lighter gravity helped somewhat, but the model's incredibly powerful systems enabled it to surpass ordinary limits without any strain. It took seconds for Venerable Drake to reach the closest devourer. Chief Petrisk already ceased overloading the dimensional smoothers, so the devourers quickly recovered from their momentary discomfort. At the fireworm's approach, the devourer appeared to be alert. Somehow, it detected a high level of energy from the approaching machine. The ethereal snake faced the fireworm with a gaping maw, ready to absorb anything it threw in its way. The fireworm didn't play by its rules. Venerable Drake held back his fire and flew his mech past the maw in an arcing path. Only after his mech turned around did he open fire. His bulky, sophisticated rifle spat out a trio of thick laser beams. They converged upon a single point on the devourer's surface. Ordinarily, such a mighty convergence would have vaporized any mech in the way, but the lasers passed through the body of the snake without any effect. While the snake kept turning around to face the fireworm, Venerable Drake kept circling around the bewildered devourer while trying to avoid the swiping passes of its two companions. The fireworm tried a few different configurations, but none of the lasers left a mark on the snakes. It looked like the expert mech pilot had to employ his full strength to tackle this alien menace. The fireworm's exterior started to glow red as some of its components started to resonate with some unknown influence. Its armor radiated so much energy and heat that VS had an illusion that the fireworm caught fire. The Venerable is getting serious now. The main difference between an advanced mech pilot and an expert mech pilot was that the latter had broken through the limits posed by their genetics. A good genetic aptitude only provided potentates with a decent start. Once they reached the pinnacle of advanced mech pilot, they had to evolve beyond the parameters holding back the human race from gaining as much might as the pinnacle alien races in the galaxy. Even 400 years after the start of the Age of Mechs, humanity couldn't explain how expert pilots came to be. VS himself only knew of a couple of traits that empowered them beyond baseline humans. The most important of which was that expert mech pilots gained the ability to resonate with exotics. Most exotic materials actually didn't react very strongly to an expert mech pilot's, but a small portion actually reacted very strongly when an expert mech pilot made a connection to those materials. This enabled them to bring out the dormant potential hidden deep within these exotics and perform various miracles that often seem like magic. The galactic net was rife with battle recordings where renowned experts pulled off feats such as teleportation and duplication. One all-time popular battle recording even showed a single battle in space where over 100 space-borne mechs fired their rifles at a motionless expert mech. They thought the expert mech had somehow lost power. They were wrong. The expert mech woke up just before they pulled their triggers and began to glow in purple. Mystical lines ran through its frame as a concave field came into being. By the time the lasers and projectiles reached the expert mech, they stopped and curved around as if they orbited a planet. The attacking mechs quickly got torn down by their own fire. Such incredible feats had elevated expert mech pilots to the forefront of human society, even if they didn't show up in public that much. The more they showed off their talents, the easier it was for their enemies to develop countermeasures. Right now, Venerable Drake had no such concerns. The fireworm's glow reached an apex, whereby the energy transferred to the bulky rifle in its arms. A module on rifle glowed resplendently white before the rifle spat out 3 white-hot beams that carried special qualities. This time, the lasers struck the hapless devourer and carved out a burning hole in his body. The energy snake reared back as if it had almost been decapitated. With surprising speed, the wounded devourer flew back, but the beams kept pumping more hurt into its body. The rifle eventually dimmed after 2 full seconds, but by that time the devourer stopped moving. He did it! He killed the creature! Hope bloomed among the crew. Even though the fireworm expended a significant amount of energy to kill off that snake, only 2 more creatures remained. Despite the initial success, Chief Petrisk held back his smile. VS noted the chief's reticence. You don't believe Venerable Drake can do it? He's not a high-tier expert pilot. The Venerable deserves respect for reaching a realm that most can only dream of, but he can only fight on 1 to 10 odds. Even expert mech pilots could be classified in tiers. Newer expert pilots could generally beat 10 mech pilots at once if they all piloted the same mechs. Those that made a lot of progress in practicing their abilities eventually reached the point where a single expert could beat 100 mechs at once, but only if they piloted a mech tailored to their talents. While Venerable Drake piloted a fitting mech, he hadn't gained enough time to become a top-tier expert pilot. Still, the expert didn't flinch from his duty. The fireworm turned around to face the 2 devourers that had become enraged at their companion's death. Their speed grew to the point where the fireworm wouldn't be able to outrace the alien creatures. In response, Venerable Drake resonated with his mech again. The fireworm regained its energetic glow, but this time it acquired a scarlet tint. The mech calmly holstered the rifle onto its back before extending its two arms. The two devourers tried to be clever and split up to attack the fireworm from both sides. Venerable Drake therefore responded by aiming the muzzles of his mech's flamethrowers in their direction. As soon as the devourers came within effective range, the energy converged into the wrists where the muzzles of the flamethrowers rested. Then they spat out fire. Two humongous gouts of flame extended more than 100 meters from the flamethrowers. Even an entire corvette would be enveloped by the gigantic scarlet flames. Once the flamethrowers ceased their operation, the flames died out, leaving nothing but broken creatures in their wake. The snakes slowly drifted down to the core now that their semi-corporeal bodily functions stopped working. The fireworm massacred the energy life forms with contemptuous ease. Inside the engineering bay, Chief Petrisk sighed in relief. It's a good thing those indigenous life forms don't seem all that strong. They can be killed as long as we have the right tools. With Venerable Drake and his fireworm on standby, the gregarious Wrath wouldn't have to worry about being beset by the strange creatures. The journey to the center of the glowing planet was back on track. Chapter 308 Attrition. The sight of an expert pilot in action greatly inspired VS. Though he'd seen plenty of archival footage and exaggerated drama depictions of expert mechs, seeing one so close and in such detail exhilarated him like nothing else. Nevertheless, VS would never have the opportunity to design an expert mech anytime soon. The development of each mech relied on restricted technologies with regards to integrating resonating exotics into various components. For example, at a minimum, the fireworm's armor, power reactor, energy cells and internal architecture had received massive enhancements in order to channel so much energy at once. VS had no clue how to go about designing a mech that could accomplish a fraction of what the fireworm exhibited. In the mech industry, anyone who wanted to design a customized mech for an expert pilot had to be a journeyman mech designer at a minimum. In practice, senior mech designers always took charge over the development of expert mechs. The difficulty of nurturing expert pilots ensured they always received some of the best treatment available. Did you understand how the fireworm is able to hurt those energy creatures? VS asked Chief Petrisk. Nope. Not a clue. This left the deep mining expedition in an awkward state. The gregarious Wrath and her contingent of mechs remained helpless against any further incursions by the same species of aliens. They had only reached the edge of the core and already they faced 3 of the beasts at once. What would happen if 10 of them came? Or 20? The sudden appearance of indigenous life forms forced the mech core to curtail their plans of branching out. With only one mech capable of fighting back against the worms, the mech core wouldn't be able to send out smaller tunnelers and mining machines on their own. After a couple of hours of formulating new plans, the captain of the gregarious Wrath finally ordered the massive beast to continue to burrow towards the center. The Wrath would be taking the lead after all. Over the next couple of days, the Wrath kept encountering packs of devourers once every few hours. Their threat forced Venerable Drake to remain awake and alert in order to beat them back before they inflicted catastrophic damage on the giant tunneler. Naturally, the rest of the crew also had to stay on their toes. Even then, the men and women aboard the gregarious Wrath never slacked off on their duties. They had been through worse, so staying alert for so long hardly fazed them at all. Even Drake could go without sleep for a few days with the help of stimulants. They made fair progress into the core. This time, a dozen smaller mining machines followed the Wrath in her wake. Anytime their mineral scanners detected a promising signal, they dug the side walls until they dug out traces of Rorica's bone or some other highly active exotic. With these activities alone, this deep mining expedition had already turned a profit. Still, the largest piece of Rorica's bone that the mining machines had uncovered was only as large as a fingertip. That obviously didn't satisfy the system's greedy demands. As VS gradually inched closer to his goal, up on the surface, the glowing planet had turned into a true battlefield. The amount of mechs that perished at the hands of others had surpassed 10,000 and began to approach 20,000. The struggle to occupy the juiciest territories with the richest deposits of high-grade exotics prompted many smaller outfits to fight among themselves. Groups with greater forces relied on their deterrent factor to discourage most fights before they started, but sometimes greed overtook common sense. The Mech Corps occupied the most valuable red zone on the glowing planet, so they also happened to draw the most powerful of these reckless groups. Highly fanatical pirates under the lead of the Dragons of the Void kept chipping away at the Mech Corps. This in turn had put a huge burden on the gangs and mercenary corps that settled at the edge of the red zone. As the first line of defense, they often had to take the brunt of the pirate attacks. Attrition had reached an unsustainable level, and some outfits even lost 80% of their mechs. At this point in time, the Mech Corps had ceded a third of their territory. The bases painstakingly constructed by the Blood Claws and Walter's Whalers had to be abandoned upon pulling back the defensive lines. While the Blood Claws only lost around 40% of their mechs, the Whalers had ceased to become an effective stand-alone force. Whatever mechs they retained could hardly be relied on to stand in the front lines as years of lackluster maintenance and shoddy procurement caught up to them. Only a handful of their elites continued to operate under the banners of the much diminished Blood Claws. Right now, the Mech Corps fended off the latest thrust of opportunistic pirates. This time, the Dragons of the Void somehow roped in a couple of mercenary outfits to join in their thrust, so the battle became especially frigid as mercs always displayed more competence on the field. This is ridiculous. How many mechs have the Dragons thrown away? How is any of this worth it? Riella huffed as her mech expertly darted around a mercenary knight. The enemy mech deftly turned to keep her beaten-up Sliverath from stabbing it in the back. This turned out to be a trap as Fada's black beak charged in from its rear. The merc detected the approach and panicked. In his attempt to dodge both, a volley of lasers struck the knight in the sword arm, causing its grip to loosen enough for the black beak to bash it out of reach. Without exchanging any words, Riella moved in and together with Fada pressured the weaponless knight from both sides. While the merc held off the two-pronged assault with his knight's single shield, it started to accumulate more and more damage whenever he slipped up. Now! The Sliverath dove forward with two upraised daggers. Before the knight could adjust, the black beak locked its shield with its own, preventing it from maneuvering it elsewhere. Shunk! The daggers stabbed into the knight's back and sank in deep. Even though it boasted decent rear armor, Riella had put her mech's entire momentum into the double blow. The knight lost all power and sank down into a heap. These mercs are a tough nut to crack, Riella remarked. Fada agreed. I don't know how much they're getting paid, but this is ridiculous. We dismantled an entire squad and they're still not running away. The battle still raged on at the center of the gates, which had already been torn down by the concerted efforts of the pirates and mechs. To be honest, the outfits in the employ of the Mech Corps only played a side role in this battle. Their job was to hold the flanks and prevent the pirates from sneaking in the base from another direction. TCH. My mech won't hold out for long, Riella cursed as she checked the status readouts of her Sliverath. Constant battle and accumulation of battle damage had stretched its integrity to its limits. I think I'll have to bow out soon. No problem. I can take care of the rest with Dietrich, Fada replied with quiet confidence. Of the two, Fada had taken down twice as many mechs. Even the Blood Claws acknowledged his skill and considered him the strongest mech pilot after Walter. In truth, Fada owed much of his success to the Black Beak. The highly modified offensive knight had turned into a terror on the battlefield. Even if it had a tendency to build up too much heat in this airless environment, the Black Beak always bounced back after each round of repairs. Its true worth as a durable mech started to shine through. The Blackbeak's excellent performance helped stabilize the lines and prevent the pirates from threatening the base from another direction. Up in space, the Mech Corps long lost any hope of maintaining orbital supremacy. The only upside was that no other force had been able to secure the orbit for themselves as well. So many different factions angled for control over the skies above the glowing planet that they'd all gang up on anyone who wanted to monopolize the benefits to themselves. This led to a rather tense standoff, as nobody wanted to provoke a needless fight. Even if they won a single battle, they'd lose so many mechs and ships that they had become worse off than before. Knocking off one single group among hundreds hardly reduced the threat the victor faced. Ganso Larkinson gloomily kept his eyes on the plot as his new mech continued to patrol around a small formation of fleet carriers. After he recovered from his first loss, he'd been transferred to another squad and put into a spare mech, which happened to be a copy of the old baseline Vedra design. The Vedra suited him better than the S variant. His previous narrow escape against a foreign faction's expert pilot hadn't dimmed his enthusiasm for piloting mechs. Instead, it sparked a fire within him, prompting him to become much more focused in his training to be a better mech pilot. "I won't let your death be in vain, Alex," he whispered to himself as his mech continued its patrol alongside the rest of his squad. He already distinguished himself by taking down 7 mechs since his reassignment. Ever since he broke past his limits and managed to score a hit against the enemy expert mech, Ganso found that his accuracy against moving targets had improved by leaps and bounds. Even the swiftest light mechs couldn't escape his retribution. "Larkin's son! You're drifting away! Get back in formation!" "Yes, sir!" For now, the Mech Corps maintained a sufficient hold onto the red zone, but whether they could get away with the haul they've made so far was still in question. Nevertheless, VS cared for none of those concerns, as the gregarious wrath finally reached a sufficient depth where they encountered vastly more traces of Rorica's bone. In fact, he sensed it before anyone else because strange waves resonated with his sixth sense. Over the past couple of days, VS realized that some of the secrets of Rorica's bone had to do with their ability to amplify the resonance of any component. This was actually considered an even more valuable trait than its ability to self-repair. The importance placed on resonance made VS suspect that it had something in common with the sixth sense. Even if expert mech pilots didn't gain his sensitivity regarding the sixth sense, they still gained the ability to affect resonating exotics with their mind and will. It's an entirely different application of metaphysics. Besides working on a common set of wavelengths and energy, VS realized that expert mech pilots applied their enhanced powers in a different fashion. Whereas VS focused on creating the imaginary and bringing them to life, the mech pilots exerted their influence directly in the material dimensions to accomplish immediate effects. His presence aboard the gregarious Wrath enabled him to learn a lot on things he wasn't supposed to learn yet. Apprentice mech designers should focus on polishing their foundations. I can see why that's prudent. The amount of knowledge needed to work on something as mythical as Rorica's bone alone is astounding. Even if VS had no chance of designing an expert mech on his own, the added knowledge enhanced his understanding of metaphysics. This in turn improved his ability to imbue the X factor into a design. He even came up with a certain guess that his abilities would improve with the help of a resonating exotic. In any case, the gregarious Wrath slowed her digging once the researchers determined they had reached their goal. They had dug so deep into the glowing planet that they had come across the likely origin point of the Rorica's bone they had found so far. They had reached the fabled boneyard. Chapter 309 Circumvent. This deep inside the glowing planet, things started to get weird, especially when they entered the boneyard. The increased density of naturally formed resonating exotics caused everyone to feel as if they took a dive into a lukewarm bath. The pressure they felt could solely be felt in their minds. No matter how much they shielded their bodies, they couldn't escape the pervasive thrum of power that radiated off the pieces of Rorica's bone. In that regard, the mining machines had a field day excavating all of the trace materials. Picking up a couple of milligrams here and there became as easy as breathing water. However, the Mech Corps ceased to care about these scraps and started to hunger for larger samples of Rorica's bone. The larger the piece, the better its potential. 1,000 pinches of Rorica's bone couldn't hold a candle to a single fingertip-sized sample. Most of the mining machines focused on seeking even larger samples of Rorica's bone. Eventually, they hadn't managed to find anything notable before trouble came knocking at their door. Everyone aboard the gregarious Wrath ran to their stations when an alarm rang out. The Wrath's long-range sensors detected a massive energy signal approaching their position. "It's a Devourer King!" Chief Petrisk exclaimed as the researchers finished analyzing the readings. "According to the projections, this beast is 10 times as large as a regular Devourer." VS had been afraid of this. While Venerable Drake easily mopped up the regular Devourers, they never faced the true tyrants of the core of the glowing planet. The gregarious Wrath prepared for a hard fight. Every other mining vehicle swiftly retreated upwards while the Wrath moved so that her mechs had room to fight, not that anyone expected the regular mechs to hurt the Devourers. Through constant battle, the Mech Corps learned that the Devourers were attracted to energy sources. In this case, the otherwise useless mechs at least served as bait. 10 seconds until the Devourer King is in sight! The creature finally emerged from the walls of the core. The gigantic snake was at least half as large as the gregarious Wrath. However, when it opened its endless maw in a challenge, it stretched wide enough to engulf the tunneler in a single gulp. No one could imagine the extent of the damage should that happen. They had to stop the Devourer King in its tracks. "Are the dimensional smoothers ready to be overloaded?" Chief Petrisk asked an engineer in charge of keeping them safe. "They're still recovering from the last time we stressed them out. We only have a 28-second allowance this time. Any longer and they'll automatically return to normal levels." That didn't sound very good. If this Devourer King put up a decent fight against their expert pilot, then the Wrath might not escape unscathed this time. "Do we have any other countermeasures against the energy beings?" "None." Even after many days of experimentation, the gregarious Wrath remained as helpless before the Devourers. Nothing could stop their advance except with the help of the effects stirred by resonating exotics. Out of the thousands of people in the deep mining expedition, only the Venerable possessed the ability to do so. The fireworm emerged from the rear of the Wrath as flamboyantly as always. The mech's oversized flight systems pushed the aerial striker forward in a direct confrontation with the incoming worm. The mech had already started accumulating energy inside the Wrath. All of that poured into the rifle held in the fireworm's arms. After a short moment where the energies piled up inside the rifle, the weapon spat out 3 bright lances of lasers. The beams instantly struck the giant Devourer's maw, which strained to absorb the destructive energies. "The Devourer King is hurting." "It's not enough." VS shook his head. He worryingly held Lucky in his arms. "The maw is the strongest part of a Devourer." Indeed, the triple laser beams hadn't been able to inflict any notable damage other than giving the Devourer some bellyaches. After the fireworm expended all of the energy it accumulated in the rifle, started to charge its second set of armaments. As the Devourer King slowly inched up the tunnel with its maw opened wide, the fireworm released its most destructive blast of firepower. 2 massive flares of flame almost engulfed the entire maw. The 2 flamethrowers continued to project streams of augmented flames until they finally ran out of energy. "It's still alive!" Amazingly, the Devourer King survived, though it hadn't escaped unscathed this time. The flames had been so intense that it forced the energy being to shut its maw. This allowed some of the flames to scorch the Devourer's semi-corporeal exterior, inflicting severe burn damage to its front. The Devourer King became enraged. Just as Venerable Drake began to charge his mech yet again, the creature did something none of the stupid devourers had done. The king dove through the tunnel and into the bedrock. Damn! This organism grasped our weakness! The fact of the matter was that the fireworm could only fight inside the tunnel. As much as Venerable Drake would like to, he couldn't turn his mech into a ghost and chase after the Devourer King. This single move had completely negated their only advantage. On the sensor plot, the signal emitted by the Devourer King followed a looping path that brought it straight towards the side of the gregarious wrath. Overload the dimensional smoothers! The wrath groaned as she pumped an abundance of power into the three devices the mech core borrowed from the MTA. Everyone held their breaths. At least they bought some time for themselves to figure out a solution. At least that was what they thought. As the incoming signal came close, the Devourer King emerged from the wall and sunk into the hull of the gregarious wrath. The creature had withstood the effects of the overloaded dimensional smoothers. Countless alarms blared out, and the status projection highlighted portions of the wrath in an alarming shade of red. We're hit! We've lost telemetry of the middle starboard side of decks 11 to 26. The Devourer King retreated after it made the attack. The dimensional smoothers still worked to deter the creature, but only after it came near to one of the devices. The creature has a much higher tolerance to the dimensional smoothers. We aren't able to cover the entire length of the wrath with only 3 devices. The Devourer King attacked the giant tunneling machine twice, each them taking a bite out of the affected sections. Everything in its sphere of influence that ran on power turned into useless scrap, while every man or woman turned into brain-dead idiots, as if they had their lives sapped out of them. Despite the lack of physical damage, the energy being had virtually annihilated a large swathe of the wrath. Where is the fireworm? He just re-entered the wrath, but he won't be able to tell where to go. The Devourer King cunningly swirled around the gregarious wrath after each attack. This prevented it from being pinned down and minimized its chances of meeting the fireworm. VS felt his heart begin to thud like a drum. The mech core truly possessed no other means to fight against this deadly creature. He thought they might have hidden away a trump card or two, but it turned out they didn't have any other means to fight against an energy beings. They were just so rare in the galaxy and had never shown up in the Komodo star sector before. He began to think of an exit strategy. VS had no faith that the fireworm could take down the king before it could engulf the entire wrath. He quietly stepped back from Chief Petrisk's side and eyed the exit hatch. The dimensional smoothers activated their safeguards. We can't overload them anymore. That was very bad news. The gregarious wrath's only form of deterrence against the Devourer King lost much of its effectiveness. The Devourer King evidently sensed this change. It ceased to attack an unimportant corner of the wrath and dove straight for the power reactors in the rear engineering bay. It's coming straight for us. The Devourer King easily endured the weaker dimensional stabilization field emitted by the smoother and dove deeper into the wrath. Hundreds of crewmen lost their lives as the monstrous creature passed through their bodies. The wrath herself ceased to move as she sustained too much damage. VS didn't have the opportunity to run. Everything happened so quickly that he could barely take a few steps away from the main control panel. Just a second later, a part of the transparent form of the Devourer King emerged from the roof of the engineering bay. A few armed crewmen shot their weapons at the approaching maw of doom but accomplished nothing at all. Others screamed, panicked, or cried. Chief Petrisk faced his impending death with an impassive face. Just when all seemed certain, Lucky jumped out of V's grasp. The cat turned into a silver streak that bumped straight into the blackish map of the Devourer. Upon reaching it, Lucky activated a supercharged version of his energy claws and tore a small hole out of the abyss. Somehow, this minor action stopped the massive energy creature. Lucky fell back down in an exhausted state. "Lucky!" VS called and ran after his cat, who collapsed on the deck. "Are you okay?" Meow. Lucky appeared much dimmer than before. He even lost some of his silver luster. Yet his single act of defiance had saved them all from imminent death. The Devourer King sustained so much damage that it had been pushed back a couple of decks. Still, the wound only hurt it slightly. The monster hadn't sustained any actual damage. However, before it could make another attempt at devouring the power reactors, the fire worm finally reached the right compartment to attack the Devourer. It instantly fired off its laser rifle against the Devourer's side. This time, the lasers hit home on the creature. The lasers burned aside the monster's thick exterior and dealt severe internal damage. The Devourer became so hurt that it started to rear back from the wrath, but Venerable Drake didn't let go of his prey. Without thinking of the consequences, the fire worm fired off a single enhanced flame strike. It burned the entire deck into crisp and cremated all of the bodies that had died from being passed through by the Devourer. The flames bore through the gap burned by the laser and inflicted an even greater level of internal damage. The flames burned so hot that the surrounding compartments melted apart. The Devourer King finally couldn't take it anymore. The creature burned from inside out, and finally let out a final inaudible roar before it ceased to move. Moments after that, its ethereal form fragmented into pieces and drifted out of the tunneler. The Devourer King had been slain. No one celebrated the victory this time. The Wrath suffered grievous damage to the point of crippling her in place. Getting her back in a barely functional state required a lot of emergency repairs. With their time on the glowing planet running out, the Mech Corps had to race against all odds to retrieve the gregarious Wrath. In the meantime, VS hugged Lucky tight against his chest. "I don't know what you just did, but I'll be sure to pay you back what you lost. I'll get the Mech Corps to feed you some Rorica's bone if I have to." Meow! Lucky already perked up when he heard those words. The gem cat already started to salivate at the thought of munching on some of those extremely delicious exotics. VS had no doubt the Mech Corps would acquiesce on this issue. After all, everyone in the engineering bay witnessed Lucky's feat without his timely assistance. The gregarious Wrath would have truly become stranded deep inside the glowing planet. As long as the engineering bay remained intact, the Wrath could still regain her mobility. Chief Petrisk approached VS with a touch of awe. "When I saw you being followed by a mechanical cat, I didn't think it had such capabilities." "What can I say? He's a marvel of Rabarthan engineering," VS lightly boasted. He wanted to intimate that his pet came from a first-rate superstate. Only they could turn a mechanical pet into a killing machine that was capable of harming energy beings. "I hope the Mech Corps doesn't have any intentions for my pet." "Don't worry. I'm sure Command can keep their greedy hands off your property. We aren't that desperate to steal your cat. Besides, we won't be able to beat its loyalty programming anyway." That lifted off a weight off VS. Chapter 310 Vol. The Devourer King suffered the same fate as its lesser brothers, but the price hadn't been worth it. The creature managed to wound the gregarious Wrath severely. Over 20% of her systems and crew had been lost, stranding the giant tunneling machine near the inner core of the glowing planet. Who knew if more Devourer Kings rested deeper inside? What if an even larger Devourer Emperor rested in the exact center? The gregarious Wrath couldn't take on another Devourer King even if she wanted to, so the entire deep mining expedition stopped advancing deeper. While the smaller tunneling and mining machines started excavating the Rorica's bone buried in the vicinity, everyone aboard the Wrath began to help with the repairs. They only had a few days to get the Wrath functional again. The end of the 70-day period loomed closer, and the Mech Corps started to plan for a comprehensive evacuation. The Wrath needed at least a couple more days to climb back up to the surface. Meanwhile, VS, or rather Lucky, became the star of the show. No one expected the small and cute mechanical pet that always hung around VS to hide such potent capabilities. Even VS himself didn't know that Lucky could harm energy beings. Lucky! VS held his dim cat in front of his face. Why didn't you help me fend off my mother? You could have chased her away at the very least. Meow. Ever since he repelled the huge Devourer King, Lucky turned almost lifeless, as if he expended all of the energy he accumulated ever since he stepped on the glowing planet. Next time my mother comes, don't sit around like a helpless kitten. Just swipe her face with your claws. Meow. VS sighed. He couldn't stay angry at his cat, especially since he saved his life yet again. Right now, he wanted to make sure that Lucky got rewarded for his services. The entire crew aboard the gregarious Wrath looked at Lucky with a new light. Some wanted to pick him up and hug him, while others gripped their holstered pistols tighter. Pretty much everyone took for granted that Lucky was an extravagant bodyguard pet from a first-rate superstate. Many people envy VS for owning such an exclusive gift. We've almost reached the vault, Chief Petrisk told VS as their lifter platform almost reached the center of the Wrath. Now, don't misunderstand. You aren't there to take anything away. You're only tasked with inspecting the security systems for any damage accrued from the last attack. Return as soon as you've run over the systems. Understood. One more thing. The Devourer King's attack has wiped out a lot of archival data, including the logs pertaining to the vault. Please take stock of the inventory while you are there. Of course, you're not allowed to take anything away. We will conduct a strict search when you enter and exit the vault, so don't think you can sneak anything past our guards. No problem, Chief. I'll make sure not a hair is out of place. They reached the highly fortified vault doors. Two Mech stood at the sides, one of which pointed its laser rifle at VS. Don't be alarmed, VS. Any guest we bring to the vault receives the same treatment. Though it unnerved VS to be pointed at by a mech-sized weapon, he could tell that the rifle's safeties hadn't been disengaged. He nodded to show his understanding and let the chief bring him up to the checkpoint where a squad of exoskeleton-suited guards awaited their arrival. After VS and Lucky underwent a thorough search, the vault doors slowly retracted, revealing a clean metallic chamber filled with small, head-sized storage compartments. There are over 10,000 different safes inside this vault, of which more than a third are filled with samples of Rorica's bone or something else of extreme value. Due to the recent attack, we aren't quite sure how much are left. What if the Devourer King ate them all? Here's a pass to open the safes. It will only work for the next 4 hours, so you better move quickly. Once VS received the pass that enabled him to open the safes, he entered the vault with Lucky, upon which the doors slowly closed again. He was finally left alone. Okay, buddy, this is your lucky day. The first thing he did was to disable the sensors and monitoring systems. Ordinarily, such an act couldn't be done by himself, but the crew of the ship had already disabled various systems related to the vault's security throughout the Wrath. VS only had to expose some control panels and unplug some wires he memorized beforehand. Every monitoring and security system inside the vault turned off. VS grinned once he confirmed that nothing stood in his way from inspecting the vault. Alright, Lucky, let's take stock of the inventory and see how much the Devourer King swallowed its contents. Meow! VS approached a random row of safes and swiped his pass over one of them. The safe box opened up to reveal a floating, eyeball-sized exotic mineral of unknown properties. It wasn't Rorica's bone, but it must be valuable if the Mech Corps stored it inside the vault. After a few seconds of consideration, VS drew his card and swiped it in front of the safe before flipping it over his shoulder. The anti-grav modules holding the ore aloft in the center of the safe pushed the ore out of the safe, upon which Lucky jumped up and caught it between his paws. While Lucky enthusiastically devoured the highly valuable exotic like he'd been starved for months, VS swiped his card downwards, prompting the emptied safe to lock itself up. "Alright, this safe is empty. Let me note that in my log. Done. Let's move on to the next one." VS casually walked down the rows, opening up each and every safe to see whether they held anything of value. Sometimes the safes contained nothing, but most often they contained small amounts of Rorica's bone. The Mech core must have stored every piece of Rorica's bone larger than a pinch inside these safes. Right now, all of it happened to be within his grasp. Chief Petrisk hadn't given VS the opportunity to inspect the vault out of a whim. In truth, High Command had been dragging their feet with regards to allowing VS to take his fair share. He even heard rumors that some in command wanted to keep the largest pieces to themselves. After all, a hand-sized piece of Rorica's bone was the creme de la creme. Their refusals reminded VS that the people who ran the Mech Corps prioritized their own benefits over anyone else's. A small figure like VS didn't register on their radar. Perhaps out of guilt or out of a sense of obligation, the captain turned a blind eye to those directives. Instead, he allowed Chief Petrisk to come up with this convoluted scheme to allow VS to take what he wanted from the vault. Even though a couple of people knew about the scheme, they all owed their lives to Lucky. Besides showing their gratitude, they also allowed Lucky to munch on the exotics because they needed him to regain his strength. What if another Devourer King came? What if Venerable Drake couldn't stop it from submerging into the bedrock again? The Wrath had become even more of a sitting duck to the crippling damage she sustained in the last attack. They couldn't even overload the dimensional smoothers anymore, as additional safeties had set that restricted any further rough treatment. Thus, Lucky became their only hope of buying enough time for Venerable Drake to come to their rescue. Not that High Command agreed. They simply didn't believe that Lucky alone repelled a gigantic devourer worm half the size of the gregarious Wrath. In any case, VS didn't take their refusal to heart, because he would have received a couple of scraps for a reward. It's good to be king for a day. As he passed through the vaults, VS threw out anything that looked promising as long as Lucky finished processing his earlier meals. As soon as Lucky figured out this pattern, he ceased to chew the minerals for enjoyment, and began to focus on breaking them down as fast as possible. His energy claws along with his incredibly strong and sharp teeth ensured he never needed to spend more than a minute to break down a chunk. The cat kept inhaling the pieces as long as they fit his gullet. Evidently, Lucky didn't have to worry too much about his digestion. As soon as the ores ended up in his stomach, they ceased to be a concern. After feeding Lucky with more than a dozen chunks of Rorica's bone and other curiosities, Lucky regained his usual vigor. His eyes sparkled like gemstones and his silvery exterior took on a shiny sheen. The gaps between his exterior plating glowed so brightly that it resembled plasma. "Keep eating, Lucky. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity for you. I'd have to sell countless mechs to afford this much Rorica's bone." In actuality, exotics of these grades couldn't be found in the open market, especially in the resource-deprived galactic rim. VS sighed at the thought of all of the riches the glowing planet still held. The Mech Corps only retrieved a fraction of its bountiful wealth. The rest would be handed over to the hegemony and the coalition once the 70-day deadline had passed. Even with such a generous window of time, they'll still end up with more than 99% of the wealth. It sounded so unfair, but that was the privilege of power. The second-rate states only had to wave a single hand to wipe out the bright republic. "Come on, Lucky, eat faster!" Lucky underwent a subtle as VS kept feeding him with medium-grade Rorica's bone. His entire surface rippled as if his metallic body became pliable. VS had the sense that Lucky didn't just convert the Rorica's bone to pure energy. His gem cat somehow incorporated their properties to his body. VS became happier when he realized that Lucky grew stronger. He especially looked forward to seeing the self-repair properties of Rorica's bone in action. Keep eating. The stronger you are, the better you'll be able to protect me. When they reached halfway, VS tossed about 5% of the contents of the safes to Lucky. He didn't dare grab a larger share and prompt the Mech Corps to launch an investigation. A 5% loss should be unremarkable enough for some doddering bureaucrat to dismiss the report as a natural consequence from being attacked by a giant semi-corporeal snake. Once VS swiped his card for the umpteenth time, a safe opened up to reveal the largest piece of Rorica's bone to date. It was about half as large as his head. They did find a piece. The Mech Corps never intimated to VS that they dug up a piece of high-grade Rorica's bone. The chunk floating in front of him was the most priceless piece of exotic he had ever come across since he arrived at the glowing planet. VS turned his head to peek at Lucky. His cat eyed the high-grade Rorica's bone with sparkling, hungry eyes. "This is mine," he told his cat, and quickly opened up an adjacent safe and threw a smaller piece of Rorica's bone to Lucky. Even if Lucky hungered for the large ball of bone, he still couldn't resist a meal that landed right in front of him. Sometimes he could be simple-minded in this way. VS let out a deep breath once he saw he successfully diverted Lucky's attention. With heated eyes, VS retrieved a pair of special gloves from his suit pocket and put them over his hands. He then reached out to grab for the ore. After months of work and avoiding almost certain death, he finally reached the end of his mission. As his hands almost reached the ore, a third hand reached out and pulled the ore out of his reach. Chapter 311 Mistaken. What the? VS turned to face the one thing he never wanted to meet again. His mother's ghost. You. Hello, my son. His mother smiled at him as she held the high-grade ore. You have been a naughty boy. This does not belong to you. Damn ghost. VS cursed and turned to Lucky. Come on, buddy, the ghost is here. Attack! He expected his pet to pounce on the ghost and scratch out her face just like he scratched the Devourer King's maw. He did not expect Lucky to ignore him outright and keep on munching at his latest dish. Lucky! His mother's smile took on a knowing edge. Have you forgotten where you obtained him in the first place? The system gifted Lucky to VS shortly after he received it. The system came from his father, which meant... His mother snapped her fingers. Come here. Lucky suddenly ceased his munching and slinked over to his mother, bypassing VS as if he didn't exist. As soon as he reached her legs, he brushed his body against them as if his mother was his owner. VS felt betrayed. So my son has named you Lucky, has he? That is a fine name for a creature such as you, his mother remarked as she bent down to pet his back. I see he has been treating you well. He already felt a tug from his recently recovered internal energy cycle. His mother didn't hold back from harming her own son. You're not my mother, he hissed. Stop pretending you're her. His words fell on deaf ears. Lucky kept acting cute in his mother's presence while the witch herself looked at VS like he turned into a 3-year-old kid who was having a tantrum. VS, I am not your enemy. I am your mother. I can never hurt my own flesh and blood. Then what about your presence and your life-sucking aura? You're draining me even as we speak, he replied and backed away. He even tried to retrieve his laser pistol, only to remember he handed over the weapon to the guards just outside the vault. The extra distance helped, but VS quickly bumped into a wall of safes. He had nowhere else to go as his mother drifted forward as if she didn't have a care in the world. The drain quickly picked up, and VS started to lose a significant amount of internal energy. Even though he had no clue of its use, he didn't wish to give it all away to an indigenous monster from the glowing planet. Sadly, his only means of fending her off had just rolled over to show his belly to her. His mother reached down to scratch Lucky's chin. Who was his real owner here? Oh VS, poor VS, you understand so little. His mother tooted as she hovered closer. You keep lying to yourself, but you can't deny what your heart is telling you. It is time for you to grow up. Even as she spoke those words, the drain accelerated to the point where VS lost control over his body. This encounter happened in the exact same manner as the last 2 times. He really grew sick of facing energy beings. His mother must have been aware of how VS started to grow feeble. My time grows short. Just know that I am glad to see you healthy, and wish you don't risk your life anymore. I have lost many friends and family in the last war. Not even mech designers are safe. Go away. I will see you again, VS, she whispered, and her body started to fade out of existence. The only problem was that she took the high-grade ore with her. Somehow, the Rorica's bone broke apart under her grip and swirled around his mother's increasingly translucent body. Her ghost-like form radiated like liquid silver, and for a moment, VS though she had turned fully corporeal. Then, she faded away, leaving nothing of her trace behind. VS collapsed onto the deck. He breathed deeply as he tried to cope with the increasingly familiar sense of weakness. The ghost had leached from him again, and this time she stole his mission reward as well. Damn her! VS vented and banged his fist against the deck. Lucky obliviously climbed up to his feet and padded over to VS. He curiously bumped his forepaw against VS. What a great help you've been! Meow. Lucky made a gesture that indicated he wanted to feed again. Really now? Do you think I'm in the mood to feed you when you've just turned your back on me? Meow. VS tried to ignore his pet, but couldn't. Lucky had a way of worming into his heart. Despite his sudden betrayal, he didn't fault his cat. He must have been programmed to recognize his mother. His friend and foe identification must have grown confused, and like the simple-minded machine that he was, Lucky prioritized his mother over her son. The entire encounter revealed a lot about Lucky. As much as VS had grown to love his feline companion, he had no clue how he worked and what kind of programming dictated his behavior. He supposed he should be growing paranoid about Lucky. After all, his cat did betray him just then. Yet VS had truly become attached to Lucky and considered him a part of his family. He really didn't want to part with his pet. Oh, all right. You can stay with me, but you better not defect again next time. VS still had a lot of safes to go through before his pass expired. He wanted to make the most out of the opportunities he obtained and didn't let his mother's impromptu visit ruin his plans. Most eagerly, VS wanted to go through the remaining safes quickly and find another high-grade Rorica's bone. His mother already snatched the only specimen he found so far. He dearly hoped the Mech Corps stored another similarly sized sample in this vault. Not here. Nope. Too small. Nothing here. Heavens, nothing again! Even as he rapidly opened up the safes, he found nothing that could match the splendor of the high-grade Rorica's bone. He only came across medium-grade bones or unknown curiosities that held little significance to his mission. He chucked some of them out to Lucky and continued to check the other safes. By the end of the 8-hour period, his pass dissolved into air. VS raced to open every safe within the time limit, but his efforts failed to yield what he desired most. The vault only held one high-grade Rorica's bone, and his mother had taken it away. Stupid ghost! After cursing out the thieving ghost for a minute, VS finally gave up. In low spirits, he began to finish his cursory inspection of the vault before he knocked the armored door. It slowly retracted, allowing VS and Lucky to depart the vault. "Did you have a good haul, sir?" a security officer asked as he searched through his pockets. "Oh, yeah. A good haul. Your pet looks a lot healthier now." Lucky acted like he never did anything wrong. His newly invigorated state even brought back his playfulness. He chased around and pestered the security guards like any other regular cat. Once the inspection ended, VS headed straight back towards his bunk, though he also made a stop at the mess hall to retrieve a nutrient bar. He needed to regain some energy fast, so he didn't care for the nutrient bar's awful taste. As he laid down on his bunk, VS considered his next option. He couldn't return empty-handed. The system's penalty was too severe for him to bear. "The crew of the Gregarious Wrath will think I've already fed the high-grade ore to Lucky. I won't be able to ask for another one, not when it holds so much value." He couldn't just walk up to Chief Petrisk and say he slipped up and let a ghost that pretended to be his long-dead mother snatch the high-grade ore from the vault. It would be like saying his dog ate his data chips that held his homework. "What can I do?" The time to depart the glowing planet had almost come. VS only had days left to figure something out. "It's unlikely Lucky and I can earn more merits. The Wrath is stuck in place, and none of the tunneling machines have the guts to burrow deeper where the likelihood of finding high-grade ores is higher." VS found it extraordinarily frustrating to fail at the cusp of completing his mission. He let down his guard and forgot that his mother had always appeared out of nowhere. Though, why take the ore? Why hasn't she dug it up herself? It might have something to do with the Devourers. A small human-sized ghost probably couldn't match the prowess of the Devourers which monopolized the core of the glowing planet. Only after the deep mining expedition killed off one of their alphas did his mother finally appear. It's good to know that even she can be afraid of something. VS didn't even realize he referred to the ghost as his mother without challenge. It was as if it was the most natural thing in the universe to say. He guessed that the Devourer King must have claimed this territory as its own. Now that it had died, the entire area became ownerless. For a short period of time, there shouldn't be any risks of encountering another Devourer. A bold idea popped into his mind. Why not go out on my own? The Mech Corps had become incredibly timid, but that didn't mean that VS had to hide on the Wrath. If he couldn't beg them for another high-grade ore, he might as well venture out into the tunnels and conduct his own search. He turned his gaze back to Lucky, who started to slumber atop his chest. He ate an enormous amount of minerals recently. Even though he didn't gain any weight, his cat still had to digest all of his gains. Rest well, Lucky. I'll be relying on your senses tomorrow to find some juicy pieces of Rorica's bone. The next day, VS fleshed out his plan and approached Chief Petrisk with his intentions. The chief engineer frowned at VS. Now why would you want to go out by yourself? Don't you know how dangerous it is? But can you lend me a shuttle? Oh, that's not a problem. We have plenty of those to spare. The bigger issue is that there's no way you can stay in range of a dimensional smoother. All the other machines are carrying smaller versions of the devices, but it still won't fit inside a shuttle. Furthermore, there's no chance I can get permission to borrow one for you to use. In short, you'll have to go out naked and exposed. VS hadn't thought of that. The space around the glowing planet was fairly unstable. Random wrinkles in spacetime had claimed the lives of thousands of oblivious visitors, including the entire trading convoy that initially stumbled upon the glowing planet. Going out without a dimensional smoother was highly dangerous. After some deep consideration, VS weighed the risks. If he stayed in proximity to the Gregarious Wrath, he should still fall somewhat in her protective envelope. Even if the stabilization field emitted by the dimensional smoothers weakened quite a bit the further he drifted away from the Wrath, he should still receive some benefits. He made a calculated risk by pressing on with his choice. Just lend me a shuttle, Chief. I know what I'm dealing with, but I don't have any choice. It took a lot of begging to convince Petrisk to release a shuttle for his use. Despite the Chief's reluctance, VS had annoying him so much that he relented, if only to chase away an annoying fly. Thanks, Chief. I'll only be out for a couple of hours at a time. Don't come crawling back to me if you suffer a mishap. Chapter 3:12 Prospecting. The chief engineer arranged a souped-up armored shuttle for VS. Compared to a regular shuttle, it held a lot less storage space, but the armor and increased structural integrity made up for it in spades. The first time VS stepped inside the shuttle with Lucky hanging over his shoulders, he became a little bit intimidated by its complex control scheme. Forces employed armored shuttles in many different ways, from stealthily dropping commandos behind enemy lines to pursuing a rampaging mech. The Mech Corps employed even more advanced shuttles that came with many additional features that bore unwieldy acronyms like GERD or Neffy-Fast. Don't worry, a shuttle technician said as he accompanied VS inside. Let me activate the dummy mode for you. It'll disable most of the advanced features and automate the rest. As far as the controls go, it'll turn into something similar to the games you can play from your comm. Thank you for the trouble. Please do so. VS sat down the chair and watched the technician navigate the projected control panel. Overall, the menus look similar to those employed by Mechs, so VS quickly got the hang of it himself. Still, as he hadn't trained in piloting shuttles at all, it was best to leave the controls to dummy mode. In the wide-ranging galaxy, humanity became increasingly dependent on machines to rule their lives. Humanity was a quintessential tool-using race that had ascended into dominance due to their ever-voracious appetite for deadlier and more capable machines. Naturally, this also presented problems as many machines required extreme amounts of training to master their use. Mechs alone not only demanded potentates with the right genetic aptitude, they also required at least 10 years of training to gain the most basic qualification to pilot them these days. At the start of the age of Mechs, mech pilots only needed 4 years to effectively wield their Mechs. This stark difference showcased the relentless advance to developing better but more complex machines, which meant it applied to anything that fell under this category, including Mechs, shuttles, and starships. A human could only master a couple of skills in a given amount of time. To provide against contingencies and to make their products more appealing, developers and manufacturers of these machines standardized the implementation of dummy modes to their products. The basic standard of an effective dummy mode would be that even a 10-year-old kid could figure out the basic controls. The moment the dummy mode began to proliferate, life became much easier. Even though most of the advanced capabilities would be wasted, sometimes a person only needed to accomplish a simple job, like going from A to B. VS fell into the same situation. He had no intentions of performing any advanced maneuvers. He just wanted to go out into the tunnel and sniff out a high-grade Rorica's bone. Come on, Lucky, you better get your mineral senses ready. I'll be relying on you to get me another fat piece of bone. VS petted the lazy cat on his shoulder. Using the dummy mode, VS easily drifted his armored shuttle out of the hangar, to the collective relief of the crew. At least he didn't veer off and crash against the deck or something. It really is like a game. Through making some delicate hand gestures, VS got the hang of the controls. He maintained a slow speed and slowly inched the shuttle away from the gregarious Wrath. The tunneler loomed large in the shuttle's augmented sensors. Currently, tons of shuttles and mech technicians crawled over her exterior. VS knew that even more repair crews worked inside the tunneler. To get the Wrath moving again required all hands on deck. I should be there too. Someone like VS might not understand any of the larger systems, but he could still lend a hand with routine repairs. Still, acquiring another high-grade Rorica's bone ranked much higher than earning a bit more kudos from the crew. Now then, let's start my search. Due to the high amount of interference and other weird effects, the Mech Corps possessed very few means of locating high-grade Rorica's bone. They could only vaguely detect that they had entered a more promising area. Even if a valuable piece of ore rested a meter away from the tunnel wall, the sensors couldn't detect its presence. This prompted the mining vehicles around the raft to go blind and hope they picked the right direction. The odds of VS encountering a high-grade specimen in a couple of days was extremely rare. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. He still had Lucky, whose insatiable appetite for quality exotics always drew him to the most promising deposits. His senses was a lot more keener than the mineral scanners aboard the gregarious Wrath. All right, Lucky, point me to the right direction. Meow. Don't meow at me like you don't understand what I've said. Go on. Find something. It took a bit of coaxing to get Lucky to point at a promising direction. VS carefully flew his shuttle further away from the Wrath and towards an unremarkable tunnel wall section. Is this the place you detected something promising? Meow. All right, let's head out. VS exited the pilot's chair and moved to the main compartment where a bulky mining suit awaited him. The suit was twice as thick as a hazard suit and required powered assistance to move, which technically turned it into an exoskeleton. This variant came with a couple of optimizations that made it suitable to roam close to the center of the glowing planet. As VS drifted out from the hatch, his suit's anti-grav modules came online, which held the entire thing aloft. Meanwhile, Lucky had climbed on top of his helmet and kept a firm grip. Small thrusters on the backpack module of the suit flared to life. The force propelled him forward and he reached the wall in no time. In fact, he almost crashed against it if he hadn't managed to figure out how to turn around and thrust in the opposite direction. I should learn how to maneuver in zero-G sometime. Space-born humans learn how to move in zero-gravity conditions as soon as they learn how to walk. A land-bound human like VS would never be able to catch up to their level of skill, but acquiring the basics shouldn't be too difficult. Once VS stabilized his position, he experimentally knocked on the smooth and compacted tunnel wall. The first meters should be extremely tough to dig through, and no man-sized mining machine could put a dent in it. VS didn't even bother to bring any tools for that reason. He didn't need to when he already had a cat that could do the work in his stead. All right, Lucky, go ahead and dig, he transmitted over the channel he maintained with his pet. His gauntlets grabbed Lucky's body and held it out against the wall. Come on, use your magic. Lucky seemed put off at being treated like a slave, but he eventually began to dig a small tunnel for himself. Somehow, Lucky parted the solid compacted materials as easily as digging through sand. He didn't even have to resort to his energy claws to dig deeper. 20 minutes went by as Lucky dug an 8-meter tunnel. He stopped once the tunnel began to glow. His senses hadn't deceived him. The cat managed to find an energetic piece of ore. Don't eat it yet. Bring it back to me first. It took quite a bit of effort for Lucky to dislodge the ore and bring it back to the lip of the tunnel he dug out. It turned out to be a quail egg-sized exotic that he'd seen before in the vault. This isn't Rorica's bone. Lucky, you found the wrong mineral. I want Rorica's bone, not this junk. Even though VS was certain the piece held a lot of value, he threw it back to Lucky, who eagerly munched it down. VS did not have any delusions that he would be able to sneak an extremely valuable hoard of exotics past the Mech Corps. A big find would also cast more suspicion on VS. For the next 12 hours, VS kept moving his shuttle from place to place, taking care not to stray too far from the Wrath. At this distance, VS figured he didn't run any risk of encountering a dangerous spacetime anomaly. Sadly, his conservative efforts amounted to nothing. Each time Lucky dug something up, it turned out to be a medium-grade Rorica's bone or worse. Even Lucky's vaunted mineral senses couldn't pinpoint any pieces of high-grade ores. "This isn't getting me anywhere," he sighed as he returned the armored shuttle back to the hangar. "This session is a bust." There was nothing wrong with his methods, but trying to find a piece of high-grade ore revolved around luck. If he had as much manpower as the Mech Corps, he'd be bound to stumble upon it sooner or later. The next day, VS ventured out into the same armored shuttle and ventured further away from the gregarious Wrath. While this exposed him to greater risk, he figured that moving away from the Wrath should allow Lucky to be more accurate in his search. Nothing changed from yesterday. Lucky kept finding decent traces of low to medium grade exotics, but they didn't fulfill the criteria set out by VS. Halfway throughout the session, VS groaned and palmed his helmet with his gauntlet. "Do I need to move even further away?" He already extended his range further down where the concentration of Rorica's bones steadily increased. The deeper he went, the higher the chance of locating a high-grade specimen, though he also had to brave the risk of suffering a space-time mishap. After some serious consideration, he hardened his eyes. "Fortune and danger go hand in hand. I can't afford to play it safe." Despite the risks, VS resolutely pushed his shuttle a little deeper into the tunnel. The shuttle stopped 3 kilometers away from the Wrath. With Lucky acting like a hunting dog, the two continued to prospect for minerals. The extra distance yielded significantly larger samples of Rorica's bone, but they still fell within the medium-grade category. Hungry for something better, VS slowly inched his shuttler further and further away from the gregarious Wrath. Somehow, he could feel the increasing instability in the local space. The omnipresent fields emitted by the dimensional smoothers had weakened enormously by now. Further down the tunnel, VS even saw flashes that disrupted the tunnel walls. The danger was very real at this point. He even thought about pulling back sometimes. "I can't give up. Not when I'm this close." Lucky had grown a lot more enthusiastic by now. He continued to stuff himself endlessly with the minerals he dug up. His stomach had literally turned into a bottomless hole as he kept eating Rorica's bone after Rorica's bone. Even his exterior plating began to take a milky white sheen from its former silvery luster. The change indicated that Lucky had definitely incorporated Rorica's bone on a deeper level. VS was happy to see his pet grow stronger, but he still hadn't found what he was looking for. At the end of his second jaunt, VS was just about to return to the Wrath when Lucky suddenly struck paydirt. His cat's activity level spiked. Lucky had to expand the tunnel he dug in order to retrieve a large piece of glowing white ore. "High-grade Roric bone!" Lucky had done it. VS laughed and brought his cat to his helmet and nuzzled him. The cat kept turning his head back to the piece of high-grade ore. Despite his obedience to VS, Lucky kept mooning over the priceless piece of Rorica's bone. "I'm sorry, Lucky, but I need it more than you." Once he put down Lucky on his shoulder, VS looked around to see no one nearby. He activated his privacy shield to disable the shuttle from recording him on its sensors before he held out one of his gauntlets, which interfaced with his comm. VS activated the system and went to the missions page. He held out the ball of high-grade Rorica's bone and presented it to his comm. "Here you go, system." Nothing happened. Hello? This is prime quality Rorica's bone. Why aren't you accepting it yet?" "The material that you present does not fulfill the criteria of the mission. Please present the correct substance to pass the mission." "What?" Chapter 313 Boneyard. VS wanted to bang his head against the tunnel wall. All this time, he assumed that the system desired a piece of high-grade Rorica's bone. To think he made a big mistake frustrated him to no end. He quickly reread the mission. Mission. Obtaining the core. Difficulty B rank. Prerequisites: find your way to the glowing planet. Description: the rogue planet that has been discovered by humans hides a special ore that originates from its core. Seek out a hand-sized sample of this ore and offer it to the Mech designer system. Failure condition: fail to acquire a substance from the core of the glowing planet within 90 days from the issuance of this mission. Your ability to spend design points will be curtailed for 2 years. Reward: special upgrade voucher machine, 10 golden lottery tickets. The system hadn't named the material by name. What are you looking for, system? Just tell me, damn it! Naturally, the soft-spoken system almost never replied to his request. It was as if it thought that VS should figure out stuff on his own. The system never coddled him in any way. So it's not Rorica's bone you're looking for, right? VS didn't know much about Rorica's bone, but acquiring a better sample than what he held right now shouldn't be possible. This was the best that he could get. The stupidly obtuse system refused to reveal what kind of substance it demanded. Whatever it was, it should be even rarer than high-grade Rorica's bone. Perhaps it couldn't even be found at this depth. Whatever the case, the answer lay deeper into the core. He stood at a crossroads now. Either he could summon up his courage and brave the dangers, or he could stay at his current depth and hope he struck it rich. There's only a day or two left before we have to leave this place. From what he heard, the repairs for the gregarious wrath went well. Replacing the most essential broken components was a straightforward though labor-intensive procedure. Relatively little challenges had popped up that could otherwise delay the repairs. This meant that VS had 2 more days to find what the system sought. I really hate you sometimes, you know that? VS had little choice but to bow before the inevitable. He decided to return the shuttle back to the Wrath and plan out his miniature expedition properly. First, he stocked up his shuttle with additional supplies, including food and water. Returning to the Wrath to eat and sleep took too much time. VS planned to make the best of the time that remained. Second, he checked the system whether he could buy anything useful. Even though his DP skyrocketed lately, he still couldn't afford anything useful. He'd have to accumulate millions of DP to acquire a rudimentary device that could protect him from space-time fluctuations. It's not for nothing that the Mech Corps is willing to pay out of their nose to borrow the dimensional smoothers. Looking at how much DP he earned in recent weeks made VS suspicious. He knew how many mechs the LMC could produce at a given amount of time. It only possessed one proper production line that could fabricate the Black Beak. As for the third-party manufacturer, the EME only possessed 4 modern production lines. Producing 50 mechs a month shouldn't be too much of a problem for them, but the amount of DP that VS had earned suggested to him that he sold a lot more Black Beaks than that. Then he figured it out. It should be the virtual Black Beaks that must have set off the current surge of DP. As a modern 5-star virtual mech, it sold in much less numbers than in the lower tiers. Mech designers who competed at this level paid a lot more attention to performance, and his mech didn't specialize in short bursts of combat that characterized arena combat. Looks like interest in the Black Beak is surging. VS could only attribute the increased interest to the successful performance of the Black Beak on the glowing planet, along with the LMC's relentless marketing campaign. Combined, the demand for the Black Beak should have spiked, and more people wanted to experience its magic. He didn't consider that the DP could have come from the production of extra physical mechs. Currently, VS considered upgrading his stealth augment. Going deeper into the tunnels didn't only mean he would have to brave the space-time anomalies. He also had to take into account the risk of bumping into a Devourer or Devourer King. It's too expensive. I can hold off the purchase until I actually need to hide myself. VS eventually decided to save his points and postpone his spending. After a short nap, VS set off with the armored shuttle and brought it many kilometers deeper. Though a lot of dangers lurked in the shadows, VS studiously ignored the risks. The odds of actually bumping into a space-time wrinkle shouldn't be too large. It's like walking across the street with air cars flying over your head. The chance that one of them crashes isn't very large, and the odds that it will land right on top of you is even smaller. Even though he comforted himself this way, he still couldn't forget how these improbable accidents happened to destroy a lot of ships. His slow journey towards the end of the tunnel dug by the rats set him to thought. Why did he have to stick out his neck and risk his own life this way? Why couldn't he do anything to fight back against his thieving mother whenever she dropped by? Why did he have to rely on Lucky to fend off a devourer king that managed to avoid the best efforts of the Mech Corps to take it down? All of these incidents shared one common element. I'm not in control. The lack of agency was beginning to get at him. Even though his company earned billions of credits, he still ended up at the mercy of others. Those who organized these kinds of expeditions could afford to throw a lot of manpower and resources into the mix. Why couldn't VS do something similar? The idea grew more appealing the more he thought about it. He didn't need to organize a large-scale expedition, but even a modest force under his command could accomplish a lot of things on his behalf. He already owned an excellent corvette to act as a scout or courier. It's not that expensive to get my hands on a few transports and converted carriers. However, it's going to take a lot of mechs and reliable pilots to give them some teeth. He knew that contracting a reliable crew of pilots and spacers was by far the biggest challenge. If he chose the wrong men, they might decide to run off with all of his newly purchased assets and disappear into the frontier. I can think about it later. There shouldn't be any need to go on an expedition right now with the war looming closer. The armored shuttle successfully reached the bottom of the tunnel without encountering any mishaps. Though he encountered a few close shaves, the anomalies hadn't affected the shuttle in any way. Once he floated outside, VS threw Lucky towards the bottom of the tunnel. Okay, Lucky, go dig downwards. His cat looked back at him as if he lost his mind. Just dig and tell me when you detect anything that's more energetic than a medium-grade Rorica's bone. Make sure to leave enough room for me as well. It took a number of times to repeat his intentions to Lucky. His cat set out to dig a wide hole and go further downwards. Ever since VS found out that the high-grade Rorica's bone didn't meet the system's needs, he resolutely fed it to Lucky. As far as his gem cat was concerned, he might as well have gone to heaven. His cat took 3 hours to savor the fat piece of high-grade bone. His eyes narrowed blissfully as his body took in more and more of the extremely rare exotic. Consuming the high-grade piece had definitely given Lucky a major boost. His body's exterior had turned into an even brighter shade of white. It was as if he had turned into a milky white cat. Besides the changes in his appearance, his other capabilities also improved by a major step. At his current state, Lucky easily dug a wider tunnel. This allowed VS to float behind him and descend into the depths alongside his pet. The floodlights embedded in his mining suit shed the tunnel in a harsh light. This went on for a couple of hours. Occasionally, Lucky detected something attractive and changed the direction of his digging in order to reach what had attracted his attention. It mostly turned out to be medium-grade Rorica's bone. This is looking like a veritable boneyard here, VS muttered. They encountered more and more bones the deeper they went. Still, it's a shame I haven't found any high-grade ores. He eventually had to call off the digging after reaching an estimated depth of 2 kilometers. VS had grown extremely uncomfortable after digging so far away from the gregarious wrath. He picked up Lucky and floated back out of the tunnel before boarding the armored shuttle that rested nearby. After a meal and rest, VS donned his mining suit and floated down the tunnel dug by Lucky. "Keep digging downwards. Go deeper." His cat did as he instructed. Though VS had a lot of misgivings at this point, he couldn't stop halfway. He had to see this journey through in the end. After half a day of digging, Lucky noticed something strange. His digging speed became twice as fast, and the cat practically raced towards a specific destination to the sides. "What did you find, Lucky?" His cat kept digging as if his life depended upon it. After more than 15 minutes of digging, he surprisingly reached a cavity. Once he dug out an opening, Lucky fearlessly jumped inside. "Hey, wait for me!" VS had to wriggle his way through the opening before he could get through. Spotting his cat, he quickly flew towards the center of the oval chamber, where he came across a remarkable sight. Lucky stood frozen as he beheld what looked like a neat array of bones. The strangest thing about the skeleton was that they shone in a luster closely related to Rorica's bone. It was as if the set of bones that lay in front of him had been the source of the Rorica's bone on this planet. The reason why he came to that conclusion was that the area directly underneath the skeleton was made up of a mottled mass of medium-grade Rorica's bone. That much Rorica's bone in one place should be impossible. But why isn't there any high-grade bone? He regarded the skeleton with suspicion. Perhaps it needed time to contaminate the surrounding bones, or perhaps it already absorbed the quality materials to enhance its own structure. It would explain all the holes around the skeleton. That said, why does it look like a humanoid? The most remarkable aspect about the skeleton was that it resembled a huge human. It stood as tall as a light mech, and VS imagined it weighed about the same as well. Although the galaxy spawned a lot of humanoid aliens, they never precisely evolved to adopt a roundish head, hands with 5 fingers or feet with 5 toes. It's like a giant out of mythology. Even the bones could be mistaken for a human if it wasn't so large. The uncanny resemblance to the human physique disturbed VS in the same way when he first found out that the system had the capability to manipulate time. He felt as if he brushed across a huge secret of the galaxy. It's dead now. It should be millions or billions of years since this alien died. There's nothing to be worried about. Despite his rational words, he still treated the skeleton like a dangerous animal. Its shiny, sparkling bones radiated a certain kind of pressure that constantly tickled his sixth sense. VS carefully stepped forward, passing by Lucky, who still hadn't padded forward. Once VS reached the foot of the prone skeleton, he reached out a gauntlet to touch it, but then changed his mind. Who knows if I'll trigger something bad? He instead began to inspect the skeleton with his eyes and sensors. He wanted to find out if the remarkable skeleton was made out of homogeneous material. Once he swept over the entire mech-sized skeleton, VS found one single anomaly that stood out from the rest. He detected strong fluctuations in the brain cavity of the human-like skull. What is in this giant's head? He strongly suspected the skull hid an extraordinary treasure. From the energy readings alone, it surpassed a high-grade Rorica's bone by far. It might even be a legendary piece of extreme-grade Rorica's bone. The more he thought about the possibility, the more his breath grew uneven. He flew away from the skull and returned to his immobilized cat. Stop being a scaredy cat, Lucky! Come on, I need your help! He scooped up his pet and returned to the skull. Even though Lucky squirmed in his arms, VS didn't let go of him. Once he flew close, he held out Lucky and shook him up and down a few times. Can you please open up this skull? There's something yummy inside. Don't you want to take a bite? Lucky acted as if VS was about to drop him into a bath. His pet kept trying to turn his body and claw away from the menacing skull. VS had to press his cat flat against the skull in order to get him to claw away at the skullcap. This time, Lucky failed to dig through the skull. No matter how many times he tried to claw at the dome, his paws failed to make a single dent. Things only changed when Lucky activated his energy claws. He pumped a significant amount of power into his claws before letting loose with a swipe. This time, the skull finally yielded. A shallow groove emerged, encouraging Lucky to swipe again and again. After expending a fair amount of energy, Lucky finally cracked open a tiny hole in the humongous skull. A white light flashed out from the hole. The sheer intensity of it blinded his mining suit's sensors and scared Lucky out of his grasp. More than just the lights, his sixth sense started pinging like crazy. VS felt as if his entire mindscape had shook. Fortunately, the light show ended a few seconds later. The glow subsided and his sixth sense calmed down. VS sighed and carefully approached the hole until his helmet visor bumped against the hole. What he saw inside caused him to gasp in surprise. Chapter 3:14 Stolen. Why did the skeleton of a giant humanoid ended up in the core of the glowing planet? Was he buried underneath alone, or did the planet contain several other graves? How long ago did the giant live, and how long ago did it die? Why was there so much Rorica's bone around the skeleton of the giant, and why hadn't the skeleton gone to dust all these eons? So many questions swirled around in his mind. Much like any mystery he encountered, VS ignored the implications of what he'd seen and focused on the more important priority: getting his payday. Thus, when he saw the giant's skull contained, he couldn't hold back his glee. A resplendent glowing jewel hovered at the center of the brain cavity. The jewel looked as polished as the most expertly cut gem, and shone in transparent white, as if nothing had ever tainted its purity. The more VS stared at it, the more he guessed that it might be the origin of all of the Rorica's bone in the vicinity. If this isn't what the system wants, then I don't know what can top this treasure. After he finished admiring his find, VS activated a function in his mining suit that extended a claw-like grip from his gauntlet. Its extra reach allowed him to reach through the hole and carefully grip the shining jewel. Nothing happened when he pulled the jewel out of its resting place. VS half expected some kind of trap to go off, but nothing stood out. Even his sixth sense hadn't picked up any mental spikes. Thus, with excruciating care, VS pulled out the jewel and beheld it in his gauntlets. He suspiciously eyed Lucky, but it seemed his cat didn't show any interest in it at all. "Ha, I forgot. You're a gem cat. This probably looks like excrement to you." Lucky huffed, but never put down his vigilance. VS took note of his pet's alertness. Danger still existed even if he retrieved his prize. "Well, let's get this over with. System, here's your damn jewel. I hope I got it right this time." Once he offered the jewel to the system, VS sighed in relief as the jewel started to dematerialize. It meant he finally hit the jackpot. Congratulations for obtaining the core and completing the mission. Exotic materials have a complex origin, and may be spawned by both nature and design. As a mech designer, you must understand the materials you are working with, and be able to distinguish the good from the bad. You have received 10 golden lottery tickets. Please visit the lottery page to redeem your tickets. You have received a special upgrade voucher machine. Please visit your inventory to redeem your voucher. I'm done! I'm finally done with this mission! It came as a huge relief to be finally done with this awful mission. Though the rewards looked promising, he would rather do without all of the danger. As the jewel slowly disappeared, the system's message about materials put VS to thought. He floated back and eyed the giant skeleton in the perspective of a mech designer. This skeleton looks awfully like the internal frame of a mech. He'd only have to remove the superfluous parts like some of the ribs, and he'd have a ready-made base for a unique mech. The bones must hold some very powerful properties to be able to persist like this. They looked as pristine as if the giant had died yesterday, if not for the lack of flesh. It'll have to be a mech that takes full advantage of these bones. That meant he'd have to design something like a light skirmisher, which relied heavily on the soundness of the internal frame to pull of all those high-speed movements. VS envisioned adding internals and armor plating around the skeleton. The skeleton seemed tailor-made for humanoid mechs. It's viable. For a moment, VS thought about claiming all of these bones. Then, he reconsidered. It's not as if the Mech Corps will let me keep such an important find. Again, his lack of influence and his role as an external consultant limited his options. After a lot of thought, VS sadly gave up on attempting to claim the bones. Once the jewel finally disappeared, something changed. The giant skeleton abruptly started to break down. Its pristine white bones grew gray and turned incredibly brittle before falling apart into lifeless chunks. A pulse of violent rage emanated from the center of the glowing planet and momentarily overwhelmed his sixth sense. Arg! The entire cavern shuddered, and rocks began to fall from above. It was as if the entire glowing planet had gone mad. Lucky! Let's get out of here! VS picked up his spooked pet and engaged his mining suit's thrusters. He flew into the tunnel Lucky had dug and carefully navigated it all the way up. This took quite a lot of time because the tunnel was too narrow for him to navigate at full speed. In the meantime, the rage that his sixth sense picked up thrummed with violence. VS didn't know where it came from, but the sheer power and reach behind the ripples scared VS to death. It might even be the planet itself that was lashing out. Who the hell did I piss off? In his haste, VS mistakenly bumped against a turn in the tunnel. His mining suit gained some scuff marks and Lucky meowed in complaint, but nothing broke, so VS resumed his flight. All the while, the space-time fluctuations began to grow in number. Some parts of the tunnel momentarily warped as if someone pinched that part of space. This alternatively widened or narrowed the tunnel in a random pattern. Sometimes, VS had to prompt Lucky to claw their way out of a barrier that appeared out of nowhere. One time, VS almost bumped headfirst into a section of warped spacetime. He had to careen his suit against the sides of the tunnel to stop him from turning into noodles. That was close! Once the wrinkle disappeared, VS carefully passed by the section of previously unstable space before accelerating out. It took a lot of minutes before VS finally reached the end of the narrow tunnel. He emerged in the much greater tunnel excavated by the gregarious Wrath and flew towards his armored shuttle, only to realize that it had crashed. The shuttle's entire starboard side suffered an implosion of some kind which compressed all of its materials into a single round ball the size of a tooth. VS cursed at the sight. I'll just have to rely on my suit, then. Fortunately, his bulky mining suit contained more than enough fuel to reach the gregarious Wrath. VS flew upwards and tried to contact the Wrath. Mr. Larkin's son! We've been trying to get in touch with you. Danger levels have risen to an extreme level. We advise you to return to the gregarious Wrath as fast as possible. I'm on my way, but the armored shuttle is a goner. Noted. We've already sent out a rescue shuttle. We've already fixed your position so the shuttle is only a minute away. Hang tight. Will do. The entire tunnel kept shaking as multiple space-time storms ravaged the surrounding space. VS figured he faced the same risks of being swallowed by them if he stayed still or moved, so he might as well continue flying towards the surface. A light appeared from the distance. The rescue shuttle had arrived. It parked right above VS, allowing him to fly up and reach its open hatch. An armed soldier pulled him inside and banged the button that shut the hatch. He's here! Let's move! The shuttle turned around and zipped back to the Wrath, where they could all take shelter underneath her dimensional smoothers. What did you find down there? Did you trigger something? Beats me. I only found a lot of bones. Naturally, VS found more than Rorica's bone, but he wouldn't admit to encountering the skeleton of a long-dead race of giants. As the soldier subjected VS to a brief interrogation, the shuttle successfully reached the Wrath without incident. Once it landed in the shuttle hangar, VS exited the craft, shed his mining suit and ran towards the engineering bay with Lucky in tow. Once he reached the engineering bay's command platform, he noted that Chief Petrisk was elsewhere. One of the senior engineers manned the consoles in his chief's stead. Where is the chief? He's supervising the most difficult repairs. Okay. Can you tell me what's going on? Not really. All we know is that the core has suddenly become unstable and that space-time is going mad. The fluctuations are predominantly spatial in nature, but we've detected some temporal variance as well. Is the Wrath in danger? The dimensional smoothers are holding up, but their effective range has decreased. They're getting stressed by all of the anomalies that are trying to affect the tunneler. The chief wants us to move within 2 hours to get away from these fluctuations. It gets better the higher up we go. That put down some of his worries. In the next couple of hours, VS stayed out of the way while the crew of the Wrath frantically tried to get the tunneler to move again. She didn't need to excavate a new tunnel, as she should slither her way up through the tunnel she had already cleared. This enabled the repair crews to skip much of the redundant systems. After more than 3 hours of clunking and improvisations, the gregarious Wrath finally regained her ability to move. We're off! The giant tunneler feebly climbed her way up, but quickly picked up speed once it became clear her repairs held up. Though she encountered some bumps in the tunnel due to the occasional space-time flare-ups, her immense mass and power allowed her to bulldoze through any minor obstacle. To facilitate her race to the surface, several smaller tunneling vehicles flew ahead of the Wrath to clear any of the larger obstacles in the way. In the meantime, VS helped out with the miscellaneous repairs. Just because the Wrath regained her mobility didn't mean she was in good shape. In truth, she operated with almost no redundancy. If a single critical pipe broke from the stress, the entire tunneler would be forced to a halt. No one wanted to envision such an outcome, so the repair crews rushed out to repair the pipelines. In general, such repairs didn't require an in-depth background on giant tunneling machines, so VS easily contributed to the work. He didn't even think about using his newly gained rewards. The situation was too hectic for him to play with the system. Besides, even with his privacy shield, he doubted he would ever be able to escape scrutiny for long. He could tell that some of the security officers kept a close eye on him. It was as if they suspected he played a role in the sudden outburst of the glowing planet. Do they really think I'm capable of triggering such a staggering response? Even if those suspicions had a lot of merit, VS continued to play the victim and act dumb. Now that the system devoured the jewel and the giant skeleton turned to dust, there shouldn't be any proof left of what he'd done. He also messed with the hardware of the mining suit before he set off in his jaunt in order to make sure it didn't record his actions. I'm sure I didn't miss any hidden recording functions on my suit. If any microscopic spying equipment had stuck around, then Lucky should have already taken care of it. VS had trained Lucky to always swat away any microscopic bugs. After reasoning that the Mech Corps shouldn't have gotten their hands on solid proof, VS relaxed and continued to work. 6 days later, the gregarious Wrath returned to the surface of the glowing planet. A much more disarrayed base greeted their sights. The space-time fluctuations had been a little less severe on the surface, but the dimensional smoothers had their work cut out for them as the Mech Corps relied on them to cover a large radius. The Mech Corps had no reason to detain VS, so he was allowed to exit the tunneler and return to his friends. After questioning some of the base personnel, VS got the gist of what had happened on the surface. Both the Blood Claws and Walter's Whalers sustained significant casualties. This forced them to abandon their previous bases and seek refuge at the military. The Mech Corps only retained a crowded section of the Red Zone. Several different pirate and vulture alliances claimed their surroundings. I should get in touch with the gang. Hopefully they're still alive. Chapter 3:15 Recalcitrant. VS sent out a flurry of messages on his comm first. He contacted Melker, as he could trust his cousin to brief him without any bias. Are you safe, VS? Melker asked over the comm. His projected bust radiated fatigue. I'm fine. I've had some close shaves, but we've dug up a fortune in exotics. Even if they have to relinquish the majority to the MTA, they'll still make it off with a tidy profit. That's good to hear. It's been rather hectic on our end. As you can see, this base hasn't fared well in the last couple of weeks. The pirates, under the instigation of the Dragons of the Void, have ganged up on us. They wiped out the smaller outfits first before they tackled the main forces of the Mech Corps. Is everyone else okay? Riella suffered a minor injury when her mech got swarmed by enemy mechs. She managed to eject in time, but she suffered a bruise to her ego. As long as she's breathing, I'm fine with that. VS replied with relief now that he confirmed that both his family members survived. What about the Whalers? Walter's Whalers had been one of the first gangs to go. They lost most of their mechs and a decent amount of pilots. They didn't eject in time. VS bowed his head. He predicted such an outcome, but he didn't wish it turned into reality. The Whalers truly hadn't been prepared to fight a grueling campaign. Hopefully they took their losses to heart and implement some reforms. They needed to shape up really quickly if they wanted to survive the impending war. What about Walter, Dietrich, and Fada? They're doing great. They're better than the rest, and their mechs are of much higher quality than the walking pieces of junk they ordinarily use. Together with Riella, they've made a name for themselves among the Blood Claws. Even the Mech Corps took note of their contributions. Sounds like you didn't fight alongside them. What have you been up to? Nothing remarkable. Melker shook his head. The Blood Claws needed volunteers to patrol the outskirts and reconnoiter the approaches to the bases. I signed up for those duties because I've received prior training in these tasks. Melker earned a lot of contributions on his own by sniffing out enemy scouts. Even though he only skimmed over actions, VS knew that Melker had definitely risked his life a few times. Well, now that the gregarious wrath has returned to the surface, I think it's safe to say the Mech Corps will evacuate us any day now. There's only 6 days left on the clock. We don't want to be here when the armadas from the Hegemony and the Coalition arrive. Don't forget that there are no Lagrange points in the glowing zone, so we have to take the long way if we want to transition out of here. A Lagrange point was basically a point in space where the gravitational force between several stellar objects cancelled each other out. For example, a planet with a moon would have a Lagrange point somewhere on the line between the two. Such points in space provided ships with a quick and convenient way to transition into FTL. The problem here was that the glowing planet had gone rogue. It obviously used to orbit a star system like other planets, but it had been cast out into space on its own. The lack of Lagrange points served to delay their departure significantly. This is something that the big guys upstairs will have to tackle. We don't have many options but to go along with whatever they have planned. Although VS could stuff the Stanislaw and a couple of people aboard the Barracuda, he held no confidence his corvette could make it out of the glowing zone on her own. Too many pirate ships lurked in the glowing zone like an endless school of sharks. I'll go meet with the Whalers. Since I originally contracted with them, it's best I stick with them to the end. Once VS hung up on Melker, he sought the encampment within the base that held the whalers. He found them at a distant corner. A sad collection of ships and broken mechs greeted his sights. Even now, the whalers still acted like cheapskates by trying to take along the wrecks that belonged to their opponents. At least they have good taste. He nodded as he noted the overall quality of the wrecks. Much of them could be sold for 10 million credits in the salvage circle. If VS worked to restore them to a functional state, he could easily increase their value by 20 to 30%. The margins are too low for me to bother. He already ran a profitable business selling brand new mechs of his own design. Only mech designers who couldn't afford to license any mechs or components dove into the repair industry. As long as they mastered some basic skills and possessed some common sense, they could comfortably make a decent profit. It still represented a dead end in terms of career progression. The mech industry rarely appreciated the repair business. It didn't take much to establish a footing there, and there were countless of competitors. In any case, VS sought out Walter, who looked like he had taken a massive blow. All of those casualties had obviously took a toll on the gang leader. He even looked like he lost some weight. Walter, I'm sorry for your losses. I don't think any of us had really expected there would be so many pirates. The burly man snorted a bit and chugged down another gulp of his cheap beer. It reminds me of my worst days back on Bentheim. The things I did, back then, I was just a jumped-up grunt. VS remained silent as he took a seat at Walter's cafeteria table. Walter burped. Well, it's not your fault, and none of your business. I can take care of my own house. So what brings you here? Did you receive any word on how the Mech Corps is planning to get off this planet? Ha! The gang leader laughed. Oh, they did, and it's a doozy. I'll send you the outline of their plan, though do try not to spread it around. It's sort of classified. After Walter transferred the file to his comm, VS briefly ran his eyes through the document. The plan was crude and simple. Every ship on the surface would load up and claw their way up to orbit at the same time. The sheer amount of ships should deter any potshots, though the coordinated maneuver would also attract a lot of major pirate groups. The space-borne Mech Corps assets that hung in high orbit would pave the way for the surface fleet by beating back the pirates that gathered along their trajectory. After that, the space-borne fleet would continue to shadow over the landbound as they collectively limped their way to the edge of the glowing zone. This will take way too much time. VS frowned. While the Mech Corps ensured their safety in numbers, they also had to limit their speeds to the slowest ship in their midst. How are your space-borne assets? They haven't fought at all, so they're at full strength. They're lacking in experience and equipment, though. I'd appreciate it if you can take a look at their mechs. Will do. After making some small talk with Walter, VS left to seek out his baby. He always cherished the first production model of his black beak. Once he reached the nearby mech stables, VS found his distinctive black creation in a much more rugged condition. Even without a log, VS could tell what kind of battles it fought and how well it fared. He spotted a decent amount of abrasions, evident of high-speed maneuvers gone wrong. He also located plenty of weapon marks such as laser pits, shell craters, and sword scars. All of these wounds added character to the mech. As VS beheld the sight, he imagined his mech's X-factor absorbing all of these experiences, taking them as fuel for growth. Due to all of the recent excitement, VS failed to enter the right mindset to determine if his Blackbeak's X-factor had changed. Hey VS! Fada called as he approached from the side. I heard you just returned. I ran over as soon as you heard. So what do you think about the Black Beak? VS suddenly asked. Fada appeared taken aback. Well, it's a fine mech. It's hard to explain, but your mech has grown on me. It's a fantastic ride by itself, and it's even better when I bring it to battle. I always feel as if the mech is giving me an extra push. That's not the case with my old mech. I often had to fight against her controls. What would you say is its best part? Obviously, her armor. It's amazing how much punishment it can take. Even if I always try to dodge every attack, I'm only human. The only reason I did well through all of those fights was because your mech always saved me from my own blunders. VS hadn't spent all of those merits in vain. The Veltrex armor system proved its worth in spades on this campaign. Its high upfront costs paid off in spades once the owners of the Black Beaks realized how much money they saved on repairs. I see. Now that you told me what's the best part, what about the things that fall short? My number one pet peeve is that your Black Beak overheats too easily. It's mainly the fault of this environment, as my mech can't vent any heat through the air if there isn't any of it in the first. Still, I would never rely on the Black Beak to fight in vacuum environments. I'll be sure to take that into account. VS already knew about this problem. I'll likely design a variant that specializes in these conditions. There's not much I can do about the base model, however. As long as you know. Another thing that's troublesome is that the Black Beak guzzles up a lot of medium-density mech-grade fuel. That stuff is pretty rare in the Republic. Almost every other mech runs on low-density fuel. That's the price you pay to run an advanced mech like the Black Beak. Low-density fuel is too inefficient to run a mech worth at least 60 million credits. Despite these grumbles, Fada didn't sound very hung up about this issue. The majority of the mechs that ran on pure energy cells either turned into bombs or switched over to the undercharged versions that frequently bottomed out quickly. Fuel-based mechs fared best of all on the glowing planet. Fada's experiences helped VS a lot in confirming his own predictions. The modified Black Beak hadn't suffered any inexplicable mishaps. Its excellent construction and personal tune-up by VS had ensured that the machine was mechanically sound. It didn't break when it faced a lot of pressure. This was the most important point that VS wanted to confirm. He designed the Black Beak specifically to last a generation. It had to hold up in the most intense moments of war, and from what VS had gathered so far, the Black Beak amply met this goal. Once he finished picking Fada's mind, VS left the mech stables and sought Riella. It was time to hear her recalcitrant cousin out. He spotted her at some dingy makeshift bar the Blood Claws had set up as a form of relaxation. VS stepped up behind her barstool. "I've been looking for you." "Eep!" The young woman jumped from her seat and almost spilled her cocktail. "Warn a girl next time, will you?" "Where's Dietrich?" "Him?" she snorted. VS smelled the alcohol from her breath. "He's in the infirmary. When the pirates ganked my mech, he tried to ride to the rescue like a white knight in shining armor. Too bad he forgot that he pilots a rifleman mech. Don't worry, he made it out alive, but he won't be able to move his left arm for a while." "Riella, this is no time to get drunk. We'll be evacuating from the glowing planet at any moment now." The glowing planet's rage had subsided by now, or most of it had been absorbed by its landmass so that barely anything had reached the surface. The most anyone noticed the changes was when a small quake rippled their drinks. "You're not my parents! I'm old enough to make my own decisions now. And you know what, VS? I decided it's not worth it for me to stay with the Larkin Sons. I'm forging my own path in life, now. I'm joining the Blood Claws." Chapter 316 Sister. He should have seen this coming. From what he knew about Riella, she had always behaved as if she had been cast astray from the path she initially set forth on. Her dream was to be a professional mech athlete. Once she had been cast from the dueling scene, she never really knew what to make of herself. The Larkin Sons likely sent her to VS to find a new goal to work towards. The old fogies on Rittersburg likely wouldn't be glad to hear that she decided to hitch up with one of the most violent and infamous gangs on Bentheim. "Riella, we've talked about this. You're making a big mistake. You only see the noble side of the blood claws. All of that power and wealth is earned through less than savory means. Joining them means you are contributing to the social ills of Bentheim. I know all of that. I'm not a naive little girl anymore. Riella grumbled as she pushed away her empty glass. But you don't see the good they do as well. The blood claws sound scary because they want to be feared. If you look underneath how they work, you'll see that they're not so bad as long as you play by their rules. Those rules have no leg to stand on in the Republic's laws. Gangs operate in a very different layer of society than the military or the regular private sector. Once you formally join the Blood Claws, you'll shut the door to a legitimate job. There is no way you can remain a Larkin son as well. What do you care about it? She spat back vehemently. Is it great to be a Larkin son, when you're consigned to join the Mech Corps from birth? That sounds a lot like slavery to me. Well, I've had enough of nagging uncles and aunties telling me what to do. I quit the family. Plenty of Larkin sons have distanced themselves from the family over the years. Unlike some of the other military dynasties, the Larkin sons have been very relaxed about the issue. Don't want to be a Larkin son? Okay. We'll update our registry. Henceforth, you are not an official member of the family anymore. Just don't come crying back when you encounter a setback and you don't have a shoulder to lean on. You made your bed. The choice to quit your family association meant you embraced freedom over duty. The Larkin sons didn't quibble too much over the loss of free-thinking offspring, thinking that it would be better to let them spread their wings rather than hold them captive in a cage. In that regard, if Riella really wanted to cast herself from the family, VS had no means to prevent her from going through with her choice. He still found it to be a very bad choice. Riella, please think it over. There are many other outfits you can join instead. If you fancy a rough life, there are many reputable mercenary corps you could choose from. They'd love to employ a Larkin son like you. She shook her head. I'm not doing this for the money. You don't understand a single thing what I'm saying. It's like this. I don't fit in with the Larkin sons. They're all so serious about pursuing a career in the Mech Corps. Well, I don't want to be a cog in a machine. What I want is to fight alongside real comrades who I can trust to watch my back. Mercenaries don't cut it. They fight for money and for a cozy retirement. Is fighting alongside a bunch of thugs and criminals any better? Hey! They're not all brutes like in the dramas. Many of them are like Fada and Dietrich. I envy them, you know. All of the whalers act like brothers to each other. The Blood Claws already treat me like a sister that I feel more welcome in their midst than back at the Larkin Son compound. All I get from cousins like you are snide remarks and disapproving looks. I'm fed up with that. VS understood that he couldn't convince Riella to reconsider her decision. He wasn't a man of eloquence, and neither did he have any experience in dealing with obstinate relatives. After a couple more back and forths, VS resigned himself to this undesirable outcome. This looked to be a real mess, especially considering that Melinda served in the Bentheim Planetary Guard. What if Riella and Melinda faced each other on opposite sides one day? When Riella drunkenly stumbled back to her bunk, VS sighed to himself. The family won't like it if she jumped ship with the Blood Claws when the Republic is at the cusp of war. They'll take her defection as a betrayal. Even though Riella wouldn't suffer any concrete punishment from her abrupt departure, henceforth she'd never be welcome at any of the family reunions. Whatever. It's her choice in the end. A gang is pretty bad, but at least she hadn't gone pirate. At the very least, gangs operated in a gray area and could be relied upon to defend their territory when the Visions came knocking at the door. Pirates, on the other hand, would cut down their own mothers in an instant, and did not possess a single responsible bone in their bodies. VS spent the rest of the day preparing for the impending departure. Whatever plans the Mech Corps cooked up, he had no doubt that the pirates objected to their departure. Everyone knew that the Mech Corps extracted a massive fortune from the Red Zone. Even if they hadn't heard about the Rorica's bone the gregarious wrath recovered from the core of the glowing planet, the pirates would still attempt to chip away at their transports. In the meantime, the glowing planet experienced a lot of turbulence. The sudden onset of earthquakes and the temporary spike in space-time anomalies alarmed every outfit operating on the surface of the planet. Even if the glowing planet's rage eventually subsided, many people held suspicions on what could have triggered the outburst. Both the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion received increased scrutiny for that reason. Naturally, this also made it difficult to plan out their evacuation. VS vaguely heard rumors that the Dragons of the Void had been organizing the disparate pirate alliances into opposing any departures by the two military forces. This reality put the Mech Corps in a weird spot where they had to cooperate with the Mech Legion in order to maximize their chances of making it out intact. If they lifted off from the planet by themselves, then the pirates would completely commit their entire forces on a single target. Will the Mech Legion cooperate? The Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom had been locked into a bitter, generational struggle for supremacy. They almost never looked eye to eye to each other. How could they forge an agreement when they hardly shared any common ground? As VS had never personally taken part in a war against the Vijans, he found the idea of cooperating with the Mech Legion a distasteful but pragmatic choice. Unfortunately, much of the 4th Bentheim Division disagreed. Off-duty mech pilots practically spat at their names when they talked about the Vijans. He imagined their Vijans counterparts doing the same on the opposite side of the planet. Nevertheless, a small figure like VS had no chance of taking part in the planning of such an important operation. He had to mind his own business. So the whalers are leaving most of their non-mech hardware behind? That's right, Dietrich said as he lay on the bed in one of the infirmaries. He suffered a minor breach in the cockpit that had mangled his arms. While they're still worth a couple of million credits, they're all junk and they take up way too much space. My father would rather want to fill up his ships with containers full of exotics. That made sense. VS figured most of the other outfits would be doing likewise. Still, all of those containers will weigh down the transports. Many exotics have a much higher density than regular alloys. We know, but we owe it to those who died to make it out with as much booty as possible. Dad wants to set up a fund for their families. The mood turned a little grim. Though VS hadn't witnessed any frigid battles, he could tell that the whalers had changed. The constant fighting grinded away their confidence and harvested the lives of their brothers. They lost at least half of their mech pilots and most of their mechs. Even if they mined a fortune in exotics, such a massive loss had dampened any enthusiasm about getting rich. We'll recover, Dietrich whispered. My dad already filled me in on where he plans to spend all of that money. We'll be beefing our numbers. Besides recruiting mech pilots, we'll also purchase better mechs. Dad is actually thinking about buying some of your models. Good choice. I'll personally fabricate some for Walter if he knocks at my door. It's the least I can do. Have you seen Riella? Yeah. She told me she wanted to join the Blood Claws. Please don't tell me you have a hand in that. It's not my fault. Dietrich raised his healthy hand in innocence. She can be a bit intense when it comes to earning fame. She doesn't think she'll be able to distinguish herself if she's serving in the Mech Corps. It's much easier for her to earn some fame among the Blood Claws. VS grew suspicious. Is it because of Melinda? Don't even start on Melinda. Dietrich groaned as he palmed his face. You can't imagine how jealous Riella is over Melinda's duel against Captain Vicker. She's always thinking about a way to trump that achievement. Are the two of you still together? Yeah, well, sort of. I don't think we can maintain a long-distance relationship. Dietrich hung down his head. Ever since she hitched up with the Blood Claws, she became incredibly focused on her training. All of those battles polished her piloting style, so right now she's improving pretty fast. Compared to that, what's the use of a boyfriend? I should have never taken her to Bentheim in the first place. VS clapped Dietrich's shoulder in encouragement. Man up, Dietrich. I'm not really good in relationships, but I think you still have a chance with her. Keep training and make sure you can keep up with her improvement. As long as you're strong, she'll continue to respect you. Actually, he had no idea what he was talking about. VS merely wanted to console the little boss and encourage him to keep in touch with Riella. After all, how would VS be able to keep tabs on her if she stopped corresponding with Dietrich? What about your own love life? Dietrich pricked back at him. I've never seen you with a girl, and you rarely go out in the city to get to know someone. You're not growing any younger, you know. Ahem, that's none of your business. VS stubbornly closed himself off. Go back to healing. I expect the Mech Corps will begin their evacuation tomorrow. Even if you aren't fit to pilot a mech, you should at least be tough to endure some shocks. The man on the bed began to frown. It's going to be that bad? I really don't know, but we should plan for the worst. Many pirates haven't brought sufficient mining equipment, so they only harvested scraps compared to the bounty that the Mech Corps earned. Those pirates won't be able to hold back, I think. Stealing other people's hard work has always been their modus operandi. After discussing a bit with Dietrich, VS left the infirmary and began to consider his own options. He considered using up his golden lottery tickets, but found no opportunity to be alone. The base was packed full of people and the Mech Corps kept a close eye on all of them. He also figured that the lottery tickets mostly held items related to designing mechs. With my luck, I won't receive anything relevant that will help me survive the coming days. He returned to the whalers and made his final preparations. Since the Barracuda remained up in space, VS had to borrow a ride for himself, Melker, and his Stanislaw. He walked over to the rusty little mech carrier that would bring them into space and frowned. How old is this ship? Chapter 317 Last Stand. The evacuation began in earnest the next day. The Mech Corps had already shuttered its mining equipment and loaded their transports with exotics the days before, but now they started to dismantle and pack in their high-value assets. Most of the objects that took up a lot of space but wasn't actually valuable would be left behind. This consisted of things such as prefab structures and walls. Though they incorporated a fair amount of exotics, they relied more on their thickness than their material quality to withstand enemy attacks. Compared to low-value bulk goods, the Mech Corps would rather load up their transports with more exotics. Even filling up their remaining cargo space with junk exotics made more sense than to retrieve their walls. The other outfits followed suit. They placed a high priority on shipping out their haul. Bringing back their mechs came at a close second. A fair amount of landbound mechs entered the carriers and strapped themselves down. Due to the recent battles, many of the berths had become free. Their owners cleverly filled up the remaining space with additional containers of exotics. Still, they couldn't put away every combat-ready mech. The massive movement attracted the attention of the surrounding pirates. Their prey planned to make a run. The pirate alliances pounced on the base without any explicit attempts to coordinate their attacks. They merely followed their instincts and acted on any signs of weakness. The sudden but expected attack necessitated a strong defense. Many landbound mechs remained stuck on the planet and had to fight back the pirates that constantly swarmed their lines. At a certain field of rocks and cliffs, the Stanislaw huddled forward with its rifle radiating a fair amount of heat. The rifleman mech looked like it had seen better days. Significant amounts of armor had peeled away from all of the lasers and explosive shells that had glanced off the frame. Incoming squad of pirate mechs, Melker reported, though his mech had already sent the telemetry of his sightings to the Blood Claws. 1 light, 6 mediums, 1 heavy. Say again, did you just mention a heavy? It's a salvaged artillery mech. They'll likely deploy it on the high ground up ahead and bombard the walls from a distance. The Blood Claw operator on the other end of the channel cursed. We've already depleted our stock of missiles, and we don't have anything that can outrange a heavy artillery mech. We'll be sending out an oversized squad to take care of the threat. Hold your position and guide the squad to the artillery mech when they arrive. Can you do that? Got it. My mech still has some fight left into it. I have to pay them back for scratching up my Stanislaw. On a more open side of the battlefield, the pirates deployed their mechs in significant numbers. A swarm of mechs raced forward to overwhelm the defensive lines. Riella, Fada, and Walter stood before the walls along with the rest of the Blood Claws and their affiliated groups. They had been tasked with keeping this patch of wall steady, and for the sake of their massive haul, they promised to defend this wall to their deaths. Whether the Mech Corps believed the vow or not was another question. In any case, the Blood Claws made their stand, and the pirates came running to challenge their conviction. Careful, lads! Not all of the pirate mechs are carrying undercharged energy cells. Aim for the upper torso or the legs if possible. Avoid the waist and lower back as much as you can. Ranged mechs, aim high and focus on knocking off their heads if possible. They're much easier to disable once they lose their main sensors. As the commander of the Blood Claws instructed their men, Riella sighed and opened a channel to Fada. I bet I can take out more mechs than you. I'm not the Riella you've seen before. Fat chance. The light mech specialist laughed. Even with your fancy new mech, it still pales in comparison to what your cousin designed. There's no contest which mech is better. Ever since her Sliverath bought the farm, the Blood Claws prepared another mech for her to use. Though someone else had originally reserved the mech, the brass decided to hand it to her on account of her skill. Many of the mech pilots in the employ of the Blood Claws never enjoyed the amount of systematic training that any Larkin Son potentate had gone through. Here they come! A wave of pirate mechs braved the base with fanaticism driven by greed and brainwashing. By now, everyone had heard of how the dragons of the void messed with the heads of the pirates and made them pliable to their orders. If the dragons of the void wanted to throw away 1,000 mechs, they could easily do so without any consequences. It took a lot of courage to assault the Mech Corps directly. Many of the smarter pirate outfits had shown up on the battlefield but cleverly hung behind the first wave of idiots that had stormed ahead. Nobody sober wanted to lead the charge. Watch out for their energy cells. Take them out at a distance if you can. The defending side brought more ranged mechs than melee mechs this time. Once the pirates came within a certain range, all of the rifles and cannons spat out beams and projectiles at the incoming mechs. Their fire focused first and foremost on the light mechs. The downside to charging forth in a massive uncoordinated swarm was that the light mechs didn't have much room for maneuver. They risked a collision if they juked too much and bumped into another mech. Even then, it took a fair amount of firepower to score the first kills. Half of the mechs collapsed in a lifeless heap, but the other half exploded violently. Some of those explosions affected the mechs next to them. A portion of the mechs that suffered the most substantial damage exploded, as well as their overcharged energy cells discharged all at once. The subsequent chain reaction disrupted the charge and plunged the formation into momentary confusion. This is our chance! Charge! The Blood Claws surged forward, closing the short distance that remained, and hammered into the confused huddle of pirates. One thing the Mech Corps learned about these brainwashed pirates was that they lost their edge. In practice, they became more dim-witted and couldn't really think for themselves. It was as if they had turned into human-form bots. Once you forced them into a loop of errors, you could easily shut them down. Right now, the Riella sprung forth with her new mech. She piloted an advanced skirmisher mech called the Nimue, which notably featured a partial raiment of compressed armor. The Nimue blitzed past the front ranks of the pirates and sliced away at their arms. Though the strikes hadn't penetrated deep, she did manage to cut through some of the thinner armor around the arms and inflict some internal damage, therefore weakening the limbs. "Hey! You're going in too deep!" Fada called as he brought his black beak in front of a sluggish knight. "Come back here, Riella!" The enemy pilot in front of him recovered just in time to parry Fada's sword with its shield. Still, he couldn't prevent Fada from slipping to his flanks and sink the sharp edge of the Blackbeak's phoenix shield into its legs. The pirate knight buckled a bit, opening it up for a stab through its thinner back armor. The Blackbeak pushed its weight into the thrust until the sword had reached the cockpit. "That's one down," he muttered as he carefully retracted his sword in order to avoid bumping into the energy cells. Many of the pirate mechs carried overcharged energy cells. Their wrecks remained a hazard even if they had been taken out safely. It only took one stray shot to set them off. This was why Fada pulled his black beak away as fast as possible. In recent times, every pilot acquired the habit of avoiding fallen wrecks. The risk of getting caught in a sudden blast was too much. The wave of defenders eventually pulled back after having thinned out the pirate riffraff. Constant movement and sudden changes in direction served to confuse the brainwashed pirates even further. They didn't even realize their enemies had pulled out. They needed at least 10 seconds to get a grip on the new situation. "Open fire!" The ranged mechs had cooler their laser rifles or changed the magazines of their ballistic weapons once the melee mechs went in. Now that they returned, the ranged mechs opened fire again. This time, more explosions sounded out, as many of the fire focused on damaged and immobilized mechs. The chain reactions that resulted from the second volley destroyed even more mechs than at the start. Once the ranged mechs reached their limits, they stopped their fire, prompting the melee mechs to set forth again. The clever seesaw tactic made short work out of the initial wave of pirates. The onlookers who wanted to profit at the expense of the first wave hadn't been able to summon up the courage to follow up. The defenders hardly suffered any losses. The mantises died too quickly for the orioles to pounce on the cicadas. "Pff! The cowards!" Riella taunted as she brought her Nimue back in line. Her mech suffered a fair amount of scratches, but the vitals all held up with the help of its compressed armor. Why did they think they stood a chance in the first place? Even if they overran our position, they still have to deal with the reserves from the 4th Division. Fada tapped his finger against the armrest of his piloting chair. "You can't fault the pirates for making a last attempt. I got the sense that the Dragons of the Void never planned to take back these mechs in the first place. Just look at them. They're mostly junkers that are worth 10 million credits at most. A single container filled with junk exotics is worth at least twice as much." That made a disturbing amount of sense. Even though the Mech Corps constantly thrashed the pirates, they kept coming back as if they literally held no value. By the time the dragons gathered up these dregs, they only composed of a fraction of what they initially brought to the surface. "Well, we should thank our fortunes that the Dragons of the Void have been so loose with their slaves. If they saved them all up, they could have overwhelmed our defenses with sheer numbers." As the remaining defenders stabilized the lines, VS watched on at the roof of one of the prefab workshops. He didn't have any use at this moment, as the time for repairs had passed. Right now, every available hand helped out with loading up the spaceships. He looked out at the distance and imagined all the fighting that went on there. VS had tapped into his Blackbeak's feed but lost connection on the way. Some of the communication lines had been cut for some reason or another. "Maybe this is a good time to use up my lottery tickets." No one paid attention to VS at the moment. With pirates at their doorstep and ships that needed filling, the Mech Corps spared no effort in monitoring a single if somewhat special mech designer. VS carefully looked from side to side and spotted nobody nearby. "Lucky, is anything monitoring us right now?" "Meow!" Lucky had already swatted away a few bugs. Nothing else had drifted close since then. VS took that as an affirmative and sat down in an enclosed corner. He brought up his comm and activated his privacy shield before he turned to the lottery page. 10 glistening golden tickets awaited his perusal. As always, the system went the extra mile to dress up its features. The tickets looked lifelike and floated in front of VS like an attractive school of fish. "I hope you turn up something better than an old lantern or something." VS found the bronze and silver tickets to be a waste of time and DP. Even if he could buy them in bulk, he would rather use up his points in the shop or skill tree. At least he'd get what he paid for in those cases. As for these lottery tickets, if his luck bode ill, he might end up with 10 complete duds. The risk of scoring 10 straight misses weighed heavily on VS. "I'm not that unlucky, am I?" Chapter 318 Amastendera. A sense of cautious anticipation swelled inside VS. The system held extremely high standards, and the golden lottery tickets should be worth the effort of retrieving that strange jewel from the core of the glowing planet. "There's no way the system will hand over a crappy reward for a B-rank mission." From his frequent dealings with the system, he knew that it would never stint him on his rewards. It held itself to a high standard in terms of its offerings. As impersonal as the system behaved, it displayed a very rigid sense of class. Still, lottery tickets never guaranteed a payoff. That was the nature of gambling. VS had no doubt that if he bought a bunch of bronze or silver lottery tickets from the system, he'd waste far more DP than he would gain in value from his wins. Ultimately, the system profited. That put VS to thought. Why did the system work with design points? What did it actually represent? "I gain design points for designing mechs and selling them to others. The more I design, the more points I earn. The more my mechs proliferate, the more points I receive." The system obviously incentivized VS to conquer the mech industry and make his designs ubiquitous. What he didn't understand was what the system got out of it. DP was a currency that VS could spend on very real benefits, such as upgrading his skills or purchasing a powerful item from the shop. "It's not fantasy money that the system uses to restrict my spending," he guessed. He didn't think that the system came with an endless reservoir of energy and rationed some of it out to VS in limited amounts. "It's more as if the act of designing and selling mechs is empowering the system." From what he could speculate, DP represented some form of higher energy, likely existing in the imaginary realm. Every mech he sold generated some of this energy, which the system somehow captured and digested it to fuel its own incredible workings. A ridiculous level of technology underpinned these workings. VS frequently admired the workings of the system. Whenever he thought he found its limits, the system surprised him with another capability. All of these wonders required an enormous amount of energy that not even a capital ship's reactor could supply enough power to these processes. "It's impossible for me to figure out how the system works." He lacked the technical background to even attempt such an analysis. VS was like a caveman who stumbled upon an abandoned shuttle. He didn't need to know how it worked to press a couple of buttons and get the shuttle to fly. "It's enough for me to work within the boundaries set by the system." Even if the system had a nefarious purpose, for now VS had little to fear. He only received plenty of benefits so far. It wasn't too late to throw it away if it ever became a threat. He moved on to the lottery tickets, which continued to hover in front of him. The projection appeared so realistic that he could almost touch them if not for his hazard suit getting in the way. Using up the tickets on an isolated rooftop of an empty workshop didn't seem very prudent, but VS had nothing to fear so long as he kept up his trusty privacy shield. Lucky also scampered nearby. With his pet on the prowl, no spy bugs should be able to get close enough to breach the privacy shield. "Here goes nothing." VS extended a gauntlet finger and ripped apart the first golden lottery ticket. The entire thing shone bright before revealing the interface upon which he would draw his prize. A bin materialized that held a bunch of golden balls. Each of them shone with an attractive luster, as if they hinted at a great treasure. VS figured that he had to pick and choose which ball to take. Here goes nothing. He held out his hand and dug it deep into the bin of balls. The balls all appeared to be made of solid gold, which made it difficult for his suited arm to extend into the bin, but he persevered. Once his gauntlet reached the bottom of the bin, he grabbed hold of a random ball that rested at the bottom and carefully retracted it out of the bin. The ball he held began to shine. Its gold surface sparkled and dematerialized, revealing a great light hidden inside its hollow cavity. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. Really? After so much fanfare, he wasted an entire ticket? Come on, system! This is such a big scam! Alright, so he confirmed that even golden lottery tickets could end up as duds. Even though he predicted the possibility, it never felt good to fail on the first draw. Once he finished drawing the prize, the bin stirred itself up and the balls began to bounce back and forth. Once the process finished, VS could use up another ticket by drawing another ball. Next try then. He drew out one of the balls at the top this time. When the golden ball began to shine, it split up to reveal a miniature object inside. Congratulations! You have received a 10-year production license of the following sensor component: Colchester Revisions 44 SPNC 1341455A. At least I got something this time. His tone sounded remarkably flat, because he did not have a clue on the value of this sensor license. Neither the company name or the unspeakable codename revealed any hint of its true value. Just because he received a production license didn't mean he could apply them immediately. A license had to fit his vision instead of the other way around. In addition, chances were high that the sensor component either underperformed or demanded way too much exotics to be cost-effective. He'd have to check it out later to see whether the license held any use at all. If nothing else, I can always sell the rights to the license for a couple of billions credits. In general, most production licenses could be sold or transferred to an interested party, though usually at a discount. VS put the matter aside and drew another ball. This time, the ball shone much more brighter than the last one. It practically blinded his visor, causing it to automatically adjust. Something remarkable appeared out of the light. A resplendent-looking laser pistol materialized from the ball. Its beautiful appearance adopted a classy, vintage look. A generous amount of golden-like flourishes adorned its gleaming white surface, and the grippy, bone-plated grip automatically expanded its form to allow his gauntlet to wield the pistol properly. VS focused on the weapon in his hand. Amastendera INV. Rank Supreme. The Amastendera is a masterwork laser pistol handcrafted by Pierre Fimento, the renowned Verbarthan laser gunsmith. The Amastendera is part of a set of 3 pistols. It is rumored that the 3 pistols can be combined into a single super rifle which can pose a threat to a cutting-edge mech. On its own, the Amastendera is a fully fledged laser pistol that can be compacted into an unassuming cube, allowing it to be pocketed. Once retracted, it can fire a variety of laser beams at a wide variety of power settings. The efficiency of this weapon is directly related to its power settings. The Amastendera can fire up to 5,000 standard powered beams before entering a 1-hour cooldown cycle. Its renewable energy cell allows the pistol to constantly replenish its power, and its dimensional heat sink enables it to shunt any heat into another dimension. At maximum power, the pistol will only be able to fire 10 beams in quick succession, and will need to cool down for at least 10 minutes. This unique work of art is the crystallization of Pierre Fimento's life's work, but has been presumed lost. This weapon has been partially reconstructed, but a significant amount of hidden settings still remain dormant. This pistol! VS could not believe what he received. His dinky little backup pistol he holstered at his hip might as well be a toy in front of this slim and elegant piece of art. He could practically feel the X factor radiating out of this majestic weapon. This Pierre Fermento must have designed and created it with an abundance of passion and love. With bated breath, he slowly tightened his grip on the weapon, as if he was afraid it was an illusion. He was most impressed with its capacity to fire 5,000 standard laser beams without requiring any rest in between. What did 5,000 consecutive shots means? It meant he could pretty much hold down the trigger and burn through a solid piece of ship armor given enough time. It meant he could lay down as much fire as a full squad of infantrymen. In addition, he noticed that the power settings could be dialed up to such a formidable level that he could burn through regular mech armor with a couple of focused volleys. Exoskeleton armor formed no obstacle at all. This is what I was looking for. Now I'm not so toothless anymore without Lucky. VS always found it grating to rely on Lucky to save him from a sticky mess. Now, with a formidable weapon by his side, he possessed the means to fight back, though he hadn't turned into a super soldier all of a sudden. Even the best weapons could be rendered ineffective if its wielder didn't possess the skill to wield them effectively. Sadly for him, VS only received basic self-defense training with pistols. His aim was far from ideal, which made this weapon a poor fit for him. He could tell that Pierre had designed this weapon for a highly skilled combatant, because it incorporated absolutely no form of aim assistance at all. An expert gunslinger doesn't need any form of help. Despite this major deficiency, VS still cherished this weapon. What does the INV stand for? Any object that carries the suffix of INV can be dematerialized into the inventory offered by Mech Designer's system with no limits. Wow! VS asked a couple of more questions, and for once, the system spared enough energy to answer his questions. Any item above a certain rank could be held in the system's inventory, as long as he obtained it from the system in the first place. Amastendra happened to be an item that came with the rank of Supreme, which happened to be several times more remarkable than Lucky, who initially bore the rank of Gold when he initially received him as a gift. VS glanced over at Lucky, who didn't appear to be impressed by his fancy new weapon. The cat had transformed from a regular bronze-like gem cat to an impressive-looking bone-white cat. The amount of Rorica's bone he ingested was virtually priceless, with the high-grade bone contributing the most to Lucky's newfound strength. Don't worry, Lucky. You're still the best gift ever. Once he finished admiring his splendid-looking gift, he dematerialized it into his inventory before going back to his lottery drawings. His luck seemed to have run out over the course of the next draws. He encountered dud after dud. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. He finally received a solid prize on his 8th drawing. Congratulations! You have received a single-use Super Publish voucher. Use this voucher to activate your Super Publish ability on any of your solely developed designs. This voucher will not use up your regular Super Publish quota. Compared to the Amastendra, this Super Publish voucher failed to excite him in any way. If he remembered correctly, the Super Publish ability enabled him to spontaneously improve any design by 10%. Before, he always held back on this ability because he had to wait for an entire year before he could use it again. What if he used it frivolously and later ended up in a situation where he had to break past his limits to save his life? Thus, VS always put the ability into a mental vault, and locked it away, never to be used unless his life was truly at stake. Getting another chance at using the super publish ability granted him a lot more leeway with this ability. He planned to keep the voucher in his inventory and save it up for a genuine emergency. In the meantime, he'd use his regular super publish ability as often as possible in order to make full use of its possibilities. Even if VS wouldn't be able to earn any DP for any designs improved in this way, he'd still be able to learn a lot from all of the changes. Now, only 2 more lottery drawings remained. VS itched his fingers for the final 2 balls. Chapter 319 End Run. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. Of course. Why not? VS shook his head as he received another dud on his next draw. Even a golden lottery ticket couldn't escape from the system's stingy grasp. It reiterated again how much of a bad trade it was to engage with this scam-like lottery business. I get the feeling it's a convenient way for the system to limit my actual rewards. His distaste for the system's lottery grew when he tried and failed to find a listing of the probabilities of winning any prizes. That was illegal. Yet no matter how many times he nagged, the system remained inscrutable. He could only give up and draw the last golden ball with an apprehensive arm. Once he retrieved the final ball, it shone as bright as the one that held the laser pistol. This must be a big prize. Indeed, once the light had faded away, a translucent pill appeared in its midst. The entire lottery interface faded away now that he used up all of his golden tickets, but VS didn't care as he stared at the compelling little pill. What is this? Congratulations. You have received a Transcendence Pill. This object can be ingested to provide a powerful mental boost and break the human limit of any random mental attribute without any lasting negative consequences. Ingesting the pill comes with considerable risk, and requires considerable mental and physical fortitude to survive the transformation process. It may take 1 to 88 days to complete this process. This time, VS received another major prize. He had always been keeping his eye out on a way to breach past human limits. His endurance once reached past 2.0, but it reached that state in a highly unstable manner. His body slowly broke apart from the constant stress. This time, the Transcendence Pill offered to do the same, but without any of the unsustainable elements. Even though the description still pointed out some risks, as long as he made the right preparations, there wouldn't be any lasting dangers. Still, if it takes up to 88 days to complete the transformation process, then it's not a good idea to use it up at this time. Right now, he was in the middle of a war zone. Soon, he'd be evacuated into space, but the danger only started from there. He could not afford to put himself under at this crucial time. The system categorized the Transcendence Pill as a supreme item, so VS easily dematerialized it into his inventory. Both his weapon and his pill would be absolutely safe there as long as his comm remained in his possession. It's too bad I don't have any way of upgrading my comm. The fact that the comm that held his system could be taken away at any moment represented a major weak point in his security arrangement. VS had been eyeing some comm upgrades in the shop that could alleviate these risks, but right now he was loath to spend so much DP. Overall, leaving aside the special upgrade voucher, VS received a fair amount of compensation for all of his trouble. The Amistendra met his need for a powerful self-defense option, while the Transcendence Pill saved him the trouble of figuring out a way to break the human limit on his own. As for the sensor production license, VS reserved his judgment on it. He'd check on it once he returned to Cloudy Curtain. It really sucks that I've only scored 3 prizes out of 10 draws. With a tentative success rate of 40%, golden lottery tickets sure provided an unsteady amount of value. Even if 3 out of the 4 prizes appeared to be exclusive items that provided benefits that couldn't be found in the shop, it still didn't change the fact that it had been a risky exchange. He glanced over at Lucky. His cat acted a bit grumpy as VS fawned over his shiny new toys. Are you jealous? Lucky flicked his tail and turned around, ignoring VS entirely. VS didn't take his pet's behavior to heart. Let's go downstairs. It's about time we board our ride. He walked down the stairs and sought out the beaten-up Happy Jelly. The transport converted into a mech carrier hadn't fared well on the surface. Sporadic long-range bombardment had struck the carrier, chipping away at its rusted armor coverage. The whalers patched up the craters as best they could, but they obviously hadn't been very proficient in the repairs. Even VS could do a better job on his own. Still, he figured it would be better for him to stick with the whalers as they all came from Cloudy Curtain. It wasn't to the point where he trusted them with his life, but they had more reasons to keep him safe than the Blood Claws or the Mech Corps. VS! You're here! A suited whaler waved at him as he supervised the final loading process of the Happy Jelly. I've been wondering whether you'd come. I thought you hitched a ride with the 4th Division. The Mech Corps can be kind of touchy about letting me board their carriers, he responded. Right now, they're focused on breaking through the pirate blockade in space. Having me around is a security risk. Couldn't you have traded some favors to get aboard their ships? It's not worth the price. Indeed, he already inquired about the possibility. Perhaps because of his shenanigans aboard the Gregarious Wrath, the Mech Corps put up a list of strict demands for VS to continue his association with them. He rejected them because he didn't wish to start his draft at this time. How far is the loading process? Everything essential is loaded up. We're only waiting for the final phase. It's going to be a tough time trying to load up all of the mechs that are fending off the pirates at the walls. VS nodded at that. It couldn't be helped, as the pirates continued to pour inside the red zone. They hungrily eyed the transports filled with higher grades of exotics. As long as they could shoot down one of them, they'd be able to salvage more than what they mined from the planet on their own. I'll go inside. Don't stay out for too long. As he entered the familiar badly maintained interior of the Happy Jelly, the dirt and rust didn't look so awful anymore. VS had the sense that he returned home. It was as if the Happy Jelly called out to him and told him he belonged. Sadly, much of the recent deaths had hollowed out the ship. Many of the mech stables that ordinarily held mechs had been filled with cargo containers. The Jelly expected much fewer mechs to return to their berths this time. The high level of losses sustained in this campaign had put a definite dampener on the mood of the crew. In his time among the whalers, VS found out that much of the members shared family relations with each other. People recruited their brothers into the gang, and sisters married any man they found dashing. Among the whalers, the mech pilots represented the apex of the organization, so it was a given that they all left a large number of widowed husbands and wives. If so many people die in a single campaign, then I get why my mother is so averse to conflict. Thinking about his deceased mother ruined his mood as well. He had no idea what to think about the ghost who stole a big prize from underneath his nose. Though it eventually made no difference, as the high-grade Rorica's bone failed to meet the conditions to complete the mission, he still found it to be an awful experience. At least he could finally say goodbye to this pernicious thieving ghost. The glowing planet and all of its secrets would soon become a headache for the Hexadric hegemony and the Friday Coalition to deal with. They possessed plentiful tools to deal with energy beings like the ghost. Not that I'm helpless like before. This time I've got the Amastendera on my side. One particular benefit of the Mastercraft laser pistol was that it came with a setting specialized in hurting energy beams. VS actually looked forward for the ghost to appear in his midst again. He had a nasty surprise in store for the sticky-fingered creature. With the death of many mech pilots, a couple of cabins became ownerless. The whalers assigned him one of the best and roomiest cabins this time. They even went through the trouble of cleaning up the place and removing all of the effects of the previous occupants. Lucky roamed around the roomy cabin, meowing in satisfaction. VS stowed away his luggage before stepping out of the cabin. He knew the whalers lacked a solid team of mech technicians and could use a solid kick in the butt. Once he entered the Jelly's workshop, all of the mech technicians looked towards VS. Almost everyone had worked under him at some point at the start of the campaign, so they instinctively lowered their heads at his presence. Inventing the undercharged energy cells also added to his prestige. VS didn't even have to say a word to take over the entire workshop deck. Give me an overview. How many landbound mechs are we expecting, and how many space-borne mechs does the Jelly carry? The oldest-looking tech stepped forward. We're expecting 5 landbound mechs, which includes the Mech, the Black Beak, and the Stanislaw. As for space-borne mechs, we only carry 2 of them. Would you like to see them? Yes. They're vital to the defense of this carrier. Before we lift off from the glowing planet, I want to make sure they're in fighting shape. While the technicians led the way towards the 2 space-borne mechs, over at the perimeter of the base, the open field had turned into a torn and broken landscape. An abundance of wrecks littered the site. While a fair amount of mechs looked reasonably intact save for a hole in the cockpit or a cut to their limbs, an even larger amount of debris looked like they had gone through a storm. Many pirate outfits lacked the connections or fabrication capabilities to supply their mechs with undercharged energy cells. This led to a judicious amount of explosions that hurt their side more than their opponents. I think it's about time we pull back, Riella muttered as she cast some of her sensors to the ranged mechs firing from the wall. Some of the rifles have run out of ammo. There's still another wave of pirates heading in our direction, Fada noted as he beheld the loose arrangement of pirate mechs coming up to the debris field. Ha! They sent so many mechs at us that they have to watch their footing. The sheer amount of wrecks inadvertently blunted much of the later pirate waves. In addition, the Dragons of the Void had exhausted much of its cannon fodder. They had to prod the other pirate alliances to pick up the slack, with mixed results. This latest bunch looked dangerous, though. They've brought multiple heavy knights to the fore. I thought pirates shouldn't be able to produce these kinds of mechs. That doesn't stop them from stealing them, Fada explained. In fact, it looks a lot like this outfit raided a military supply depot. These mechs are sporting serious hardware. Fortunately, the Mech Corps finally sent the recall signal. The ships had finished loading the final cargo. Now, they only awaited the final batch of mechs that defended the perimeter. Let's go! This is the end run, the commanding officer of the Blood Claws transmitted to the mechs defending this corner of the base. Don't panic and don't run ahead. Stick to the plan and pull back in an orderly fashion. Thousands of mechs across the entire base collectively shrunk back. They pulled away from the walls and briskly headed towards the mass of carriers that awaited their arrival. The pirate mechs noticed the retreat and hastened their way through the debris field. Both sides tried to reach the center and fight the final battle on the surface of the glowing planet. This was the end run. Chapter 320 Wasteful Ploy. At first, the pirates approached without contest. Once they walked past the debris field, they bypassed the walls and trudged into the interior of the base. Their prey had gone ahead and retreated towards the center of the base, where a host of ships awaited their arrival. Surprisingly, the pirates hardly encountered any opposition. The lack of any obstacles among the empty prefab buildings lulled them to a sense of complacency. They unconsciously dismissed any threats among the empty streets and gathered up their numbers before they approached the final defensive envelope. A fair distance away, at the very center of the red zone, a horde of mechs started to load up to their carriers. Badly damaged mechs entered first, followed by ranged mechs that expended all of their ammunition. Only a final defensive line of laser rifleman mechs and undamaged melee mechs held their ground. Alongside these mechs, a large number of anti-air and anti-missile turrets dotted the massive landing field. These formidable military-grade turrets fended off the occasional orbital and missile bombardment, as well as any mechs that approached from the ground. A handful of turrets specializing in fast response even reacted swiftly enough to intercept ballistic shells. The only way to break through the final defensive line was to commit to an all-out assault. Even though the final defensive line intimidated the pirates, their courage continuously swelled as their numbers grew. On the opposite of the pirate mechs, Riella grinned as she looked forward to the show to come, though she sighed as she thought of her Nimue. Her light mech hadn't fared too well in recent deployments. Many of its compressed armor plates showed signs of intense blows, and some of them had even been peeled away. This meant she had very little buffer left to absorb further damage. "Will they fall for it?" she asked. "They're not acting like they've caught on," Vada said as he sat in the cockpit of his worn-out black beak. His mech had fared better than Riella's, but consecutive battles had stripped quite a bit of layers from its Veltrex armor system. "This is our last gambit. If it fails, we'll be having a rough time." Fortunately, the pirate mechs cluelessly congregated in the open fairways between the abandoned prefab structures. Their standard sensors detected no explosives and not a hint of undermining beneath their feet. Thus, they swarmed into the base without reservation. Once the numbers turned from hundreds to thousands of mechs, Colonel Ilos, who commanded the evacuation, issued an order. "Set off the trap." The prefab structures blew up all at once. The explosions had been synchronized down to the microsecond, leaving no opportunity for the pirates to take any precautions at all. Over 50% of the base suffered devastating explosions with a familiar electric bent. It turned out those prefabs had been stuffed with overcharged energy cells. Screams filtered out into the open channels as the lucky ones survived with mangled mechs. As for those who used the prefabs as cover, both their mechs and their pilots had been torn apart from their proximity to the blasts. The level of violence thrummed throughout the base, and even the defenders had to fight to keep their footing. The massive shockwave from the simultaneous explosions even shifted some of the ships. As the explosions faded, Riella struggled to understand why the pirates hadn't detected the energy cells. How did the mech corps manage to fool their sensors? By now, every mech has their detectors peeled for overcharged energy cells. "It's because the mech corps came with a specialized design that's purpose-built as a bomb," another pilot in the channel said. "You see, those mech sensors are calibrated towards detecting mech-sized energy cells, but the base has lots of tools that run on smaller energy cells. If the sensors picked all of those smaller energy cells up, the pilot would eventually grow deaf from all of the alarms, so they are all set to ignore the cells below a given size." Riella understood the ploy. "I see. So instead of making one large cell, you produce lots of smaller ones instead, and bunch them together so their chain reaction is still as devastating as the explosion of a single cell." Even though the magnitude of the explosion hadn't managed to envelop the entire pirate force, it still brought a devastation to their ranks. At this stage, they lost at least a third of their mechs outright. Another third sustained moderate damage, while the rest got off lightly. However, even if they still retained enough mechs to overwhelm the defenders, they completely lost their confidence. The devious trap that had devastated the entire outer base had completely smashed their illusions of achieving an easy win. Some of the ornate mechs at the rear showed up to stiffen up the pirates and prevent them from turning back. A swordsman mech with dragon patterns even strode ahead and beheaded the cowards mechs who had already turned back. "There's no way back!" Takara shouted over the channel. "The mech corps is at the end of their ropes. Look forward and don't turn back." To add some weight to his words, the dragons of the void decided to launch their own gambit early. Something twinkled in the airless sky, prompting the anti-air turrets to swivel upwards and fire lasers and projectile at the incoming threats. The Nimue possessed better sensors than most of the other mechs, so it easily resolved the incoming signatures diving towards them from low orbit. Incoming kamikaze ships! That set off a throng of alarm. One of the most prevalent and destructive means to circumvent the MTA and CFA's taboos on developing weapons of mass destruction was to employ massive objects originally built for another purpose as payloads. The amount of damage a single multi-ton ship could deliver upon crashing was immense, and right now over 100 ships of varying sizes headed straight in their direction. Shoot them down! Fortunately, the Mech Corps hadn't completely dismissed the possibility of such a tactic, though they never thought the pirates had the guts to commit so many ships. The anti-air turrets started overheating in rapid succession as they struggled to blast apart the sturdy ships. The transport vessels broke up easily enough, but the converted carriers often carried substantial armor at their bows, making it incredibly difficult to wear them down from the front. Mechs helped the turrets. Their firepower isn't enough. The ranged mechs all aimed their weapons at the sky and fired them without concern for ammunition or heat. Even some of the melee mechs with backup pistols contributed some of their firepower. The enormous weight of fire had effect, but not enough. Though the defenders easily took down half of the ships, those had been the easy targets. The rest absorbed a lot of concentrated firepower until they eventually broke up. Even then, the debris remained a threat. They'd been carried forth in a parabolic arc that ensured that any pieces that emerged would continue to sail forth until it hit right in the middle of the base. Some of the kinetic turrets and cannoneers had been tasked with knocking these pieces from their trajectory, but it was like pouring water through a sieve. Too many chunks emerged from the wrecks. Brace for impact! Eventually, the turrets exhausted all of their firepower and managed to destroy most of the ships. Only a couple of intact ships crashed in the giant landing field. Those that collided directly with stationary ships blew up in an awesome conflagration that affected the closest ships in the vicinity. Others missed the mark and impacted empty terrain, but the blast and the sheer amount of shrapnel heavily damaged several mechs and ships. In actuality, the falling debris caused much more damage. Most of the fleet carriers and combat carriers made it out with scratches and dents. Their robust construction and plentiful armor cladding enabled them to shrug aside most of the blows. The converted carriers and transports fared much worse. The Blood Claws lost 6 ships when the heavy remains punched through their relatively thin armor and impacted the engines or power reactor. Many other outfits suffered worse. Worse, much of the debris field fell upon the mechs on both sides. The pirates cursed as they tried to move out of the way of incoming debris that had gone astray, but most of the pieces fell amid the defenders. Vada suffered a spate of bad luck as a sharp section of ship armor tore aside his entire shield arm. The momentum of the blow forced his black beak into a spinning crash. "Vada!" Riella yelled, though she had no time to help her comrade in arms. She clumsily tried to dodge the smaller pieces raining down upon her Nimue. "I'm okay," he said as he instructed his mech to drop its sword and pick up the discarded shield. The black beak tried to lift it up in front of it to face the incoming rain of terror. "I can take care of myself." Even the Happy Jelly suffered a lot of scratches as a torrent of fine components scratched her outer surface. Luckily, she escaped the worst of the incoming debris, as she'd been posted at the edge of the landing field. All of the pirate ships had originally aimed to hit the center of the field where all of the most valuable transports resided. They'd been filled to the brim with high-value exotics. Indeed, many of those transports suffered substantial damage, and a fair amount had been destroyed outright. Despite the tragedies unfolding in their midst, Colonel Ilos kept her calm and urged the mechs to retreat to the surviving ships. "The pirates have given us all they got. They don't have anything left to threaten us. Board your ship as fast as possible. We depart in 10 minutes. Trying to load every defending Mech onto the carrier within 10 minutes was a tall order, especially with the sheer amount of confusion going on. Some of the mercenary Mechs who'd lost all of their carriers had to beg the other outfits for a berth. To their credit, the gang's mercenary corps with space to spare had welcomed these orphan Mechs. They all experienced the same disaster, so they unconsciously grew closer to each other. Most of the Mechs that survived the attack managed to get to their carriers in time. As for the Mechs that lost their mobility, their pilots decisively abandoned them and ran towards the nearest ship on foot. Still, not everyone made it to their ships for various reasons. After a couple of minutes of delay, Colonel Ilos finally had no choice but to cut off the final stragglers. Lift off! A majestic sight appeared when thousands of ships ascended from the landing field at the same time. Some of the pirates who regained their wits shot their weapons at them, but the sporadic volume of fire barely tickled the vessels. The glowing planet exhibited lower gravity than the standard Terran norm, so the ships accelerated upwards with ease. The ships quickly boosted out of range and departed from the surface at a clip pace. Inside the Happy Jelly's workshop, VS had constantly kept an eye on the situation happening outside. Even as he supervised some last-minute field repairs on the Happy Jelly's space-borne Mechs, he still couldn't help but feel powerless. It's impossible for me to influence a battle with thousands of ships and Mechs. The Mech Corps had the situation well in hand, but even then VS hated the thought of being a bystander. His moody thoughts affected his disposition, which in turn cowed the Mech technicians acting on his instructions. He started to get the hang of managing subordinates. Leadership came increasingly natural to him once he established his authority. The Amastendera he won from the lottery also strengthened his nerves. The laser pistol he used to keep at his side had barely given him reassurances that he could take out any personal threats by himself. Ever since he received the Mastercraft laser pistol, he gained a lot of confidence that he could even take out a full squad of exoskeleton soldiers. The thought of wielding so much firepower unconsciously bled through his attitude. People who looked at him regarded him as an elite. VS didn't care what others thought of him. He constantly kept his eye on the projected proximity plot, which broadly displayed the tactical situation of the ascending fleet. They slowly climbed up to orbit, where a friendly space-borne fleet awaited their arrival. Ominously, many pirate vessels had begun to converge along their projected trajectory. The pirates weren't willing to let them go. Chapter 321 Powerlessness. The entire surface of the glowing planet had turned into a salvager's paradise. The amount of damaged and destroyed wrecks reached a mind-boggling number that would make any scavenger salivate at the prospect of unearthing this hidden wealth. Yet at this moment, nobody spared a glance at the valuable remains. Neither the pirates nor their adversaries put the wrecks in their eyes as they steadily maneuvered in low orbit. At least 3 major pirate armadas are heading in our direction, VS concluded loudly. Get the space-borne Mechs ready. We're going to need their protection very soon. The Mech technicians obediently quickened their servicing of the 2 Mechs. One of them actually consisted of Dietrich's old Harrier. Though it had been designed as an aerial Mech, it still functioned decently in space. The little boss himself walked over to VS. Is the Harrier in good shape? Good enough for your purposes. I made some last-minute tweaks that will push more speed out of your Mech. How are your wounds? Dietrich patted his recently regenerated arm. The Mech Corps used their best facilities on hand to clone my arm. It's going to take a year to work it in, but it won't affect my accuracy when I'm back inside the Harrier. A Mech pilot interfaced with their Mechs with their minds, not their muscles. In theory, a brain in a jar could also pilot a Mech. In practice, the state of the pilot's body had a profound influence on the connection between the pilot and the Mech. A pilot with an imperfect body often carried his ailments through the connection, thereby affecting the ultimate performance of the Mech. VS refrained from mentioning these facts to Dietrich because it went over his head. He let his friend keep his delusions in order to retain his confidence. It wouldn't do to pop his bubble just when he was about to sortie. So many pirates have come to spoil our escape, he sighed. I never knew there would be so many pirates in the Komodo Star sector. You haven't even seen the tip of their numbers. I can tell you there are way more pirates in the Frontier and the Nixian Gap who haven't taken the bait. Most pirates are cowards, you see. Brawling out in the open like this isn't their style. Even then, it's still ridiculous to see so many pirates sporting so much hardware. Even if their ships and mechs are scraping the bottom of the barrel, they still brought enough numbers to overrun a major region of stars. Why haven't they carved out their own state with their firepower? Dietrich laughed at that question. That's because they never see eye to eye with each other. Except for the Dragons of the Void, all of those other pirate groups can't manage to keep a hold of more than a few hundred mechs. The moment they try to subjugate more pilots, they'll all rebel and break apart. The mention of the Dragons of the Void caused VS to frown. Those guys again. Who are these people? They're able to brainwash so many pirates, it's a wonder they're still around. I would have thought the other pirates would have ganged up on them already. It's the same story. Pirates are fundamentally cowards and they never get along with each other. It takes a massive pirate horde to wipe them out, which is something that will never happen. Even now, those 3 pirate alliances heading to intercept the Mech Corps are guarding against each other as well. VS hadn't noticed that, but as he eyed the plot, it started to become clear. The pirates made sure to approach from opposite directions and follow trajectories that didn't intersect with each other. I'm not sure this will help us right now. The pirates seem content to stay out of each other's way. Multiple predators of the same race wouldn't quibble with each other in front of their prey. Contact in 20 minutes! Mech pilots, please board your mechs! An announcement rang out. This is my cue, Dietrich said and turned around to race towards his Harrier. Wish me luck! Over the next minutes, the situation started to become clearer. VS got a better idea of what went on when he analyzed the movements of all of the fleets. First, we'll converge with the space-borne mechs of the Mech Corps. Second, we'll combine forces with the Mech Legion. That last one came as a surprise to VS, but he quickly understood the logic. Neither the Mech Corps nor the Mech Legion stood a chance if the pirates decided to commit all their forces on one of their fleets. Rather than take the gamble and pray, the pirates decided to go for their enemies. The 2 military fleets decided to take the certain path and gather together into one giant concentration of military-grade mechs and carriers. Even the pirates will quail at the thought of facing such strength. The only problem was that the Mech Corps couldn't trust the Mech Legion and vice versa. They only had an incentive to band together when they were knee-deep into the glowing zone. Once they reached the edge, all thought of cooperation would vanish. VS predicted that it would be a game of chicken to see which side struck the first blow. This is a mess. If his relatives back at the Larkin Sun compound heard about the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion banding together, they'd laugh at him for being a liar. Yet this momentary alliance of convenience presented the best option by far to make it through their common enemy. The first part of the plan went smoothly. The pirates failed to intercept the ascending fleet before they merged with the space-borne fleet. Bolstered by a significant amount of ships and mechs from the 1st Volari Space Hawks and some other regiments, the fleet gained a lot of teeth all of a sudden. Still, the pirates resolved to stop them before they converged with the Mech Legion. Even they could extrapolate their trajectories and figure out the military fleets intended to back each other up. Dietrich joined the massive formations of space-borne mechs with his Harrier and continued to fend off the increasingly formidable waves of pirates. At another corner of the fleet, Gansel Larkin's son fought with relentless hatred against the pirates with his Vedra mech. Their earnest defense caused the pirates to falter in their attacks. They're hesitating. I don't see those dragons of the void bastards anywhere. Push hard and fast. They'll pull back as long as we make them suffer. A prodigious amount of firepower traveled through space. The defenders fought with fury as they vented their frustrations accumulated in recent times onto the pirates that dared to face the Mech Corps directly. Pirate mechs fell in great numbers, prompting the first of the cowards to turn back. However, a few of the daredevils continued to push onwards as they'd been promised great rewards for killing even one enemy mech. At this stage in the campaign, both sides had lost their edge. Every mech pilot fought at least a dozen different battles with only occasional bouts of sleep as their rest. The constant vigilance and nerve-wracking patrols wore down their mental states and slowed down their reflexes. Their mechs also dropped in quality. The pirates had it worst, as they often used cheap, salvaged mechs that ordinary mercenaries disdained. Many of the mechs they piloted had been scavenged from the scrap belts orbiting the glowing planet. They only enjoyed a rudimentary repair before being put back to service. This led to the unfortunate tendency for pirates to eject early. They possessed no faith in the strength of their mechs. Some pirates even piloted their fifth or sixth mechs. As for the Mech Corps, they used to field large number of high-quality mechs. However, months of campaigning had ground down a substantial number of those premium mechs, which forced the mech pilots who ejected from a bad situation to take up cheaper run-of-the-mill mechs that had been kept as backups. VS noted that despite the somewhat tepid enthusiasm among the pirates, they still scored plenty of kills. The Mech Corps continued to hemorrhage mechs as they attempted link up with the Mech Legion. "It's the attrition and weariness that gets to you," he said as other mech pilots and mech technicians gathered at his side. Landbound mechs ceased to be useful in this conflict in space. Walter Zermech and Fada's Black Beak had no way of maneuvering in space. They had to possess a flight system at the very least to travel back and forth. Not all landbound mechs lost all of their power. In an emergency, a couple of rifleman mechs could position themselves next to the hangar doors and shoot out when they opened, but usually that was a waste of time. The whalers didn't even bother with that nonsense. Fada grumbled a bit when he stared at the Mech Legion's fleet. "I'm more worried about the Visions. We all know that we won't be playing nice once we make it to the end." Even VS worried about the possibility of falling out. They had to stick close enough to present a united front, but they also had to keep enough difference to discourage any funny business. "I'm sure the Mech Corps has the situation well in hand. They're not stupid." They could only trust in the Mech Corps to see them through. If nothing else, VS had learned how little he mattered in a conflict that spanned over countless mechs and tens of thousands of ships. Unless some kind of mythical ace mech pilot showed up, the battle between the different factions depended upon thousands and thousands of mechs. The sheer number of mechs involved in this struggle really opened his mind. As he tracked the slow convergence of the two military fleets, his despair about his insignificance increasingly took over his mind. Then he stopped. "What am I thinking?" He shook his head. "I'm a mech designer. There's always a way for me to influence a battle." As long as he designed better mechs that sold pretty well, he did his part in helping out the Republic. VS imagined a day where his designs dominated the market and elevated everyone's strength. Such a dream may take a long time to come into fruition, but it would definitely come to pass sooner or later. As VS dreamt of better times, the battle out in space grew into a tangled and dispersed running skirmish. Thousands of carriers and transports of all shapes and sizes desperately boosted in a particular direction. They constantly built up their speed as they leveraged the glowing planet's gravity well for their upcoming slingshot maneuver. This made it difficult for the pursuing pirates to catch up unless they followed the same trajectory. However, this would put them into a permanent chase where they wouldn't have a lot of chances to catch up once they fell behind. Ganso knew that he had to hold the pirates back at this stage. As long as they linked up to the Mech Legion and slingshot their way out of orbit, they'd buy some precious time. His Vedra soared in space alongside his diminished squad and snapped off a series of shots. His laser beams disabled 2 approaching pirate mechs. While the machines hadn't blown up, his lasers successfully disabled their fragile flight systems, stranding them in a helpless ballistic course that brought them further away. "Your aim's improved," a colleague at his side exclaimed. "Just a week ago you would have only taken out a single mech." "I had a lot of practice," Ganso replied nonchalantly. Even as many mech pilots performed worser and worser, Ganso was one of a few who constantly improved. Ever since he escaped death by ejecting early against a foreign expert mech, he found that some kind of limit had broken in his mind. Many skills he'd been struggling with for years saw rapid improvement all of a sudden. It turned him from a well-trained but inexperienced mech pilot into a force to be reckoned with. His marksmanship trumped over his squadmates by a significant margin, and he continued to improve every day. In truth, many mech pilots broke past their limits and experienced something similar to Ganso's state. Mech pilots who experienced true combat and survived with their spirits intact grew more passionate about piloting mechs and bonded deeper with their mechs. To a lesser extent, both Riella and Fada experienced brisk improvement in their judgment and skills. While Ganso was taking out enemy pirate mechs left and right, he hadn't realized he attracted a lot of attention. The pirates shifted their deployment, and a squad of extraordinary mechs veered towards his location. An alarm sounded off his console. "Priority alert! Incoming expert mechs!" Chapter 322 Heroes. The moment the 3 pirate-affiliated expert mechs moved into action, the rest of their ilk regained their courage. Unless an ace or god pilot came along, expert mech pilots enjoyed an unparalleled amount of regard. Their presence alone lifted up the pirates and depressed their opponents. Ganso Larkinson shivered as his memories cast back at the time when he almost died to an expert mech. Of the 3 incoming mechs, he recognized one of them as the foreign-owned swordsman mech. As a light mech, the sophisticated swordsman mech excelled in both speed and offense. It was a one-trick pony that relied on its devastating speed to slice apart any mech in its way and avoid anything that posed a threat. Right now, that light mech took a backseat to the rifleman mech at the center of their formation. The expert rifleman pilot had already begun to shoot at the mech core with his precision-focused laser rifle. Even at such a ludicrous distance, the expert marksman never failed to miss a target. To consistently hit mechs after mechs when it moved so fast was a testament to the pilot's skill and the mech's advanced targeting technologies. "Get your heads back together, men!" One of their commanding officers spoke over the channel. "Expert mechs aren't invincible. They can be damaged, hindered and deterred just like any other mech. Pirate experts are the lowest of the low. They have forsaken all of their honor and dignity to pursue scraps of wealth. They are nothing compared to our conviction. We are the Valari Starhawks. We are the space-born might of the Republic. For the Republic. For the Starhawks. Down with the pirate experts." Somehow, Ganso got caught up in the excitement. His fears faded away once he realized he had thousands of brothers and sisters at his side. Experts can go toe-to-toe against 100 mechs, but fighting thousands at once is a tall order even for them. We have our own experts as well. Half of the Starhawks split up to deter the other pirates with long-range fire, while the remaining half tried to stall the approaching experts. Ganso tried to recall his anti-expert training. Space-born expert mechs are fast and durable no matter their weight class. As wasteful as it sounds like, the best way to prevent them from acting with impunity is to throw as much firepower in their direction as possible. Many squads already started spraying their rifles and cannons in the direction of the experts. Unfortunately, The trio's Space Knight flew forward and deployed a rectangular tower shield that extended into a half-dome after deploying extendable side plates. The entire shield also started glowing as some kind of energy screen set in. Flank the experts, but watch your firing lines. Follow your assigned plots. More than 1,000 mechs dispersed into a sphere that tried to envelop the incoming expert mechs. Despite the naked challenge, the pirate experts refused to be cowed by such tricks. They slammed headlong into the sphere. Dozens of mechs blew up to accurate high-powered laser fire and thunderous sword strokes. Open fire according to your sequence. The mechs that made up the sphere fired their weapons as soon as they received a special signal. Enough mechs fired at the same time to pressure the enveloped experts from each direction. They only stopped firing when the signal went out, which usually happened if they risked hitting a friendly mech on the other side of the sphere. Though accidents occasionally happened, the tactic produced solid results. The expert Space Knight tried and failed to cover the expert Rifleman mech. As one of the more fragile expert mechs, the Rifleman mech started to sustain significant damage to its rear armor. However, its rear armor's toughness still surpassed the frontal armor of a regular heavy mech. The Rifleman mech didn't go down that easily. In the meantime, the Swordsman mech diverged from its comrades and started to assail the sphere with constant high-speed passes. Each time the expert light mech passed a mech, its swords managed to bisect them in two. Many of the mechs that tried to target the light mech failed to land a hit. The mech was so remarkably fast and agile that even 100 mechs failed to land a blow through saturation fire. The expert pilot skillfully moved his finely tuned machine like an acrobat that always managed to find the tiniest gap in the volleys thrown in his way. "This slippery bastard!" Ganso cursed at Old Man Alex's killer. He had no idea why this foreign expert sided with the pirates, but he promised to himself that he wouldn't let this expert get away with his slaughtering this time. Die! His Vedra took up a stationary position in space, which turned him into a sitting duck. However, only by reducing all of his frame's movement-related vibrations to a minimum could he ensure the highest accuracy. "I can do this. I hit him once, I can hit him again." The last time he scored a hit, the light mech charged at him head-on. It didn't require too much technique to land a lucky hit. This time was different because the expert flew back and forth throughout the sphere formation. Ganso had to tilt his rifle in much greater angles in order to draw a bead on the light mech. As he tried to gain a feel for the light mech's dodging patterns, he dialed up his laser rifle's power to the maximum. A regular medium-powered laser beam didn't cut it against this opponent. Even an expert light mech boasted enough armor to put an advanced medium knight to shame. Once his mech received permission to fire, Ganso pulled the trigger. The laser beam went wide. It missed the light mech by more than 10 meters due to the expert pilot's abrupt maneuvers. The beam instantly traveled onwards into deep space for many light seconds, growing ever wider until it scattered out of focus. Damn it! The previous time he hit the light mech turned out to be a fluke. Still, Ganso tried to regain his calm and return to his sniper state. By now, the light mech destroyed 17 mechs in a row. Fortunately, the expert pilot never deviated from his targets once he began his approach, so many of unlucky mech pilots ejected early. Nevertheless, the Volari Starhawks kept getting chewed with hardly any results in return. The laser rifleman covered by the Space Knight continued to disable mech after mech with his lance-like laser beams that burned straight through compressed armor with each shot. Ganso took a deep breath and focused on landing his second shot. Once he pulled the trigger, his beam missed again, but only by 5 meters this time. So close! He made the right prediction this time, but his mech failed to keep its rifle steady. His nerves grew increasingly frayed as he checked the heat levels of his rifle. He specifically applied to wield this model. It boasted a vastly higher maximum output capacity at the cost of generating an extreme amount of heat. His rifle could only take 3 more shots before it automatically entered a forced cooldown cycle. "I've got 3 more chances." Ganso gritted his teeth and aimed again. This time, he didn't take as long to draw a bead as he grew increasingly familiar with the light mech's movement patterns. This time, a sharp red beam emerged from his rifle and managed to score a glancing blow at the light mech's left foot. It barely scorched the armor. The expert pilot basically ignored Ganso's attack and kept focusing on decimating his nearby opponents. "Don't ignore me!" Ganso uttered and fired off another shot propelled by his anger. Whether he lucked out or not, the second beam impacted the railings of the light mech's flight systems. The mech instantly ceased its attack run and whirled away its sword into a different direction. The sword top pointed straight at Ganso, as if the pilot had marked him for death. With a blast, the light mech entered into its high-speed mode straight towards Ganso's Vedra in a comet-like approach. The expert came for Ganso's head. Even as his squad leader yelled at him to eject, Ganso kept his mech in place and aimed his almost overheated rifle at the incoming comet. His eyes twitched as he cast his mind completely into his mech. He stroked the mental trigger of his rifle, spitting out one final beam. Though the light mech barrel rolled aside at the last moment, Ganso incredibly predicted the expert's split-second movement and struck the light mech's face head-on with a high-powered laser. This time, the expert mech suffered a substantial blow, as its head enjoyed much less armor than its other parts. Even though the damage was largely cosmetic, Ganso had literally slapped the expert mech's face. The uber-fast light mech bayed for his blood. Ganso knew he pissed off the light mech for sure. He switched off all of his communication channels, which stopped the incessant calls to eject. "It's useless to eject. He'll chase after my cockpit and slice it apart." In effect, he cut off his own escape route. He was fine with that. As the light mech neared his position, he grew increasingly excited. His warrior's blood called to him to meet the swordsman mech in earnest. The Vedra mech threw away its useless overheated rifle and let it drift away in space. Instead, it pulled out one single backup knife from its sheath. The cheap, standard Ala knife looked pitiful compared to the majestic sword in the light mech's hands. Ganso's knife incorporated just enough low-quality exotic to hold up against compressed armor, if barely. "I'll have to aim for its weak points. Stabbing its chest or back is useless." Ganso ignored the ridiculous thought of fending off an expert swordsman mech with an ordinary knife. Even as his death had become a near certainty, his overwhelming hatred against the foreign expert reached a blinding height. As the light mech rapidly surged towards the Vedra, Ganso closed his eyes and opened them to reveal his burning conviction. "For the Republic!" His weak Vedra mech surged forth. Everything about his space-borne mech had been optimized for ranged combat. His mech's own sluggishness provided an incredibly sharp contrast against the incoming light mech that was seconds away from slicing it in half. "Come on! I can take you on!" At the final second, just as Ganso secretly resigned himself to death, a blazing hot jet of flames passed over his Vedra's head. The light mech had barreled straight towards Ganso's mech with its full momentum pressing forward. Even though it rolled aside at the very last moment, half of the mech suffered heavy burns from the extremely jet of flames. Ganso's communicator suddenly surged to life. An external override had forcibly connected it to a private channel. "You did good, kid, but that's no reason to throw away your life. Pull back and rejoin your squad. Leave the rest to me." An orange striker mech flew past the paralyzed Vedra's position and began to chase the alarmed enemy swordsman mech. As a bona fide soldier of the Mech Corps, Ganso knew each and every expert pilot by name and mech. He recognized the orange striker as the characteristic fire worm. Venerable Stanton Drake had saved his life. Just as Ganso came to terms with that fact, his attention turned to the battle at hand. 2 other expert mechs had joined Venerable Drake in occupying the enemy expert mechs. At this stage, any help from the Volari Starhawks did more harm than good, as they could easily hit their own experts as they engaged in close-quarters combat with the enemy elites. Therefore, Ganso and the rest received orders to disengage from the sphere formation and rejoin the larger battle against the hordes of regular pirates. As Ganso unwillingly turned the Vedra away, he kept glancing over to the duel between Venerable Drake and the enemy swordsman Mech. It was no contest, really. Striker mechs always countered melee mechs. This basic rule held true on land as much as in space. Every time the expert light mech tried to approach the fire worm, Venerable Drake spat out another deadly jet of highly potent flames. The light mech lacked the capacity to suffer many blows from the intense heat. Its inability to take the flames head-on constrained the expert mech to such an extent it had turned into a whipped dog. Even as the light mech tried to disengage from the striker, the fire worm aggressively chased after the foreign mech. The wide area of its jets of flames gave the light mech a lot of grief. Unlike a laser beam which only required a minor bump to dodge, the wider flames forced it to go through extreme lengths to escape its area of effect. As Ganso came off his high, he shook his head in disappointment. The light mech still possessed the edge and speed, so it would likely be able to shrug off the fire worm eventually. Experts rarely perished in battle. Chapter 323 Keep Your Enemy Closer. Back aboard the Happy Jelly, VS constantly monitored the situation in space. He even turned his attention to the expert pirate mechs when they flew into range. Their incredible performance and amazing construction dazzled his imagination. He continuously tried to figure out their principles but failed to make any progress beyond some rudimentary generalizations. My study into metaphysics and exotic alloys are still too shallow for me to understand designs at this level. He still had a long way to go before he reached the threshold of understanding and designing his own expert mech. And this was just the start of elite mechs. Ace mech pilots and god mech pilots demanded their own specialized machines in order to make full use of their strengths. The ambition welling inside VS kept burning brighter as he witnessed the extraordinary performance of each expert mech. The battle became much more exciting once the Mech Corps sent out their own experts. Only 3 arrived because they hardly required additional help. The Mech Corps sent out the Fire Worm against the Pirate Swordsman Mech because it directly countered its type. In the same vein, they sent out an expert skirmisher to deal with the enemy Rifleman Mech and an expert rifleman to suppress the enemy Space Knight. Even experts can't escape the limitations of their type, VS concluded as he witnessed the pirate mechs getting beaten back by the well-chosen expert mechs from the Republic. The pirates only had themselves to blame for sending out their expert pilots first. The main reason it took so long for the Mech Corps to respond was because they kept their experts back in their hangars until they saw fit to deploy them. They could have sent twice as many experts, but that would have revealed their trump cards. Neither VS nor the Mech Corps forgot that the Mech Legion constantly monitored their performance. The Briters and the Visions continuously fended off the pirate waves as they neared each other's position. No matter how many mechs the pirate alliances threw at them, they never managed to break through their defensive lines. Though the pirates continuously bled the ranks of both military fleets, they suffered at least twice as much casualties in return. Eventually, their cowardice overshadowed their greed, and many of them cut and run without a hint of any organized retreat. Still, it mattered little as the Mech Corps wasn't in a shape to pursue. The pirates pushed them close to their breaking point and required a lot of rest and replenishment before they regained their strength. The battle against the pirates had ended, but the struggle against the Mech Legion only started from here. With the pirate alliances in disarray, they failed to stop the two military fleets before they converged. Naturally, the Mech Corps kept its distance from the ships and mechs of their rivals. A tense half-hour went by as the commanders of the two fleets negotiated behind the scenes. Once they came to an accord, the two fleets flew closer, but not enough to merge their assets into a single whole. Rather than consider their formation a combined fleet, VS figured it was more as if they reluctantly chose to use the same bathroom at once. The Brighters and the Visions hardly trusted each other to maintain their current state of ceasefire. The only question was who would pull the trigger first. Sparks will fly at the end of this retreat, he surmised. Once the fleets reached the edge of the glowing zone, they'd be able to engage their FTL drives and transition back to friendly territory. I'd bet the Visions can't resist at that point. Until then, the two fleets benefited more if they held back their animosity for each other. The only way the massive blob of ships and mechs could deter the pirates from launching another attack was to present a united front. As of now, none of the pirate fleets had dared to stand in their way as the two fleets slingshot their way out of orbit. The extra speed granted by their maneuver made it difficult for other fleets to catch up to them unless they followed a similar trajectory. Of course, this would betray their intentions and potentially isolate them for a devastating counterattack. So no one chased in the end, VS remarked as he turned away from the plot. Nothing more exciting would happen for a few days. Vada crossed his arms and leaned back against an empty container. The pirates are greedy, but they aren't stupid. As long as the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion split up, they could conceivably overwhelm any single one of their fleets. The moment that possibility went out the window, the pirates don't have a reason to pester us anymore. They'd be able to harvest much more riches from the surface of the planet. They still lost way too much mechs in this campaign. Even if they bloodied the nose of the Mech Corps, it doesn't change the fact that they've lost 100,000 mechs or more. Thinking about such an astounding loss of mechs quaked his heart. VS could not even imagine the amount of lives and money the pirates discarded in their ultimately futile attempts at stealing someone else's gains. It would have made some sense if they attacked an isolated mercenary corps, but where did they summon the courage to fight against the Mech Corps directly? Sometimes it's worth it. Everyone knows the Mech Corps harvested big, to the tune of earning trillions of credits worth of exotics. Felling a single ore-laden transport ship is enough for a gang of pirates to live like kings for the rest of their lives. VS truly couldn't get a grip around such a remark. It all sounded reasonable, but the pirates had to be a special brand of stupid to think they could vanquish the Mech Corps without paying a ruinous price. That's another thing you don't understand, VS. The pirates don't mind all of the losses. As long as not too much of their own men lose their lives, they're fine with throwing away so many mechs. The fewer their numbers, the bigger their share. Don't you want to eat a whole pie instead of just a razor-thin slice? That really made VS speechless. Pirates never cared or trusted any of their colleagues. Their greed had grown to such an extent that they would easily kill their fellow comrades if they could get away with it, all to pursue the greatest share of booty as possible. You seem to know a lot about pirates, Vada. Have you? The older man grimaced. I'm not a pirate, and I never was, if that's what you're wondering. Although VS tried to pry the truth out of Vada, the man remained obstinately silent. He obviously had a bad history with pirates, and it was very personal to him. VS wondered if he lost a wife or children to a pirate attack. All right, let's get back to work. The Visions won't act friendly forever. Vada took the words right out of his mouth. VS dropped the topic as the man walked away. At least he was right in one thing. The Visions would tear down this facade in time. He'd better get the two space-borne mechs fixed up. VS spent the next 2 days performing maintenance on the Harrier and the other space-borne mech. Both mechs barely suffered any damage in the previous battle, though that was mostly because played second fiddle to the Mech Corps. The lack of major damage allowed VS to introduce a couple of modifications to both Mechs. He mainly emphasized their ability to track incoming missiles. Considering the Vision obsession with missiles, he found the precaution to be prudent. The modifications hardly required his personal intervention once he fabricated the extra parts in the Happy Jelly's workshop. By now, he retrained the mech technicians just enough to be able to follow his instructions. After making up his mind about allowing the mech technicians to work without his supervision, he exited the workshop and sought out Melcher. He found him in his bunk, where he quietly inspected the records of the previous battles in space and on the ground. "We haven't been in touch lately," VS said as he sat next to his cousin on the bed. "What are you studying?" "I'm tracking the behavior of the different pirate alliances. Each of them favored different strategies. You already know about the Dragons of the Void, for example. They treat their slaves like they are trash. They're happy to sacrifice an entire mech company if it can earn them a net profit of only 10 million credits." Melcher patiently pointed out the traits of the other pirate groups, from the Event Horizon Spectres who favored stealth and misdirection to Ballad's Brutes who employed the most heavy mechs of all. "This all sounds interesting, but what does that have to do with us? Have you counted their numbers? How many pirates have shown up until now? This is only a fraction of their true numbers. They possess enough power to threaten the Bright Republic as a whole, especially if they band together with the Visions. Can you imagine what will happen if we are attacked by both forces at once?" That sent a chill through his spine. VS could hardly imagine the amount of devastation that would ensue from such a conflict. However, he quickly dismissed the possibility once he remembered some important rules. The MTA will never let the pirates get away with such a brazen invasion. They consider them an enemy of all mankind. The main reason why they're so difficult to exterminate is because they are always dispersed. Once they concentrate their numbers, it'll become trivial for the Mech Corps to mop them all up. "That's true." Melcher reluctantly nodded. "Yet that's only the case if the MTA has the mechs and ships to spare. What if something else draws away their attention? Even then, the pirates will pay. If not now, then years from now. Besides, as an accomplice to pirates, the Vija Kingdom won't escape retribution either." That last point poked a big hole in Melcher's theory. The Vijans wouldn't have the guts to collaborate with pirates. They'd make an enemy of the entire human race. Still, Melcher didn't relinquish his suspicions. "Maybe I'm wrong about this specific instance, but I still think I'm on the right track. I've been trained to spot patterns and all my instincts are telling me that there's a conspiracy afoot." That didn't sound very encouraging to VS. "To be frank, I've witnessed some signs as well. It's difficult for me to conclude anything solid, but the pirates are definitely an important part of what is to come." VS could never forget that more than a year ago, he and Dietrich stumbled across an illegal underground production facility that successfully developed gamma laser rifles. Even though the pirates ordinarily considered themselves lawless, they almost never dared to break one of the MTA and CFA's important taboos. Using any prohibited weapon like gamma lasers and nuclear weapons instantly brought down the full wrath of the MTA down upon their heads. The MTA maintained a strong presence on almost every major planet exactly for this purpose. They did not hesitate to mobilize trillions worth of assets to annihilate a trivial pirate gang once it began to dabble in forbidden weaponry. Still, as invincible as the MTA appeared, even they had their limits. The MTA allocated most of their strength in the galactic center. They maintained a fairly robust presence in the galactic heartland, but the galactic rim had always been something of an afterthought for the highly centralized organization. If Melcher suggested that the MTA's presence in the Komodo star sector could be neglected, then VS couldn't dismiss it out of hand. However, who would actually dare to fight against the MTA directly? Chapter 324 Unease. The pirates left behind in orbit of the glowing planet turned their attention to themselves and started to fight over the spoils left behind. This truly showcased the lack of integrity among their ilk. The moment they lacked a common enemy, the gangs that made up their alliances broke apart like a meteor falling through atmosphere. The smarter pirate fleets had already pulled back from the glowing planet. VS found to his regret that the Dragons of the Void had begun to pull back even before the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion linked up. In any case, VS enjoyed a rare moment of peace as the Happy Jelly made her way to the edge of the glowing zone. Along the way, they stumbled along a couple of smaller pirate vessels that had sought to park themselves out of the way from the most contested regions. These outfits and lone wolves instantly moved out of the way of the Allied fleets and never turned back. If even the massive pirate alliances hadn't managed to beat them above the glowing planet, then nothing else stood a chance. "Looks like we can definitely rule out any more shenanigans from the pirates," VS observed as he took a look at the plot. "It's a shame they're too scared to pressure us further. They're the only reason the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion haven't started shooting each other yet. I think it's time we take some precautions." "Precautions? What for?" A mech technician scratched his skinny head. "They're maintaining a steady 50-kilometer distance from our fleet." 50 kilometers is nothing in space. That's enough distance to allow any laser to hit our ships with perfect accuracy. Even if the Happy Jelly is juking back and forth to hinder any predictions, it's not going to help us a lot at this distance. We're too close. His pronouncement depressed the joy that ran throughout the whalers for making it out of the glowing planet alive. A significant amount of mech pilots had met their end on that rock. No one was in the mood to fight another battle. VS noticed that everyone instinctively avoided thinking about the possibility of clashing with the Mech Legion, so he took it upon himself to kick the whalers out of their potentially fatal complacence. "Look, we plan for the worst and hope for the best. There's a chance the Mech Legion is just as fed up with fighting as we are, but we can't make that assumption. The Mech Legion hates our guts and wants nothing more than to destroy the Republic and take away our stars." VS eventually got through the mech technicians that they had plenty of work to do. He presented them with a projection of the Happy Jelly's schematics. "I've prepared some plans to repair and strengthen the Happy Jelly's structure with the supplies and scrap we have on hand. We don't have the time to apply all of these fixes, but every little bit helps us make it through the final fight." An older female ship crew frowned as she studied the schematics. "Some of this looks really complicated. Did you come up with these plans yourself?" "I've spent some time aboard large machines. While I don't specialize in starships, there are plenty of things in common to all machines. I'm mainly focused on strengthening the Happy Jelly's structural integrity, so there is little need to disrupt the delicate internal workings of the carrier." To be honest, VS did not have any confidence he could improve any of the Jelly's badly maintained functions. The FTL drive especially looked iffy. He was afraid that if he bumped into it once, it would malfunction entire and leave them stranded in local space. After some convincing, the mech technicians and ship technicians went to work. VS did all he could now to prepare the Happy Jelly for the fight. He had his own preparations to make. He returned to his bunk and looked at the flashing orb placed on his bed. "I miss you, Lucky." His cat finally couldn't hold his evolution back. The moment it became clear that they made it off the glowing planet, Lucky curled in on himself and extruded an unknown white material around himself to begin his level-up process. Basically, he turned back into an egg. VS didn't dare to stroke the egg with his bare hands. He first let his anti-grav clothes cover his hand with a glove before he dared to caress its bone-like surface. "This feels a lot like Rorica's bone." The resemblance to bone made the egg feel truly real. Only the lines of glowing blue crisscrossing the surface of the egg made it clear that the egg possessed a mechanical aspect. "I know you can't help it, but I really wish you'd waited with this level up." Once the Happy Jelly began to move away from the glowing planet, they traveled out of range of its insidious energy fields, including the one responsible for the overcharge phenomenon. Every overcharged energy cell slowly lost their excess charge and turned back to normal, though in the perspective of the energy cells, nothing had changed at all. Lucky must have noticed that he began to lose his temporary condition, so he immediately decided to evolve as soon as the immediate danger subsided. Unfortunately, this left VS without his closest companion and bodyguard. He had always relied on Lucky to keep him safe against any threats on foot. For now, I'll only be able to rely on Melcher and my shiny new toy. VS activated his privacy shield and retrieved the Amistendera from his inventory and put it in one of his pockets. He did not wish to reveal the system's ability to materialize and dematerialize objects in a possible fight. A couple of days went by as thousands of ships boosted their way out of the glowing zone. The further they traveled from the glowing planet, the weaker its influence on local space. The amount of naturally occurring space-time anomalies had decreased to such an extent that they ceased to be a threat. This was not good news. Previously, the Mech Legion might have scruples about launching an assault. If they send out their mechs towards the Mech core, they'd have to cross a brief no-man's land where they wouldn't be covered by the dimensional smoothers. After that, they'd have to rely on their enemy's dimensional smoother to keep them safe from the ravages of space-time. The Mech core could easily decide to shut one off to spite the attackers. Now that they flew several light hours away from the dangerous planet, they had nothing to be afraid of anymore. An attack could come at any moment from either the Mech core and the Mech Legion. Even if the Mech core enjoyed some bolstering by the Blood Claws and the other major outfits, they did not possess too much strength in space. Gangs mostly focused on controlling valuable territory. Therefore, they invested mostly in their land-bound capabilities. The Mercenary Corps who signed up with the Mech Corps fared better in this regard. Mercenaries always found stable gigs working as escorts and trade convoys. Still, their relatively smaller scale meant that they'd be looking out for themselves. Nobody had the energy or motivation to spare some consideration for the happy jelly. We've got to save ourselves. To his disappointment, the whalers failed to keep up their vigilance after a day. The campaign on the ground had truly exhausted them to the bone. Sometimes, VS considered whether he went overboard. The odds of an attack would not be very great if the Mech Legion possessed little advantage. The Visians are aggressive, but they aren't stupid. They won't start a fight they can't win. Both fleets possessed roughly equal strength. The Mech Corps had more dependence to soak up the damage while the Mech Legion formed a more cohesive whole. His discussions with Melcher helped him figure out the most likely course of action by the Visians. The carriers of the Mech Corps are tough and still in good shape for the most part. The Mech Legion won't easily be able to crack their shells. It's us who should be worrying about a surprise attack. Melcher tapped his foot against the deck of the ship. Converted carriers like the Happy Jelly are tin cans waiting to be peeled. Once the gangs and mercenary vessels start to fall, a panic will ensue. VS easily imagined such a possibility. If you can think about it, the Mech Corps has it figured out as well. Even if that's the case, they won't go out of their way to save us if we're in trouble. Knowing about a vulnerability and doing something about it are two completely different things. Trust me, I know how the Mech Corps works. They take a dim view on gangs and mercenary corps. Any suggestion that they should reinforce their hired help will be shut down by their leadership. He could not dismiss Melcher's judgment of the Mech Corps. The man had trained in their ranks for several years. He should know what he was talking about. From his own interaction with the Mech Corps, VS considered them to be an organization that was swamped with responsibility. They had way too many fires to put out, and too few firefighters to address every crisis. The unease among the crew grew as they neared the edge of the zone. Home and safety came within reach. They'd just have to make the final stretch before they could return to their homes with a full haul of highly valuable ores. As VS put down a wrench on the toolbox hovering next to him, he rose up to his feet after putting the deck back together. He had just added a couple of redundant safeties to the channels running below this corridor. He activated his comm and pulled up the schematic of the ship to see what else needed to be done. As he scanned the up-to-date readout, his eyes flicked over to the lower decks. He remembered assigning someone to reinforce the compartment next to the cargo bay. By now, the job should have been done. Was the guy sleeping on the job again? VS tried to contact the tech. Yavik, come on! Wake up! Strangely enough, his signal went nowhere. Yavik's comm might have glitched. VS tried to contact another crew member who worked at the lower decks. Simmons, are you there? Pick up the call, please. Again, nothing happened. His comm messages successfully routed to the lower decks, upon which they disappeared into a black hole. He tried contacting other people assigned to the lower decks but came up with a disconcerting lack of responses. A bad feeling crept up behind his back. He slammed his comm and activated an emergency transmission that he'd programmed beforehand. Alert! I can't reach the lower decks. I highly suspect that this is no regular malfunction but deliberate sabotage. Enemies have sneaked aboard the Happy Jelly. I suggest you sound the alarm at once. He sent out the message to Walter, Fada, Melker, and a couple of other people. They'd be able to check up on his claims and bring the ship to readiness. As for VS, he left behind his floating toolbox and sprinted back to his bunk. After glancing at Lucky's egg, he approached the hazard suit he placed in the corner and entered it from behind. A hazard suit is not as protective as an exoskeleton suit, but it's better than nothing. He mainly wore the suit in case he got ejected into space. With the miniature thrusters and the magnetic harpoons built into the suit, he'd still be able to fly back to the Happy Jelly if he'd been launched off the ship for some reason. He unfolded the Amastendera and wielded it with his gauntlet grip. He felt dangerous wielding such a prized mastercraft weapon. The sheer amount of luxury and class exuded by the ornate laser pistol contrasted sharply with his utilitarian-looking hazard suit. The last thing he did before he left his bunk was to put Lucky's egg inside a padded crash safe. After that, he stepped out and intended to link up with Melker and the rest. I'd be a fool to walk down to the lower decks. He wondered why the alarm hadn't been sounded as of yet. By now, the crew of the Happy Jelly should have figured out if they'd been boarded. Suddenly, the entire ship shut off. Every light and every system ceased to function. Moments later, a handful of backup systems went online. The ominous red lights cast the corridors in a dangerous light. Much of the existing life support systems remained offline. If the ship couldn't get its ventilation and oxygen generators back online, those without a suit would suffocate within a day. Damn it! They got to engineering! Chapter 325 Landing. The only way a group of hostile boarders could disable every system at once was if they had taken control of the bridge or engineering. VS guessed they'd taken the latter. Communications fell out as well. VS tried to contact anyone on the short-range bands, but all he met was static. They're jamming us as well! VS had been reduced to mustering up the panicking crew members that had been running around like headless chickens. Get your heads back together! This is no time to give in to your hysteria! He shouted at the clueless men and women in the nearby compartments. His hazard suit amplified his voice for further reach. Get into your hazard suits and grab a weapon! Take up your battle stations and wait for someone to take charge! That set the nearby whalers back on track. One of the deficiencies of the whalers was that the rank and file rarely had a clue what to do in the absence of solid leadership. Most of the senior whalers such as Walter and Fada hung around in the mech stables or the upper decks. That left much of the middle and lower decks with a critical absence of direction. Frankly, even a 6-year-old kid could take charge if he pretended to be authoritative enough. VS did not attempt to browbeat them into following him. He was not a proper leader, and he did not wish to be responsible if his decisions led to their deaths. He jogged towards the stairs and went down to the workshop first. He repeated the same actions as he had done last time whenever he met a confused assembly of crewmen. It hadn't truly sunk in yet that they'd been boarded and sabotaged. Once they realized the Happy Jelly had partially succumbed Mech Legion, VS had to be firm in his tone in order to avoid infecting the crew with his concerns. Even though he warned them time and time again to prepare for an attack, the whalers aboard the Happy Jelly never expected the Visions to go for a boarding action. That threw them completely off guard. How could they have sneaked aboard their ship without getting spotted on approach? Whatever the case, the enemy had already managed to get on board. His main priority should be to contain the Visions and prevent them from dealing any catastrophic damage to engineering. Once he reached the workshop compartment, he finally met with Melker. He wore a light combat suit this time and wielded a borrowed rifle. He looked much more prepared to square off against the enemies than the whalers themselves. "Melker! You're here! Good. VS, it's dangerous for you to be running around without Lucky. Get inside the workshop and hide in a locker or something." "Not this time. I can fight, and you need me to figure out if anything is wrong at engineering." The two had a brief argument about it, but VS convinced Melker to let him go along. "If I die, then it's my own fault, but I won't accept sitting on the sidelines while the fate of the Happy Jelly is at stake." "We can still eject, you know," Melker pointed out. "The escape pods run completely separate from the ship." "I don't think you're okay with back down without a fight." "So am I. We lose this ship, we lose more than a couple of mechs and some ores. This is the heart of Walter's whalers. Besides, there's no guarantee that the ships flying next to us aren't compromised as well." VS lost the ability to check up on the situation out in space when most of the systems shut down. The Mech Corps and the Mech Legion could be embroiled in an epic clash, and he had no way of telling it went on. Without a better picture of what was happening throughout the entire fleet, VS refused to give up on the Happy Jelly. The lack of communications made coordination extraordinarily difficult. Eventually, Fada came around and gathered a couple of mech pilots and brave men into an impromptu squad. "This will do. We are running out of time. Let's move out immediately," Fada said as he walked up with his own light combat suit. While these lightly armored suits failed to measure up against proper exoskeleton suits, they offered much better protection than hazard suits. VS saw that everyone else wore hazard suits, which disappointed him somewhat. They'd be torn down by enemy fire. At least VS still had his old shield generator to back him up. It still held an 80% charge, which was more than enough to fend off 2 or 3 attacks by a mech. As VS followed the squad while holding on to his Amastendera, Melker slowed down his pace and came to his side. "Where did you get this gun?" It's a gift. It looks powerful and expensive, like an import from the new Rubarth Empire. Do you even know how to use this gun?" "I passed my basic training course when I studied at Rittersberg." Melker shook his head inside his helmet and held out his gauntlet. "That thing will kill you if you handle it poorly. Give it to me. I can make much better use of this weapon." To be honest, VS really did not wish to relinquish the Amastendera. He had just received it a couple of days ago and looked forward to putting its impressive capabilities to the test. He wanted to shoot the Visions himself and save the Happy Jelly like a hero from the dramas. This was his gun. Why should he give it away? Eventually, his logic and reason overruled his ego and desires. As much as he wanted to play the hero, he had no illusions that he could wield the pistol effectively. It might have been different if Pierre Fimento incorporated aim assist into the Amastendera, but the man only had master marksman in mind when he designed the gun. A weapon only reached its potential when used by someone with the skill to back it up. VS knew that more than most due to his profession as a mech designer. Thus, with extreme reluctance, VS handed over the Amastendera to Melcher. His cousin holstered the laser rifle to the back of his light combat suit, which magnetically held it in place. "It's locked." "Oh, let me program you in," VS replied and took back the Amastendera long enough to add Melcher's biometrics to its security systems. Not anyone would be able to take off with his valuable possession. The Amastendera had a nasty surprise in store if an enemy attempted to pick it up. Supposedly, the weapon was smart enough to distinguish between allies and enemies, though VS had no clue how the automated systems inside the weapon accomplished such a feat. Once VS added Melcher as an authorized user of the gun, he carefully handed it over. Melcher treated the weapon like a lover and a piece of art. The way he deftly navigated the weapon's projected display and rapidly skirted over its specs made it clear that he was no slouch with infantry weapons. "This weapon is crazy. This is the kind of toy a noble of the new Rubarth Empire would wield." "I know. It's actually a replica of some sorts. Compared to the original, this copy still falls a little short." "A little short? Ha! I can carve my way through an entire pirate ship with this gun." VS frowned as Melcher visibly grew more excited about the Amastendera. It was as if Melcher seduced his wife. "Hey, try not to fondle it too much. This is still my gun. I'll lend it to you whenever we're together, but make sure to give it back to me when we're out of danger." "Oh, sure." After walking down a lot of flights of stairs, the group of motley whalers arrived at the deck that led to engineering. Fada, who took the lead, slowed down. "We're lucky we haven't met the Visions yet, but it's highly likely the Visions are on this deck. Let's crawl forward and take it slow." VS immediately interjected. "We can't afford to take it slow. The Visions have control over engineering and who knows what they're up to. Once they decide to destroy the FTL drive, we have no way of returning home unless we abandon ship. We have to move faster." "Look, I respect you, but you're a nerd. I'm the one in charge around here." Fada pushed back. "I'm not about to waste the lives of my men by moving too fast. We need to scout them out first and figure out if they've split up." All of it sounded too conservative. VS did not know where Fada's characteristic daring had gone to. The man acted like a daredevil in the cockpit. Without the comfort of his mech, the older whaler turned into a timid mouse. "Fine. I'll do it myself." VS turned to Melcher and opened a private communication channel with his suit. "Remember the time when we got ambushed in the streets of Bentheim?" "Yes. You pulled off something remarkable with your comm. Can you do it again?" "I can stealth us, yes. It will last shorter than last time, though. Do you think you can make use of 5 minutes worth of complete stealth?" His cousin considered the matter for a few seconds. "It will be tough. We can make it to engineering from here in that time, but we won't have enough time to scope out the enemy. We'll have to go into action immediately. Time is of the essence. I'm really worried at what the Visions are cooking up in engineering. The Happy Jelly's FTL drive can't take any abuse." They decided to move out immediately. VS spent a couple of seconds to inform Fada of their intentions before he engaged his stealth augment. VS and Melcher's armored suits turned invisible before Fada could let out a word of protest. "Damn these Larkin sons and their toys!" Despite their hasty movements, the stealth augment muffled all of their sounds and vibrations. If any pirates had been in the way, they would have been completely oblivious about the presence that ran past their bodies. They reached the hatch that led to engineering with roughly a minute to spare. The only problem was that the boarders had locked it shut. Damn it! VS cursed. I should have figured the Visions barricaded this compartment. This is one of the best protected portion of the ship. There's no way I can circumvent this barrier in a couple of minutes. A plasma cutter will take at least half a day to get through the hatch. Melker suddenly pulled VS away from the hatch. Stand back. Let me take care of hatch. What are you doing? Don't shoot it at high power inside a ship. Sadly, his cousin didn't listen to him. Melker dialed the power setting a couple of notches away from maximum power, and fired a bright golden beam that burned a hole straight through the hatch and continued on to damage anything placed behind. The pistol continued to emit a beam, and Melker quickly aimed the weapon in the rough shape of a box before the weapon ran out of steam. Huh! I underestimated its power. This is a really fine weapon. Melker praised the Amastendera before he kicked down the cutout he made from the hatch. As the alloyed block fell down, a number of menacing black exoskeleton suits trained their weapon on the entrance. There's only 40 seconds left on my stealth augment. It's running out of power. There's nothing to it then. Follow me when I move in. Even though Melker just fired a massively overpowered pistol, the stealth field still worked as usual. One of the best aspects about the Amastendera was that it shunted almost all of its excess heat into its dimensional heat sink. It only worked up to a certain point, but it was more than capable of absorbing the heat of a single high-powered beam. All right, let's go! VS and Melker sneaked through the hole as the exoskeleton-suited assailants puzzled over whether someone would still show up. Neither their visuals nor their other sensors revealed the source of the intimidating laser cannon that had cut through the hatch. They had no idea what kind of danger slipped inside engineering.